conversation quickly. So
I'll change it. I'll change it. Can you make natural claims about the natural world void of experimentation?
Witsit. What up, Witsit?
What up, bro? Can you make natural claims about? Can you make natural claims about the natural world without experimentation?
Per hour is just a rounded off figure.
Witsit's about to fuck you guys up. You better focus.
Yeah, well, it's a simple question. So, the globe Earth makes claims about the natural world. The study of the natural world is called natural. It's called natural science, which is the study of the natural world. So,
don't worry about me, bro. Focus on Witsit. He's about to tear you guys up.
No, I have him muted. I don't listen to that.
Okay, so you're just gonna keep talking over me. That's what's up. So anyway, if you make claims about the natural world, the study of the natural world is called natural science. The way that you verify natural world claims is through scientific experimentation. Well, can we all agree on that?
We've been to space and we've taken pictures of the Earth. So what more do you want?
So you can't even hold a coherent conversation.
What's your evidence that it's all fake? What's your evidence that the pictures are fake?
You do understand negative claims are considered to be true until proven false, right?
True that. Yeah, true that.
So you're making positive claims contrary to the natural world.
We've got thousands of pictures. We got thousands of pictures.
From where?
Thousands of hours of video.
From where?
Tens of thousands of witnesses.
You don't have shit, man. So from where?
What are you talking about? From where? From all the space agencies around the world, all the people that are involved with those. All the people that are involved with those space agencies, all the astronauts, the thousands of videos and pictures.
Well, that doesn't exist. You're just making shit up. So NASA themselves.
What do you mean that doesn't exist? I can show you the archives.
Shut up and I'll explain it. So NASA
what's your evidence that all that is fake?
What I'm saying is,
evidence. What other standard of evidence would you like?
You're an idiot.
You have eyewitness testimony, thousands of witnesses,
why are you
directly
screaming?
and indirectly, thousands of.
Was that the climax of your really cool story, bro? So anyway, is that independently verifiable? And in fact, NASA admits that they aren't real pictures. In addition to that, only 24 people ever have even claimed to go past low Earth orbits. So can we independently verify your claims? Negative claims are assumed to be true until proven false. You're making a positive affirmative claim about space and what happens there, even though it violates natural law. The burden of proof is on you objectively.
Actually,
Oh, no, was the real smart guy's response? Anyone else?
We've talked about this before.
I'm not sure what I said at all.
The burden of proof is on anybody that makes an assertion. We've had this conversation.
Yeah, trust me, we get it. You're not smart, okay? But a negative claim is it's like if I say Santa isn't real because you said he is real, you don't get to say prove he isn't real. You need to prove that he is real, and this is well known and established, non-negotiable or debatable, based on all intellectual forum of higher education. So you sound like a complete clown. So again, to make natural world claims, you have to experimentally validate them.
Which is right, guys.
You don't know much of anything, and then it's taken to be true because I've made a negative claim.
It's a terrible analogy.
Yeah, you're not doing too great.
Negative.
It's probably best you just shut up.
Negative claims are true until proven false.
Yes, and you can just Google it. I mean,
burden of proof is on anybody that makes an assertion, negative or positive.
Well, prove that. No, you have the burden of proof to prove that you just made an assertion.
Look up the definition.
No, you just made a claim. Please prove it.
We talked about this last time. I literally showed you the definition.
Actually, last time I showed you where Yale and Harvard says that negative claims are assumed to be true until proven false.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what? You're a clown. So nice diversion of semantical bullshit that you're actually inept of even having a conversation about. Oh, that's
so
what
then alien
you're
abductions
doing.
Are true, right?
Yeah, you're an idiot. Yeah, positive claims require the burden of proof. So in fact, you're effectively committing a shifting the burden of proof fallacy.
No,
and I'm actually my initial premise is, since y'all are making positive assertions about the natural world, we need to scientifically validate that through experiment, right?
You've been practicing your lines. What's it?
You still can't fucking respond. You're just actually a clown, little gamma. So feel free to sit on the bench. Someone else want to jump in and actually respond with specificity?
Maybe just relax a little bit, man.
Look at him talking about me again. Look at him talking about me again. Does anyone actually have a response of substance?
Witsit, you said that NASA says that all their pictures are fake. I'd be curious for a link or something.
Actually, I didn't say that. I said
Hopefully
NASA says that they're not real pictures, and they do say that. Like,
Okay.
for example, the
I
blue
only
marble.
know of something related to the blue marble where an artist who said that he had to that basically he had to composite the images from multiple satellite passes to create a picture of the Earth with minimal cloud coverage over the land to make the blue marble picture.
And then he did what with it?
He said it's fake, but it has to be because, and what that means is he had to use sections of Earth when they had a clear pass over land.
Yeah,
and combine it together to stitch one image that showed all the land not covered by clouds.
And
because you're not going to find a day where all the land on Earth is uncovered.
Then what they do?
What do you mean? Then what did they do?
Yeah, you don't. Okay,
that's
so
the
then
only, that's the only video that all the flat earthers refer to when they say, "Oh, NASA says all the pictures are fake." They're talking about producing that one image.
You just want to talk to yourself so you can confirm your dumbass little bias, because it's my turn to respond now, you clown show. So actually, what they say is they project it on a flat map and then bend it around a ball, and then they have an artist come in, do a rendition to match what the observer expects it to look like. They're very clear to call most of these supposed pictures that you clown show little globe zealots running around claiming are pictures. They themselves call them images, very specifically, because they are actually computer generated and renditions. So would you like to bring up something that's independently verifiable or respond to the original premise of experimentation being wired, please?
Sure. Amateur astronomers take pictures of the ISS and videos of the ISS all the time from the ground.
Who's coughing?
Seriously, what the fuck?
Is somebody dying from COVID?
That was not.
Okay, you can't independently verify these things, so would you agree to make natural world claims you have to do scientific experimentation? Yes or
there
no?
Are people, look, Witsit, amateur astronomers verified that the ISS is up there all the time. I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay, I know. Trust me, we get it. Okay, so shut up.
Are you just going to claim that they're fake too?
No,
well, I mean,
listen, I came in. You're afraid of the question. That's how much of a clown you are. It's such a simple question. To make claims about the natural world, don't you have to validate those with scientific experimentation? Yes or no?
No.
You don't need to do an experiment to see if something is in the sky or not.
Oh, okay, this guy's a clown. So, Jim, you said no. I think feel free to expand, please. Enlighten me.
Please.
To make a claim about the natural world, you need to have evidence to support your claim.
Yeah, and when you're making claims about the natural world, the evidence comes in the form of scientific experimentation.
It can
that's
do.
The parameters of natural science.
It can do. It doesn't necessarily have to.
Well, actually, that's the definition of natural science.
Okay, but we're talking about what is required to make a claim.
Of the natural world.
What is required to make a claim is
of the natural world.
Is evidence. What is required to make a claim about the natural world is evidence of the claim.
Okay, but you cannot subjectively say what that means, because objectively, the study of the natural world is called natural science, which is defined by requiring scientific experimentation. So the claims you're making are about the natural world, so you must adhere to those parameters objectively.
No, I mustn't at all.
No. Okay, well, would you like to at least concede?
That up and it's nonsense.
So,
okay, cool. Sorry. How about this? Would you like to at least?
I'll give you an example. I can make a claim about the natural world, and I can support my claim with evidence. That evidence,
can I ask you a question?
Evidence may or may not be scientific in nature.
Okay.
It's irrelevant whether.
Oh, that's a cool story. But can I ask you a question? So, are you willing to concede that the globe Earth, the claims about the natural world that the globe Earth make, cannot be verified through scientific experimentation? Would you like to concede that?
Why would I care about that?
So you just want to straddle on the fence? Does it or does it not, Jim?
Well, as I'm trying to point out to you, and you just
doesn't matter.
You seem to have just stepped by it. Your requirement is the scientific experimentation.
You're scared to say it.
My requirement is not scientific experimentation.
Okay, so then does that mean you're saying, would you like to concede that the natural claims about the world made by the globe Earth cannot be validated?
No, I wouldn't concede that in any way. That's complete and utter
Okay, then name one.
Complete nonsense.
Then name one. Listen, Jim, then name one. Chill. Name one natural world claim made by the globe Earth model that can be scientifically validated with experimentation, please.
Well, what does that mean?
Just name one.
What? No. We've got a long way.
You don't know what that means.
Before we're at the
You're
naming
spiraling
one
already,
stage.
dude.
What does I need to know the meanings of these words? Scientifically validated. And what else did you say? There was some more after that as well. Well, let's start with
someone
those
want to
two.
throw your boy a life jacket.
What does scientifically and validated mean? An experiment. We need to know what that means.
Okay, I'll explain all of it. So scientific means that it is validated by experiment. What does validated mean, you fucking clown show? It means verified, empirically. Chill, I'm answering the question, please. It's empirically verified. An experiment has a naturally occurring observable phenomena, your dependent variable, and then you propose a hypothesis, a cause and effect relationship test that you're going to test out by manipulating your independent variable, which is your presumed cause, thus validating it is actually the cause of the naturally occurring observable phenomena or your dependent variable. You're making claims about the natural world, so if you're going to provide scientific empirical...
Quantum eraser catchphrases. Okay, so...
You're freaking out.
But I'm about to agree with you. I would say, if that lunatic ridiculous description of science that you have just provided
the scientific method, Jim.
is the one that you're going
with,
then you're probably correct, and we probably can't provide something.
So you're
saying we probably can't provide something. Listen to
Jim.
Oh dear, looks like you've got to be muted again, Nathan. Sorry about that, but there you go. I did try. I unmuted you. You used my unmuting to talk over the top.
Go ahead.
So you're muted again. So if your lunatic standard is the one that we've got to meet, then we probably can't meet it. But it is a lunatic
if your
standard.
Entire worldview is lunacy, would I care if you called me a lunatic? Fuck no. So would you like to respond with specificity to my point, or
yes, I did.
Specifically?
The standard you are specifically the standard that you are requiring is lunacy.
No, I want you to address specifically. Can you concede that there is no evidence for the natural?
No, Witsit. I won't be conceding this at all.
So you just want to stand in the middle and straddle a fence like a douchebag. So does anyone else want to jump in and actually respond like an adult?
I'm not straddling a fence like a douchebag. I'm just pointing out that the standard that you're applying is lunacy. Go ahead.
That's your opinion, and no one actually cares about that. So would you like to respond?
You would have to
establish you have scientific experiment or not, Jim? Do you have scientific experiment or not, Jim?
Your standard is just your opinion.
Okay, so you don't have any based on my standard. That's what you're saying?
I don't have any on that meet your opinion, no.
Right, so the natural world claims... Well, the natural world claims of the globe Earth can't be verified through scientific experimentation. Now that we can move on
that's not scientific experiment. That's your silly opinion.
Let's actually get specific.
Do you have experimentation is?
Do you have physical, scientific, empirical evidence of gravitational orbit?
I'm curious how
you're going to divert the conversation. I'm curious about.
We're not going any further, are we? I'm not going to provide any.
Well, so you should just shut up. Then someone else want to jump in?
You need to realize that the standard is idiotic lunacy nonsense. Go ahead now.
Once again, you're spewing your opinions. Yeah, someone else with a little bit more competence want to speak.
Jim's more competent than.
I care about the incompetent gamma sucking the dick of the other incompetent. Can we respond to the point, please?
Is this just like where you guys all come in here and talk to the point where the rest of us can't?
Okay, so can y'all tell me where y'all first got the radius value?
So again, we don't need to go through our talking points. Right?
You can't address this, so yeah, we get it. Negator's the one that steps in with his obfuscation cape and tries to save the gammas from their spiraling. So anyway, would anyone like to respond with specificity?
You asked for someone else to join in. Negator was the next in line, and now you're dismissing him. So
no, he's literally not answering any of the points. He's just diverting.
Well,
That's why I
won't
said
know,
bring an
'cause you haven't
obfuscation.
shut up long enough to let him speak, so we won't know that.
Yeah, actually, he's spoken 4 times.
Well, can
And
you
all he
just
did is
be...
talk about me
Well,
personally
I'll tell
each
you what,
time.
just be quiet for a minute, for 60 seconds. Thank you. Go ahead, Nag.
I just want to know, since you know exactly what sort of experiments can prove Earth shape, which ones you've done.
Well, good straw man, you douchebag, but I never
It was
said
a question,
that.
not a straw man.
Well, yeah, it was because you said, since you said, dumbass, that's a straw man. Since you said that scientific experimentation can prove this, stop interrupting me.
You say
since
something.
you see, Jim, where you at now?
Negator, stop interrupting.
Well, okay, he straw man me and said, since you say that scientific experimentation can prove the shape of the Earth, I never said that stupid shit because the shape of the Earth isn't a science question. I said the natural claims encompassed within the shape claim cannot be validated with scientific experiment. You know, like gravitational orbit, the convexity of water. Yeah, like the claim against the second law of thermodynamics. Yeah, the claims of the natural world encompassed within the shape claim. Shape is not a scientific question.
Okay, so what methodology would you like to use to determine Earth shape?
Well, what methodology can you use? It would be measurement, right?
Well, we're asking you because you're telling us how we should be doing it.
No. That's the only way you can validate a shape claim is measurement.
Okay, well, how do you do that?
You measure the surface.
With?
Optics. If you see too far, there should be physical obstruction of Earth curvature based on the radius claim.
So seeing too far is a measurement.
Yes, like if I know I'm 30 miles away, then that's a measurement of observation, falsifies your claim necessitating physical obstruction.
So 30 miles is the measurement by which we determine Earth not to be a ball and to be flat.
It can be as small as 10 miles, depending on how high off the ground you are. Based on your radius claim, there's a rate of curvature.
So
This
10
is
miles.
second grade geometry, maybe fourth grade.
So 10 miles that's the number we're looking for?
At 1 foot, I see the horizon 10 miles. It would be no further than 1.2 miles. That's because radius claim.
You're breaking up. There's 10 miles radius, something.
Because of your radius at 1 foot above the surface, you should see the imaginary horizon and no further than 1.2 miles. We see 10 miles.
Witsit, you need to rejoin. Your mic's all over the go.
It's not. It's all right.
It's just good, guys. Just keep it one at a time and try not to make it into a shit show.
Based on your radius claim, we should see a geometric horizon at no further than 1.2 miles with an observer height of 1 foot. Yeah, we see 10 miles. So you're claiming a physical obstruction that isn't there.
Not right. We don't claim that we're going to see a geometric horizon.
Actually, for years, you told me that boats went over the geometric horizon.
They're still saying that.
Such thing.
So that means that we would be seeing the geometric horizon. If it goes over it and blocks the view of the boat, you clown show.
No, you clown. No one claims that they see the geometric horizon.
Okay, so how do you know it's there then?
I never said it was there.
Oh, so you don't think the Earth's a ball? Well, welcome to Flat Earth. Someone else want to jump in?
You asked me to reply, and then you cut me off. Jesus, what a rude fuck.
Someone else want to jump in?
We see a horizon, but it's not always the geometric horizon.
How do you know there is a geometric horizon then?
Because of the shape of the planet.
Oh, so you're reifying and begging the question and contention. Anyone else with a hierarchy want to jump in? Okay, how did you get the radius value in the first place?
We measured it.
How?
Measured it, Jim.
How?
We met surveying.
That's not true. That's not how you originally got the radius value.
Hold on. Let's go back to the part where...
We get it from
No. My question is, how did you originally get the value? You said that we never claimed, which is a lie. Well, I'm talking. You said that we never claimed that we could see the geometric horizon, which they did for years. But you're saying that you don't claim that now because we've dismantled that bullshit and proven it false. I'm asking you, how did you validate the radius claim or that there was a geometric horizon in the first place?
You measure it again.
Okay, so how did they originally come up with the radius value of your religion?
I don't care how they originally came
You don't
up with
care,
it.
so does anyone else want to jump in?
Not finished. Why do you feel as if you have to interrupt me all the time?
You're just diverting.
Right? I don't care how they originally measured it. We can.
I don't care what you care about, though.
Geodetic surveying.
No, that's just a reification of a spherical assumption.
No, it's not.
I'm asking how you validate the radius claim in the first place. Can any glober want to jump in and answer?
Don't care. We can measure it now.
Is he speaking for every? Wait, come out. Is he speaking for every glober when he says I don't care?
How we got it in the first place doesn't matter. We can measure it now.
Come down there, All-Star. What does everyone here in the room that's a glober agree with?
He's doing a good job with.
No, he's not. He's obfuscating.
He's not. You're trying to obfuscate by getting someone else involved. Just let him finish the conversation.
No.
Exactly.
All right, Broomy, shut the fuck up, okay? So I'm not obfuscating when my original premise is being literally obfuscated from by multiple people. Because he won't answer the question, he's obfuscating.
Give him a chance to answer. He might answer.
Okay, what's my question? See if he even knows my question.
It doesn't matter how the original radius was found. It doesn't matter.
Repeat the question.
Okay, how did you originally? How did you? Can someone tell him to shut up or something?
Shut up, Brummy.
So he's not even trying to argue, but he's just talking. Okay, so how did you originally establish the radius claim?
Well, I didn't do it. But
how did the model?
Jesus, do you have to interrupt all the time?
Roughly 24,900 miles of surface area. The Earth is 198 million square miles.
Oh, I asked about the radius.
Witsit, if you ask a question and you don't let him respond, we're going to have to mute you, mate. It's just not fair.
He wasn't interrupting.
Paul
doesn't matter how the original radius was found.
I was starting to answer and he interrupted me.
Well, you said I didn't come up with it. I just said, okay, how the model promotes it. I didn't mean, I wasn't trying to interrupt you, man.
All right, we know the question. Let Paul have a go at answering it. Go ahead, Paul.
Several ways that we originally estimated the radius of the Earth, but that's not the point. The point is that by modern day methods, we can measure it. So how we originally measured it is quite irrelevant.
Well, actually, no, it's not, because it was ran with for hundreds and hundreds of years. And now, even if you disagree, that's subjective. You're telling me what you think's important. And I'm just asking, where and how did you originally establish the physical claim of the radius?
Why does this matter?
It does matter because whenever I said we're supposed to see a geometric horizon, he said, no, we're not going to see it. I said, well, how do you know it's there then? And he just said it didn't matter because he knows the Earth's a ball. I said, that's what's being questioned. So how did you originally determine that and know the size of it, i.e. the radius?
The geometric horizon.
It's like saying how they originally found out to fly. We've got different ways of flying now. We've got more updated versions of how we fly.
No, the reason it's relevant is because the foundation of the religion of heliocentrism, the radius value, came from the horizon that he just now said you can never see the geometric horizon.
But this seems to be reliant
at all.
Yeah, you did.
No, that's not what I said.
So we can see the geometric horizon.
No, that's not what I said. You're twisting my words.
Oh, I'm letting you clarify, man.
Well, you're not letting me clarify because you're interrupting once again. Okay, I said that we don't see the geometric horizon most times. I never said we never see it.
Well, when do we see it?
On very rare occasions.
Well, can you provide an evidence of when we see it? Can you provide an example? Provide one.
You have to back it up, right? Back up your claim.
Just one will work.
That's a good question. When do we see the geometric horizon?
Mute me, dude.
Well, we would see the geometric horizon on the moon, wouldn't we?
Oh, on the moon. So can you bring? Do we ever see it on Earth, man?
Holy shit!
That's fucking terrible, though.
Well, it's an example. You asked me for an example.
We need a better one than that, mate. We need a better one.
Okay, can we ever see it on Earth?
No.
Okay, so we can never see the geometric horizon on Earth, yet the origin of the radius value claim is actually seeing a horizon on Earth.
The fact that we see a horizon indicates that it's curved.
No.
Oh God.
That would happen over a flat surface.
No, it wouldn't.
Hold on, time out. Actually, how did we get? Hold on, Witsit. How did we get to the moon if we didn't know what size the Earth was?
Even Jim laughed. Even Jim.
Everyone have a bad mic?
Yeah, you was doing so well, Con. But I think that moon comment really set you back. I think we need to definitely just reevaluate. Just admit, you admitted though. You admitted you never see a physical geometric horizon, so that's pretty cool. So
So that I don't.
But the fact that we see horizon shows that it is curved.
That's just a reification fallacy and a really cool story.
No, that's not a reification.
Yes,
fallacy.
it is. You're begging the question.
You're misusing the term.
You're giving concreteness to a concept, which is your model, which is abstract inherently by definition.
No, I'm not.
You can't just say "nuh-uh, buddy."
You can't just keep interrupting me. I'm not giving concreteness to an abstraction.
Feel free to expand. That's a nuh-uh. Okay, someone else want to jump in?
That shit was hilarious. Even Jem laughed.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hold on, I got to read something before I hop in my hotel.
There was a crash and burn as well. He was doing so well. He was doing so well.
I'd have to disagree with that one, but someone else want to jump in?
Seeing the horizon from a distance, right? That's how you started all this?
Yeah, Alberuni. How about this? Can I?
We're pretending it's all down to our.
No, listen. I'm gonna say. So I don't straw man you. Can I say? Wait, listen, bro. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to meet. No, I'm trying to meet you halfway. So I don't straw man y'all. Would y'all agree that this is y'all's stance, which is that Alberuni he used that method, which was just an estimate, and he just basically, luckily, was very close.
Well, I'm mystified as to why we're talking about this, because our first encounter with this conversation was you arguing that the only way we could make any claims about the natural world was through scientific experimentation. And then you went straight on after that to say we can find out the shape of the Earth by measuring it, and that isn't scientific experimentation. And we are now
you're right.
having a discussion about that. So,
Measurement isn't scientific experimentation.
But can we use measurement to make claims about the natural world?
No, we can use measurement to falsify a shape claim of sphericity.
Would that be a
flat
claim?
Isn't a shape claim.
Would we be able to make a claim about the natural?
We would be able to falsify the claim about the natural world that it's a ball. You really have trouble keeping up, dude.
It's a simple question. There's no ball, there's no nothing. It's just about claims and the natural world. Would we be able to make a claim about the natural world from making measurements?
You would be able to falsify a claim about the natural world regarding shape, because when you claim the shape, it comes with natural world claims.
So we couldn't make a claim. We couldn't make a claim. No. We couldn't
Are you incapable of understanding simple things, or are you just a liar?
I'm asking you a question, and you're not answering.
Yes,
I'm
I am.
asking you one question, Witsit, and you're answering a different.
No, I'm answering that one.
I'd like an answer to my question.
I did.
My question isn't, can you falsify a claim? It's, can you make a claim? So your answer should not be, you can falsify a claim, blah, 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 because I'm not asking you about falsifying claims. I'm asking you about if you can make a claim. Can you make a claim about the natural world from making a measurement?
You can falsify certain claims with measurement. How am I supposed to answer that? Dude, it's a fucking stupid guy's question.
You could answer it.
And my answer answers the question.
It's a yes or no.
That's funny, Broomy, that you're a little gamma jumping in for Jim, and Jim all of a sudden now question. I'm talking Jim now all of a sudden question. Wait, tell me, I'm going to answer, but I have to say I'm going to answer.
Are you
but listen,
having a laugh?
Hey Jim, I have to understand.
You can't answer your own shit.
Oh, there you go. Keep interrupting. Broomy, you have an IQ of 1. Dude, shut up. No, it didn't. What I'm saying is, oh my God, just keep interrupting me. We'll let y'all get it all out.
I'm trying to avoid.
No, I'm not. I said I'd answer your question, but I want to say something, but y'all have to interrupt.
Because you know, if you say that you can make such a claim, it then contradicts what you originally said.
Actually,
scientific experiment to make it.
Yeah, intellectual dishonesty is using that.
Broomy, shut up. No one's talking to you.
Outcome, and that's why he's
okay, so anyway, can I respond now, or now we have to listen to Broomy monologue about how he feels about it? Here he goes. Keep his feelings.
Time out.
Broomy says his feelings. No, I'm going to fucking respond, man.
Is it a yes or no question, man? It's a simple answer.
I would like to answer.
You're going to stop talking,
I would like to answer. Witsit, I would like to answer his question. What's the question?
Can you make scientific claims about the world by taking a measurement?
Can you make scientific claims?
That wasn't his question.
Something like that.
Well, you don't need, so why are you jumping in so much?
Why are you jumping in? You're
yelling
being
into your
pedantic.
mic?
One little word wrong. Oh my god, the whole fucking thing is
Wait,
him talking now.
Listen, a scientific claim is already scientifically validated. That's why I said what, because that would be like a weird way to word it.
Just one thing I want to say, housekeeping thing. If anybody here does not have roles and would like roles, can you just stick it in the chat and I will give you the roles. It's just a lot of people have joined and I haven't kept up with them.
Okay, make me a mod. Make me a mod, Jim.
If your question was, can you make claims about the physical and natural world, if that's the question, of course you can, but then you would have to back them up with actual physical evidence.
Yeah, but my answer answered it, and everyone here is going to act like my answer didn't answer it. Is that what's going to happen right now?
Go ahead, Witsit.
Okay, so I said, listen, man, with measurement, you can falsify claims about the natural world. Let me give you an example. We can measure pressure, okay? And when we measure the pressure, that isn't a scientific experiment, but it shows you that we have pressure, which means it can falsify your claim of the natural world. You cannot substantiate positive affirmative claims about the natural world void of scientific experimentation. So, Brumi, what you got to say now, bro?
So you can.
Because that was my original response. I want to hear what you got to say now.
Evidence towards. Hold on. Measurement is scientific experiment.
I didn't say that. Cool straw man.
If I go out and find a rock, and I get my ruler out and I measure that rock to be 25 centimeters across.
That's not science.
I can't say that I have a rock that is 25 centimeters across. I cannot make that claim.
You fucked.
No, I said, okay, I see what you're saying. If you're using a specific, Brumi, you haven't ever said anything about the argument. Can I talk, man? Brumi, why do you want to talk right when Jim gets through talking?
Because
why when he gets through talking and I'm about to respond, Brumi wants to tag team me whenever I would fucking annihilate that kid. Can you please stop?
Well, I'm more than welcome to try and annihilate me, Mike. But at the end of the day, you've just got destroyed. You can't make claims about the physical world or the natural world. It's like doing an experiment, like you just said, and you knew what you were going to answer. So instead of answering it yes or no, you run around like a little headless chicken.
No, I fully answered the question. It's funny though that standard isn't held when I asked 27 consecutive questions to start this whole conversation, and the little bitch named Brumi didn't have shit to say then. Neither did Jim Panda.
Couldn't even answer a straight question.
I did answer the question. Can we move on? Can we move on? Okay, you can't make claims about. Listen, you can't make definitive claims about the natural world. Oh my God!
Exposed. You knew exactly what the answers were.
But that's true.
You try to use your intelligence to get around the question. You just beat around the bush. Well done. You played
right.
What's true? Hold on. What's true is Witsit did ask a series of direct questions. It's not chocolate, and they weren't answered directly. But Brumi didn't stick up for him. He actually told him it doesn't matter. But now, when it's flipped. Now all of a sudden he's white knighting for Jim Panda. That is
20 questions later.
Really flipped,
a straight question was
20 questions later, and I can name them all.
A question was answered multiple times. He didn't answer it. He intended.
Hey, why didn't you say something when it happened earlier, Brumi?
Well, you know about. I'm not taking no sides, brother. I'm a lone wolf in this. I don't give a fuck about global flight. The bottom line is, you was asked a straight question, and you didn't give it. You knew what the answer.
But why didn't you say that whenever he ignored 10 straight questions, Brumi?
He asked you a straight question about.
But why didn't you say that before that when I asked 10 straight questions?
If you've got Witsit, please smoke it, man, because you're fucking hyperactive.
Because everyone in the room wants to cut me off. I'm expected to stay
down. Are you even sitting down? You're just like spazzing out.
He is under fire. He is under fire.
I don't really care.
But I don't care what you care about. You know what I'm saying? Literally at all.
The position is weak.
My position is weak, even though you're making claims about the natural world void of empirical evidence that's actually counter to empirical evidence. And my position is weak. And I brought that up when I first got here. No one can respond. But now y'all are aiding the obfuscation question.
Well, I'm here now.
Okay, here's my question. Can you make definitive claims about the natural world whenever the study of the natural world is natural science and it requires scientific experimentation? Can you make natural claims about the natural world void of scientific experimentation?
Yes, and I've just demonstrated to you how. I can take some measuring, and that would be I can make a claim about the dimensions of something in the natural world by measuring it, and that doesn't require a scientific experiment. And you have agreed
Right, and I've
that
acknowledged,
measurement
I
would
agree.
not represent a scientific experiment.
I agree, dude. I've
Right,
acknowledged
so-
that I agree because that isn't a scientific question. Measurement isn't a scientific question. Y'all keep acting like that isn't an
However,
answer, and
it
it
is a
literally
claim
is.
about the natural.
So if you don't understand that it is, that doesn't make me dumb.
It is a claim about the
It's a
natural world.
claim. It's a quantitative claim describing something in the natural world.
So what?
Yes,
It's a claim
but
about
I'm not
the
making.
natural.
I've made it very clear. So you're being intellectually dishonest, as is anyone amping this up.
You are. How is
that
that? How is I have a rock?
Oh, where's all the white knights for me now that he interrupted me?
Listen, how is
Jim, you need to calm down and smoke a joint, dude. You're way too
I am
worked
going
up.
to do that in a moment. How is I have a rock? How is I have a rock that is 25 centimeters across? How is that not a claim about the natural world?
I said specifically it is a claim quantitatively describing something in the natural world, and I concede that in the scenario of describing something mathematically, it does not have to adhere to the parameters of scientific experimentation because it isn't a scientific question. It inherently cannot.
So we can't make claims about the world about doing natural science?
I don't care about that, and I don't care about you adding the words quantitatively describing something in the natural world. It is still a claim about the natural world.
Okay, so I just said for the third time, yes, you can make claims about the natural world that are quantitative without scientific experimentation because it isn't a scientific claim.
Okay,
so you don't even like my concession because it's so foreign to you to someone to concede and be honest.
Concession in a load of
How? I'm saying I concede that when you zoned in, semantically arguing with diversion, why are you interrupting me? When you zoned in on a semantical diversion, because I said claims, it didn't specify science. Why do you have to keep interrupting me if I'm so stupid, Jim? So you honed in on the stop. See, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Because we're talking about what we accept as evidence. And
are you going to shut the fuck up now? Because we let you.
That it's a semantic diversion. That it's just we're only talking about the words that we're using, not the type of evidence that we're.
Hey, so can I talk
and
now?
That's not true.
Can I talk now, Jim, or you just want to keep talking?
We require, and not the words that we use. That's
now that it's been about 2 minutes. Can I talk now?
Yes.
Thank you, man. Jesus Christ. So anyway, I will rephrase my original premise so that the semantical diversion can't take place. You can't make scientific claims about the natural world void of scientific experimentation.
Okay, so how about this? What if we want to determine
tautology?
What if we wanted to determine whether there's condors in the forests of California? So we go out to the forest and we take a picture of a condor flying around in the trees. Or we take a video. Is that scientific evidence of condors in California or no?
Scientific evidence of it? No.
It's not scientific evidence. So even though we photographed and videotaped condors flying around in the forests, that's not sufficient evidence to say that there's condors flying around in California.
Well, wait, that's not a scientific statement. So you don't ever understand anything y'all talk about.
Where a certain species resides is absolutely a scientific.
Wow, look at all y'all spiraled right then. That's so funny.
So my
question
question is,
scientific evidence against the globe. That's what you're saying. You've got no scientific evidence towards a globe. That's what you just said.
Towards a globe?
You've got no. Yeah, you've got nothing against the globe. You've got no scientific evidence.
Yeah, no, I have. Listen. I have.
So my
Can I
question,
talk now?
but here's the thing. But here's
I
the
did
thing.
say that, so now I get to talk.
But-
He strawmanned me. No, I never said that we don't have any scientific evidence against the globe because the globe, which is a shape claim, the sphere is a shape claim. The model doesn't just claim a shape because with the shape claim in the model comes a bunch of claims about the natural world, such as a pressurized system adjacent to a near perfect vacuum, gravitational orbit, convexity of oceans. So those are inherent with the shape claim, although independent of it at the same time. If you're incapable of comprehending that doesn't make me stupid.
No, measurement is not science. You have no scientific evidence against the globe by your own definition.
Let
here's the
Swan get
thing,
in.
right?
Let Swan get in, Brummy. Go ahead, Swan.
Like, here's the thing. He's talking about taking pictures of Commodores or whatever bird, right? It's like, okay, I take pictures of things all the time. I'm all of a sudden a scientist. Oh my God, don't you ever fucking call me stupid again. I'm a fucking scientist, bro.
Okay, so now that we've now, can anyone answer the original question?
Right.
Because y'all
Obviously,
hate
I'm being
obfuscation so
sarcastic.
much here, and you hate when people don't answer pointed questions. Can I get an answer to the 10 pointed questions that were yes or no that I asked?
So what if we What if we tested someone's claim?
Oh, you have double standards here. So the little globers don't have to actually answer any direct questions.
Well, no, you've got double standard, Witsit.
I answered the question.
Because you opened by telling us that the only way we could make claims about the natural with scientific experiment, and then started demanding those scientific experiments.
Other than measurement claims, because that isn't science.
And now you've had to concede that that isn't true, and we can make claims about the natural world using other forms of evidence.
Descriptions of the natural world's not what I'm talking about.
Well,
I'm talking about claims of causation.
Well, a claim about the natural world could be a description of the natural world, couldn't it? That would be a description.
No, you describe the naturally occurring observable phenomena, but science explains that you have to claim a cause. That's what I'm saying. So now that we've already addressed that you semantically argued the word claims without a specifying descriptor in front of it, and we addressed it for 5 minutes, and I conceded. And now you want to double down on it as soon as I brought up the fact that y'all all couldn't answer 10 straight questions.
Because
and no one here has fucking shit to say now. It's funny, the little globers are real quiet now, though. That's funny as shit.
I'm waiting to talk.
It's funny that QE's run off. That's what's funny.
Let somebody respond, then we won't be quiet, will we, if you shut up?
Yeah, you won't answer my question again, guaranteed.
Because you're talking again. The reason why I won't answer your question is because shut up! Is because your question demands the scientific experiment that you've just conceded are not required.
I already updated the statement. You're just a fucking liar. And Brummy's your little bitch. So, and the Gator's also a bitch. So anybody else want to jump in and not answer the question, or would someone like to stop talking about this? I'm already...
That your question is malformed.
I already updated it, didn't I, Jim?
I'm sorry,
Jim, did I update it?
You've been humiliated.
With the semantical argument? Yeah, dude. I was so
used against you, and you're not really man enough to admit that. You know what?
I already conceded, Broomy. How am I not man enough to admit something? No, you are such a little bitch that the one time you got me on a semantic... Witsit, calm down. 5 people interrupt Austin. Witsit, calm down. That's cool. Because I can't fucking defend myself. It's all straw mans from little bitches.
Don't call me out then. Don't call me out. You don't have to.
Because you keep jumping in as soon as I have to listen. Dude, listen. If I let Jim...
Calm down,
listen what happened. I let Jim Panda monologue.
It's not science. You have no scientific evidence towards the
Witsit, just shut your mouth for a minute.
Yeah, I do have scientific evidence against the globe. The necessary gas pressure physical containment. What's up now, bitch? What's up?
How did
I wanted to debate Broomy. Broomy's so smart, I want to debate him. Broomy's so smart, I want to debate him.
We can debate any time, bro.
Right now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so you don't have any scientific evidence of the globe, is what your claim was, right?
I don't claim a globe.
No, you said that to me, right?
You don't have no scientific evidence towards the globe, yeah?
Against the globe, you mean, right?
Yeah, by your own standards, your measurement is no evidence towards the globe.
I know, right, exactly.
Yeah,
so you're saying I have no scientific evidence against the globe, right?
No, you don't.
Okay, so what about the fact that entropy will always increase, always, right? And you have gas pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum void of physical containment. That's a natural law of the natural world, okay? That's science, buddy. And you know how we know that? Because we can manipulate it and vary it via experimentation. You're making a claim contrary to that. What's your response now, bro?
I'm not making a claim. I don't make a claim that we do live in a gas pressure.
Okay, so anybody else?
Okay, let me answer that, Witsit. Let me answer that. Hold on, Brummy. He's trying to lead you into a trap here.
Say one thing and then goes off on one. Yeah, all right. That's a lovely one we want.
He's trying to lead you into a trap here, Brummy. And people might not accord it because they're so used to hearing it.
Listen. He's asking me a question about gas pressure about a container. I don't
He's
make
lying
a
about
claim
it too, Brummy.
His evidence towards the globe, he cannot demonstrate that it isn't possible either. So he has to go through his own stringent measures.
No, you said I don't have scientific evidence, and I just now provided it.
Where's your experiment proving
Okay, I'll show you experiment. So if I make a vacuum chamber, I fill it with gas, and then I'll remove the lid of it. The gas will disperse omnidirectional in all directions once physical impedance and containment is removed.
Where's your physical demonstration of that? Where's your demonstration?
Okay, you can go do it yourself. Go get a propane tank and turn the little knob, buddy.
Where's yours?
I just told you. I have a propane lighter right here. Listen, I have a propane lighter.
Demonstration.
I'm telling you my demonstration.
You've never done a demo. You've never done science in your life. You've never
I have a propane lighter right here.
Scientific experiment in your life.
Bring me spiraling.
You've got no science. Where's your demonstration? Show me you recording yourself doing a scientific experiment.
Are you going to calm
down?
Hold
on a second. I've got you. I've got you with your trousers down. You're
don't
bent over. I'm about to drive my shaft into you.
Wait, let's listen to him.
Where have you ever shown me any scientific evidence? Show me a video of you doing a scientific experiment. You've never done any of this stuff. You just spurting nonsense down the microphone.
Yeah, we heard you.
What you got to say, man?
Cool.
What have you got to say?
No, I get to respond, dude.
Okay, let him
boy.
respond, please. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah. Anyway, now you got your little fit out. An experiment that you can do yourself when it comes to gas and containment. Yes, I have a propane lighter right here.
You haven't done it.
And whenever I when I press the button down, it opens up the front of the propane lighter, allowing the gas to escape.
Cool. You got to do that inside of a vacuum, then, yeah? Where's your vacuum?
No. What? I don't need a vacuum.
Of course you do. You need to mimic the parameters of space, don't you? If it's supposed to,
no, I'm not proving it. Whoa, you're so lost. I'm not proving the positive claim of space, my friend.
You need to set the parameters up to be mimicking the real world or the globe.
What's my premise I'm supposed to be proving right now?
Well, you're trying to debunk the globe, right? So what you need to do is first of all, you need to start with a vacuum. You wouldn't just get your lighter inside of a and just get your lighter out and open the lighter. You have to mimic what they say.
Hey, what is the premise that I'm? What's the premise that I'm?
Their claim?
Hey, what's the
their claim?
No, I don't have to falsify. No, calm down.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Look, he's freaking out. So what is the premise?
You're incorrect.
Hey, what is the premise that I am supposed to be substantiating with my experiment?
You're supposed to be falsifying the globe's claim.
So no. You don't even know the premise.
For a start.
That's why you're lost,
if you want to try and show that entropy always increases, then first of all you need to get yourself a vacuum chamber. Then you'll have to get yourself a service, and you'll have to do some actual science for once in your life, rather than just
hold on.
Okay, so if you have a propane sink and you remove the containment, the gas escapes. That is a physical demonstration and experiment of manipulating the independent variable, which would be the containment being removed.
Yeah, but you're not in a vacuum until you move through the.
It's nothing to do with the vacuum, you moron. My premise is that you have to have pressure. Gas pressure requires container.
Me starting my conversation wasn't a cue for you to start talking.
Gas pressure requires container.
Here we go again.
Respond to the actual premise.
Okay, let Brommy respond.
Well, he's not going to.
Well, how can I respond when all you do is?
Because 3 times in a row you haven't responded.
Get on with it. Brommy.
Okay, physical demonstration, experimentation to provide evidence for the premise that to have gas pressure, you have to have container. He doesn't even understand the premise right now, and he's fucking just spiraling. So, can we move on? To say there's no scientific evidence against the globe Earth is so incredibly stupid and fallacious and dishonest. It's wild. I just gave one example, and I can give you plenty.
Okay, now be quiet. Brummy, you're lit up, but I'm not hearing it.
He needs to rejoin. He's probably talking and doesn't realize we can't hear him.
All right.
You mean screaming?
Rejoin Brummy if you can.
Yes, that's why he's not making any noise.
Oh, he's muted. Do you want to go, Neg?
I still want to know what sort of work, since apparently the words we use are very important here. What's it's done in pursuit of understanding the shape of the world.
So what I'm saying to you is, you and your little lighter, it's no experiment.
Oh God!
It's no experiment. It's not an experiment.
With the beat jam.
He didn't even know he was gone. Probably.
I just fucking had a really good speech as well. Finally got something off my fucking chest, and then I just realized.
Nobody heard a word of it, man.
No, away you go.
Let's say it again, right?
Let's hear it.
You and your little lighter is not meeting the no scientific standards that you've set to make any claims about the natural world. Therefore, that would not be evidence against the globe model. If you want to actually debunk the globe model, you'll have to do something more than sitting there spewing fucking shit and actually do a scientific experiment trying to mimic the parameters of the actual world that's proposed by the globe side, and then try to falsify it rather than just running your damn gums.
Okay, so we have pressure in the propane tank. All right. So what
he asked you what you've done, not tell us what other people have done.
I've done this.
Where's your scientific evidence? Where's your scientific
I'm
proof?
trying to answer it.
You talk about opening a lighter up in your living room. That's not science. Sorry, my friend. That's not natural science about the natural world. There's no claims against the globe. Therefore, you lose the end.
Why do we mute on 24/7? Why would we ever do that?
Well, right. It was asked what experiments he did regarding the shape
Negator,
of the
you
Earth,
interrupted me also.
So
can I actually respond now? Or?
Someone says something too challenging. Those are the reasons that you 24/7.
That was a good one.
I got banned from the server for asking for someone for a fucking.
I don't care. That's why you're acting like a bitch, I guess, to me today. I don't care, though. That's why you're acting like a bitch to me. You could have just DM'd me. I probably could have got you back in there, but instead you just attacked me with stupid, faulty premises.
No one's
Can I respond to your fucking monologue now, Brumi?
You're on about.
Does anyone agree I should be allowed the time to respond to his monologue?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm
I can't
50-50
really
on that.
remember
I'm
whose turn it
50-50
is.
on that, to be honest.
It is my turn. I tried to speak like
Yeah, go ahead.
10
You got it.
times in 10 minutes, but I can't remember. I just wanted to say that this is a perfect example of how you guys are fully capable of understanding. I mean, Brummy is a full-on globe earther, only in action, because he understands exactly how the arguments work. I've heard him argue them, but he'd sit here and be a total dick for whatever reason. I don't know.
Whatever, Elijah. I'm not a fucking glober or a fucking flat earther. I'm a fucking rogue.
So you're useless. So stop talking.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. You can't prove nothing. Neither can the globe.
Yeah, I can. I just proved my premise scientifically with an experiment, and you're incompetent, so you don't understand it.
Both sides are useless, including your side.
Okay, this is an emotional spiraling right now.
You've done no science, right? You've done.
This is the best your server has to like post a picture
your
of
mouth and saying long words, but you have not done any science.
We didn't give him a chance to answer what science, Brummy. He didn't get a chance to answer.
Well, I'm responding to fucking to Elijah, trying to make a claim about you're a glober because you're a glober now because you're not backing me up in every single turn because you're not fucking helping me in every single thing I say. I'm pointing out fallacious arguments.
What a straw man! I didn't say that.
No, you're crying about me sticking up for what's true and what's not. I don't give a fuck what side. I'm looking out for the truth. The truth is independent of your fucking biased and they're biased. Witsit was asked a straight question. He didn't answer the question. He flopped. He fucked. He danced around it. He showed dishonesty. I called him out.
You could have answered the question. That's true.
If that makes me a glober, so fucking what? But I'm not a fucking glober just because you said I was.
All right.
All right. So the only reason I didn't just answer the yes/no question was because it was kind of dishonestly asked. It was very important to specify that, yeah, you can technically make a claim using the broadest interpretation of that word being dishonest because you could quantify or describe something in the natural world. So I then conceded honestly, like no one in this room's ever done, and I said, sorry, I should have specified better and said scientific, or I'll specify here, you are correct, you can make a claim about a description of the earth in the natural world. Since that isn't a scientific claim, then it doesn't have to adhere to the parameters of a scientific experiment. So I specified my statement more.
But that's just a tautology. It's a meaningless term. You just, of course, a scientific experiment has to have science in it, or are you saying it the other way around? Of course,
isn't it fair that I specified that though?
I never got to respond then, but look, I do respect the fact.
Well, I want to respond to this because he said that the word claim in its broadest sense was dishonest.
Okay, I already conceded that, Jim.
You were using it dishonestly.
Well, not intentionally. Dishonesty is an intention to deceive.
I'm still talking. What you just said was dishonest because you argued vociferously that scientific experiments were required for claims about the natural world. You did not specify science.
Yes, but I already did concede that and dishonest. Of course you are.
And you did not specify science. You added that at the end, and then you're claiming that I'm the one that's being dishonest and I'm the one that's using these words incorrectly. I'm not. You changed your position when I showed you.
Oh, wow.
I'm just going to mute you because you won't shut the fuck up. You changed your position.
Yeah, you either.
When I showed you that your position was incorrect, that you can make claims about the natural world without scientific experiment. I showed you that you were wrong. That's why you changed. Thank you.
All I want to say is I do respect Witsit for accepting that and I concede that point, which is more than what most people are willing to do. So we need to show respect.
Look, everyone just wants to all time. They are so cool, man.
I never got to respond to your original claim.
Don't pretend that you were doing something else.
Hey, can I respond now, or y'all just want to keep talking?
That's true, yeah.
Are y'all done?
Respond. Yeah.
Okay, so I did indeed concede that I should have specified better to clarify. Dishonesty is intentionally deceiving someone, which is in no way what I was doing, because I very quickly specified And it's so funny because sure enough, I could have said yes or no and then specified, but y'all would have cut me off as soon as I answered and laughed and shit. And I should have done it anyway. But funny enough, that's what you do every single time I say something to you. But as opposed to what you normally do, I honestly said, okay, you're right. I concede if you take the very literal application of claim as meaning any broad application. Yes, you're right. You can make quantitative measurement description claims because that isn't a scientific claim. So now that I've clarified, I have no intention to deceive anyone.
Mm-hmm. No,
I don't have to be dishonest in my debate tactics, dude. Y'all have to do that.
That needs to be respected, and you're right. Not many globals do.
Well, it just seems like your version of science has no
what's going on
value
here?
at all.
Why is he talking over us? At the end of the day, you have to show respect. Respect's given. You did concede a point, and that's more than what most people are willing to do. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, sort of, he did. But anyway, let's hear from Lewis. Go ahead, Lewis.
Oh, I was just saying, it seems like your version of science has no value.
Oh, yeah? How so? Feel free to expand on that profound claim of yours.
Well, it's not profound. It's just a logical extension of what your version of science is.
Feel free to substantiate that.
What can you do with science?
Detail cars.
No thanks.
Oh, burn.
All right, well, there you go.
There you go. What? Okay, so yeah, you can have a naturally occurring phenomena, and then you can manipulate a variable that affects that phenomena.
Yeah, so what can you do
the
with
cause
that?
of it.
What's something you can do with that?
Well, you can control the variables of pressure, have water, then add heat at a certain heat and temperature that it will boil. Thus, with a control variable of pressure, which you can do this inversely also.
How would you measure
the
that?
independent variable you manipulate, but the independent variable you manipulate.
I'm not getting like a clearer picture of what you're trying.
Why do you always have to interrupt me like little kids?
It can falsify.
So funny, y'all want to respond to my point before I make it. Doesn't that seem like a dishonest tactic? Since y'all are so really keen on honesty.
I think it was
You are pretty verbose.
So Sheeple could speak for like almost a half an hour, and Mr. can get like 3 minutes.
Lewis was asking
Sheeple?
to.
What the hell are you talking about? Sheeple. I mean, Jampana, yeah, both almost sounds like.
Lewis asked him to clarify what he was talking about so they could have a discussion. He wanted to know what he.
I already did, but I got cut off right in the middle of it. And then y'all started arguing against it before I made the point. And then some girl screamed.
But Lewis did.
She's a proper heckler. Mifflin's a proper heckler. But Lewis and you two should
my expectations are pretty low.
Witsit and Lewis.
This is all you get here.
Can we not hear it, please? Witsit and Lewis.
Yeah, let's hear it. Witsit, can Lewis state his question again to maybe help you get back on track?
I know the question, right? I know the question, right? Like, what use is your science? Can you give me an example of something you can do with your version of science? Because he's questioning what I say as if it's useless.
Okay, go.
Okay, so you can control the variable of pressure. You can have water. You can introduce a certain amount of heat at a certain temperature. When you control the variable of pressure, that water will boil. Thus, the independent variable you manipulated or presumed cause would be the heat, because the heat made the water boil.
Yeah, but no, you manipulated pressure as well, so.
Well, you just were at the sea level, yeah. You controlled that variable, right?
When you survive off of ramen, this sort of thing is like, that's your field.
Y'all actually think he's funny?
That doesn't sound like that. That doesn't sound like fucking Lewis.
It's very funny.
No, it's the little gamma who's already admitted in the chat he has no intention of having a serious substantive conversation, that he just intends to troll me all night. He literally types that.
Well, you can't have a
Well,
conversation.
that's fine. Of course it isn't your little
people
world.
express themselves in different ways.
You mean like
Lewis's
a bitch?
question?
We try and accommodate.
What was Lewis's question?
Well, I mean, I can boil water without your version of science too, so.
Well, okay, if you go to a certain altitude with different pressure, then do you have to control the temperature?
Do I have to control the temperature to boil water?
Yeah, like is it still at a certain temperature? What's the temperature? Would that then be your control variable? Would be temperature if you manipulate the pressure to make the water boil, correct?
I don't know. I just kind of keep.
We know you don't know.
How about a natural experiment? Would that be part of science?
Yeah,
Why can't it just get to where y'all offer actually empirical, verifiable evidence for your claims about the natural world?
Well, we have done
after an hour.
Space.
Pictures from space is empirical, meaning verifiable, so I can independently verify that.
Oh,
How so?
independently verify. What you mean? You personally
what does
need to verify?
verifiable mean?
Well, I don't know. Do you mean go and regather that particular piece of evidence personally? When you say verifiable?
What does verifiable mean?
I don't know. You tell me what it means.
That it can be verified, right?
Okay, so what does verified mean?
Validate.
Okay, so what does validate mean?
Substantiate.
Okay, so what does substantiate mean?
That you're a loser.
Demonstrate.
Okay. Oh, so it means demonstrate.
No, it means you're a loser.
Yeah, that's what it boils down to. It boils down to demonstration. If you're teaching people without demonstration, it's not teaching, it's indoctrination.
Yeah, like gravitational orbit, you can't even demonstrate that's possible, but we're supposed to believe wholeheartedly it's real. And your experiment is an ISS, which we can't practically demonstrate or independently verify empirically.
Can you demonstrate why the horizon stops at 10 miles or 30 miles, as you initially said?
The fact that the horizon constantly fluctuates substantiates that it's nothing more than an apparent location, which is an optical illusion. But you actually claim a physical location.
So we don't. But do those things only happen at 10 and 30 miles on a flat surface?
Wait,
Like,
you don't claim a physical.
that?
You don't claim a physical horizon. You don't claim a location of physicality.
I don't know. I was just curious about the 10-mile claim being demonstrated over a flat surface.
Yeah. So at one surface or 1 foot off the surface, right? We should see the geometric horizon, which is the physical location claim you're making, no further than, which means it can be closer than 1.2 miles at 1 foot. Yet,
if there's
see
no
horizon
no
beyond 10
atmosphere at all,
miles.
that's true. But it's not. There is horizon.
Well, what does the atmosphere do to it then?
Hold on. I don't think that's true. I mean, and that's not the same person that asked him the question, right? Which is why I'm interrupting. Because if you Google how to get the distance to the horizon, they'll tell you. It doesn't say anything about without the atmosphere. Obviously, if you want to know how far the horizon is, they're going to give you this formula, right? Otherwise, it's useless.
So your models, top proponents, math is useless, right?
The actual question was if you can demonstrate why the horizon manifests at specifically 10 miles over a flat surface.
Well, actually, we don't know it's specifically 10. All we know is further than the marker of distance at 10.
What's a marker of distance?
And all it does is falsify, the oil rig. And all it does is falsify your claim. You seem to never be able to keep up with the fact that this is falsifying your claim. You're shifting the burden of proof. That's a fallacy, bro. Are you new to debate?
I just asked for a demonstration.
You just keep shifting the burden of proof.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah, a demonstration is that we went and took a camera, we dropped it to 1 foot above the surface of the earth, we zoomed in, and there was over 10 miles visible with a horizon beyond that, void of physical obstruction at where the globe Earth would claim it to be. Defend your positive claim that was falsified. You are confused, correct?
I mean, there was an absolute gargantuan amount of refraction as well. So I mean,
okay, so what's refraction do then? Is that your claim? Is that your rebuttal?
I just want to know how it works on a flat.
I want to know how it works perfectly fine on a flat Earth. Because we know that the horizon is nothing more than an apparent location or a limit of perspective relative to your height above the surface and atmospheric conditions. But you're claiming something other than that. You claim there's also a thing called the geometric horizon or the curve of the Earth, and that's a physical claim.
Why do people always tell us what we think?
No, this is what your model objectively claims. No one cares what you think.
That's what you think.
No, we don't care what you think.
Wait, time out. Because again, if you Google how to determine the distance to the horizon, there's a formula.
Are you debating Google right now?
$10. She doesn't specify contention. $10.
Elijah, are you debating Google right now? Or are you debating people in the server?
Well, okay, I'm sorry. Maybe you can.
Maybe you should be genuine.
Ban that little bitch. Whoever's
maybe you can figure out how
get
they
more triggered with it.
again, maybe you can figure out. Maybe you can figure out what numbers they use to get to the moon, or say put satellites in orbit.
Great. What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Over here.
You don't know what it has to do with. That's the.
Why do you care to fuck over here?
Guys, can y'all respond to the argument, or y'all just gonna keep spiraling?
But now you want to hear it with your fake ass. He fake, dude. He don't want no fucking answers.
Why y'all spiraling, dude?
That's why.
Can anyone answer the question?
I don't know why. Then.
Thank you. You've made your point. Now you're just stopping anyone else from talking.
So very simply, man, what we do observe is the horizon. It's just an optical effect. And we know that to be definitively true because it fluctuates based on a variance of factors.
Yeah,
and
no
we
one's
can
no more
replicate
curiosity
this.
at all. We have no more
How we
interest in
determine the
understanding
radius.
things on a deeper level.
No, I'm trying to help you understand your claim, ironically.
Well, first of all, we're talking about the distance to the horizon. I said you can Google it, and I mean, what answer was that? Was that Twitwit that responded with? Who asked me if we were asking Google if we were debating Google? Who was that?
You thought that was Twit?
I'm not Australian. I'm not
I sound
Australian.
My bad.
Yeah, you kind of do in a
bad.
way.
There were two-
That's no hating
there-
on her. You know, it's all you. So
No,
anyway,
there were two people. I got confused.
It's not
Yeah,
true
touche,
what they
touche,
say,
touche.
Twit. You're not.
I got
These guys are
confused.
exposed, dude. They just want to talk at you. They don't want answers because if you go to their room and give
Well,
them
I've already asked the question that's yet to be answered.
Look.
I already asked the question that's
Well,
yet to be answered.
I'm literally. Hold on. Only reason I'm talking is because I
You've just had a lot
literally.
to say, man. Put a sock in it for a sec. Witsit did concede his point, but no one's really answered how this horizon that constantly shifts is been measured. So his question still stands, and no one's answered it. How do we know the actual radius of the Earth? Nobody's answered his question.
We measured it, Rummy.
How'd you measure it?
Someone
It's
asked
the
him,
103
or someone.
years of the trigonometrical survey.
So geodetic surveying.
I think geodetic surveying.
Oh, okay.
Probably
So
what
how
it is.
exactly do you do that?
But also
We
we've
use
got
mean sea level.
What's
and
your
then
plumb
elevation
relative
point.
to?
Well, plumb is perpendicular because that's what happens.
Plumb
We don't
line
really
is not perpendicular based on the Earth with geodetic surveying with the spherical assumption. So would you like to cite it, or do you not understand it?
The plumb line is one way we measure, but what I was
No, that's
referencing was
required.
spherical excess.
No, it's required
They have
that
a
you have
datum
plumb
point.
line.
They have a datum point and measure the angles to the datum point, and if they go over 180
skipping.
degrees, it denotes curvature.
You're skipping over something,
Witsit,
bro.
listen to him. I heard what he said there. He
I
uses
did
parallel
too.
plumbs, and it creates spherical access.
No, they're not. They're parallel to what? They're parallel to what?
But are you just saying that geodetic surveying...
each other. That's not
Hang on.
true. You don't even understand your own religion.
Surveying is in... Are you saying that it's... I mean, how do you explain it? Do you think the people doing it wrong deliberately, or are they all just...
It's not deliberately. No, it's like if the Earth's a ball, plumb will actually be relative to the fact it's a ball. It won't just be on the surface perpendicular like that. So they have to account for that with the plumb line, and then they go on from there. And so I'm asking, y'all say that. Can you cite a specific one? And every time I ask, I never get one.
You don't need plumb for
For
spherical
2
excess.
years, I haven't got one.
You're conflating two methods of geodesic measurement. Geodesic measurement, two plumb lines, one plumb meaning no higher than the other, creating a horizontal line between them. Yes, true. But for spherical excess, you're using elevation and denoting the angles between. And if it equals over 180 degrees when you add all three angles, it means there's curvature. Now, allow me to post the results of the trigonometrical survey over 200 years, and you'll see that
void of plumb line.
1800.
Is plumb line in there?
1800.
Is there a plumb line?
And 30, I think it is.
Is there a plumb line?
Read it.
Oh, so he can't.
So here we go.
Are you saying if there's a plumb line, it's invalid? Is that what you?
No, but you've got to answer the question regardless of it being invalid or not. If she was
why?
uncertain how it works.
How's that invalid? It's very valid.
Because you should know the insides and outs.
If you adjust plumb line for spherical assumption, then Dun dun dun. That's a reification of the model.
You're not going to adjust plumb line.
Yeah, you do. So please provide the evidence where you specifically tell me what the plumb line was.
How can you adjust the plumb line?
We need to answer direct questions. Both sides need to answer direct questions. He was asked a direct question. He didn't answer it. So go on then. Sheeple, does it have plumb lines in it or what?
Well, plumb is the same as perpendicular, which is the same as 90 degrees. So all measurements were taken at 90 degrees and then measured the excess to that. So
90 degrees to what?
90 degrees from the point. So the point of reference was measured from a 90-degree angle post.
With what?
What do you mean?
Measured with what?
They used in the 1800s. They used heavy chains, heavy link chains.
And so they
but
stretch
you see
chains,
now,
is what you're saying?
in as I posted before, the measurements of the radius only varied very slightly as progression of technology became more accurate.
Provide the actual documentation and answer the question about plumb.
He did
dude.
provide the documentation.
No, he didn't. He provided screenshots. Because he can't answer the question. He hasn't even actually understood his claim.
I provided the measurements, is what you asked for. When I said we measured
I want
it,
the entire thing where they had to derive their calculations from will be specified in the documentation, which is the question you've still continued to obfuscate away from.
Yeah, he wants a thesis statement written by hand from the actual surveyors.
No, I want the actual documentation of all the measurements. I want the whole compilation of information. They have to specify how they derive the calculations.
Well,
y'all people don't even understand your own claims. It's so funny, bro.
You think that we have time to go through the whole trigonometrical survey with all the equipment with the patient span that you have?
Right in this 2 minutes.
But even if we don't, what I don't get, Witsit, what I don't understand, hang on, what I don't understand, and I asked you this, and you didn't, I don't think you really answered it, but what do you think that these geodetic surveyors are doing? Do you think there aren't any and it's all a big lie? Do you think they're actually going out there and they're lying about the measurement?
Nope.
Or do you think, listen to the question, or do you think that they're going out there and making a mistake? How do you account for their existence?
It's based on a spherical assumption, and it starts with the plumb line for the fifth time.
So they're just getting it wrong.
No, they're just assuming spherical. So yeah, they're getting it wrong, but not intentionally deceptively.
Right. Okay. So they're all just mistakes.
Plumb line requires a spherical assumption. Jim, can you respond to that?
That's what?
They're not measuring.
Plumb line requires spherical assumption.
How so?
No, it doesn't.
Let's bust down
the documents.
They're not measuring the curvature of the Earth at best.
Let me respond to him. If the Earth was flat, you could use a plumb line in exactly the same way.
Okay, please provide the document where they don't account for the Earth being a ball when they establish plumb line in geodetic surveying for the 12th time.
Well, please provide the document where they do.
Perpendicular to what?
Right. You've made the claim that they do. You provided the document.
The Gator just laughs. I think he's like really not that smart. He just
Hang on.
Wait, can I get a consensus for the room? Like, is Gator smart to y'all?
Yeah, go, Jim.
Do you guys think the Gator's smart?
You've made the claim that they do with it. You provide the evidence that they do.
No, this is your positive affirmation. I'm challenging it. I'm asking for you to specify how they establish plumb line. You're claiming this proves the Earth's a ball, dude. That's funny to you. Y'all just invoked this to prove the Earth's a ball.
I'm not laughing.
This is how you said you measured the radius. Which, by the way, you don't measure the radius without going to the radius. Dumbass. That's so stupid. Like, you have to go to the center to actually measure it, right? Taking a plumb line, assuming spherical assumption, doesn't mean anything.
Show us where the spherical assumption is.
No, show me where it isn't.
No, your claim is that there's a spherical assumption.
No, your claim is that there isn't one. Provide the documentation. I'll look at it.
That's a straw
You're
man.
You're afraid to let me look at the documents, and I've been asking for 2 years.
You are
2 years.
Geodetic surveyors are not.
I've been asking for 2 years.
You're
claiming geodetic survey.
So that they have to
let's challenge them together, though. If the information is there, let's challenge how they collect.
If you are
Are they referencing each other?
If you're making the positive claim that geodetic surveying demonstrates, no, listen, why interrupt
Why aren't you just telling them that they're not fucking measuring?
You are making the positive claim, Witsit.
Why? That's why you have to interrupt me.
You have said.
Because you're a clown.
Been trying to say
You
this
haven't
for about.
stopped talking, Witsit. You keep talking.
You just
look at someone else not saying anything with substance. What a shocker.
You have made the positive claim that there is spherical assumption. Now you need to establish that that's true. Go ahead.
Can I respond? Now, look,
yes.
guaranteed you'll cut me off because you're a bitch. But I rebutted your positive claim that geodetic surveying measured the radius.
Yeah, but you rebutted it with an assertion.
No, I'm challenging it. So can you provide a document? I said, just provide me the evidence of your claim, and I will look at it.
14 minutes after the hour, bended knee, IERS link.
But even so,
thank you. 14 minutes after the hour was 15 minutes after I asked for it, and thank you. I'll look at it.
I would like evidence for your positive claim that geodetic surveyors have a spherical assumption.
No, I said they have to establish plumb.
How are you establishing?
How do you establish plumb?
You just drop a heavy object on the end of a rope.
You just drop a heavy object. Right?
Okay, you don't.
So,
and then whenever those calculations then evolve into nothing.
There's no calculation needed.
Oh yeah, you have to apply it to something, my friend. You have to apply plumb to something. So if you don't understand it, okay, what did you say it was? Okay, 14. Was that bended knee? Yeah, you said that.
You apply it to your measurements, and your measurement tells you the shape of the.
Has he never used a plumb bob? It's like the most simple instrument ever.
To be fair, if you use
no, that's not my argument, dumbasses. My argument is about how it's applied.
No,
you just don't understand.
It might always be. Hold on. It might always be perpendicular. You asked a question, Jem.
Go ahead.
It might always be perpendicular on a flat Earth, whereas on the globe Earth, if you're next to a mountain, it's going to be slightly non-perpendicular plumb, right? So that might be how it's different on a.
I would like to take this opportunity to say that again, I've tried to talk. I know you guys haven't heard me talk, so I don't appreciate being muted every time I try to talk. Surveyors are not measuring the curvature of the Earth.
When you kick people out for fucking kick them out, he's a poser. That's how you act, fucking.
Calm down, bro. Like I've never banned anyone, so I just try to keep it pretty.
Yeah, but you let it happen around you, don't you?
No, I've never banned anyone. I've only banned one person.
Stand up for people, but when people just do it, say for example, if someone came in and did what you did all night, where they type, stop, you have to interrupt me. If so, can I say something, dude? If someone had a comment, the Gator's afraid to hear me talk because I'm gonna expose him. The Gator's afraid of a sentence because I'm gonna expose him.
I think Triple OG's really deserves.
If someone came into 24/7, let me say something.
The Gator's not even talking.
If someone came in at 24/7 and did what Negator did earlier, which was type in the chat, I have no intentions of having actual conversation. I'm just here to troll him for the night. Then yes, if you then jumped on the voice and constantly shouted or interrupted and obfuscated and just did what you had said you're going to do, you would be muted.
So
no, I don't obfuscate.
Can we let Elijah talk? Can we let Elijah say something? He's been waiting for God knows how long.
Let's let Elijah say something.
And he's a good mod, you know. He's a really good mod.
Exactly.
Are you kidding me, bro?
Yeah, Witsit, if I walk in and call everybody a bitch, do I get kicked out or what?
Well, he's been all right.
I mean, if people start calling you and stop being a bitch, then you would get kicked out.
I know you're under fire, but just try and relax.
Yeah. But it has to be in a response to someone not responding and arguing and dogpiling.
I'll act just like
try and calm down. Go ahead, Elijah.
All right, so does the GP from these satellites, are they individual and then they're mapped to a sphere?
Don't worry about it. Let him talk. I'm playing Call of Duty.
Sorry, Elijah.
I got a question for Elijah.
I thought Elijah had something to say.
He's playing Call of Duty now.
He's playing Call of Duty now, apparently.
He was all the time, dude. Come on.
I'm down to the last 30 people in Call of Duty.
You've been a good
respect. I don't care anymore.
That's a shame, man.
Okay.
I hate when you get muted and you have to wait ages to talk, and then when you get unmuted, you just everyone just speaks, and it's horrible.
I do have something I wish to bring up. Like,
what
the fuck does a plumb bob pointing straight down to its reference point have to do with whether it's a sphere or not?
Well, when you interpret
the network of them cross-reference from each. Come on.
And that's a fact. And y'all just don't even understand your own claim. Also, just so if
Hang
we're going
on,
to go with
answer
geodetic
the question
surveying, are we
directly.
willing to disavow the Alberuni method?
No. Answer the
Oh,
question
you're not willing to
directly,
disavow.
please.
I
Hang
did.
on.
Well,
Hang
it's
on.
1,000 years old, so do we need to? Do we need
Would
to
you? Are
even
you willing to
remember
disavow it
Why
as
are you fucking
useless?
corralling him? Why you got a fucking answer to your
I
question?
answered
and
the
he
question,
agreed
then
with
brought
what
up
you did.
another question.
No, I
Yeah, well,
didn't.
I answered the
said-
question, bro.
No, I said, why is it curved from that point of reference? And you didn't answer it.
Oh, I didn't hear that question. There was more than one question asked, so you should probably
Because all the
consider
plumb
that,
bob
right?
does is point fucking down.
Okay, but it's about whenever you use that and apply it to interpreting the data correlated to
Got
one
nothing
another.
to do with what I said.
Yes, it literally
It kind of does. You said, what does it have to do? I gotta agree.
Yeah, what does it have to do with it?
I
Not
just
why.
explained it.
Not why or how. What does it have to do with it? The line
I
goes
just
down
explained it.
towards the ground and points to the reference point that you make perpendicular to, right?
I just
And then
explained
you
it's
said from that,
about the
apparently it turns into a sphere.
It's about the application of the calculations.
You didn't say that the first time, though. You
Yes,
just said
I
that the
did.
plumb lob.
This is
itself-
being
Can the Globers
recorded,
verify
right?
how they network this shit then? Why don't the Globers verify it since y'all fucking know everything?
Is this being recorded?
Yes.
Yeah,
Cool.
you didn't say interpretation of the data. You said a plumb line needs a spherical.
I said
assumption. And
application.
you said it over and over and over and over again.
I said application, calculation, and interpretation. It was recorded.
All right.
You're a clown. Just respond to the
Thank
actual
you.
argument, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much for these arguments. This is being streamed on NASA Black Site Area 69. Thank you for your cooperation.
Wow, y'all are just laughable at this point.
I got a hankering for some ramen right now. I don't know why.
That was like the third time you tried the
Do you need a
same
plumb
stupid
bob with some
joke.
ramen?
I can't respond with specificity, so I'm gonna
Do you need to?
use
do you
anything
need
I
to
know
talk
about
the
Austin's
whole time,
personal
Witsit,
life.
or is there other people in the server?
Well, then stop talking about me, douchebag.
No, I'm talking to Negator about his ramen, and if he needs a plumb
Yeah, what
bob
was
for his
that joke
ramen.
about? What did he say that joke about?
Why do you have
Dumbass,
to
shut
keep
up.
talking?
Stop
I'm talking
talking
to
about me.
Negator.
Stop talking about me to someone else like a little gamma. This is
Hey,
textbook
hey,
gamma
hey,
behavior.
He's just excited that he gets to
You
eat
don't need to
really
get
big
triggered.
tonight. So he's
That's
eating
textbook
ramen
gamma
instead of
behavior, bro.
It's all right.
It is all right. Just chill. No one cares. It's not a funny
Yeah.
Did
joke.
someone get
but whatever.
triggered over noodles?
No.
Earlier, earlier, Negator was
Those are
saying
funny
that
jokes.
I just, yeah,
Don't
that
say
all I eat
triggered in front
ramen
of
because
Lou.
I'm broke and I detail cars, so all I eat
could shoot
ramen
someone.
and it gets to me, and that's why I'm so stupid.
It's a pretty accurate description.
Well, he's not a dude everybody, Witsit.
Why do people need to feel the need to keep talking about? Oh, look, you got arrested.
Everything's
oh, this and that.
fine.
What's that got to do with the debate
keep
at hand?
I know.
It's
I don't really
ridiculous.
like ramen. I ate them so much in college that they're like really gross.
Leave people's personal lives
Oh,
out.
I like
so
the
what? I've
chicken
been arrested
kind.
more
I
times
ate
than
a
you can
ton of
count.
those in college, though. You know.
Yeah,
Well,
I
we
never.
don't have them. We
Yeah,
don't
I
have them here, but we do have pot
college?
noodles, and I like.
When would scientists eat ramen?
I don't. I didn't go to college.
Dude, what's it go to college?
College.
I didn't
So he
fail
eats noodles
college.
for fun.
You can tell, Louis. You can tell. You can tell.
I
he's
got a
educated.
football scholarship at a university, bro, and I did not go to class the whole first semester. Yes, I will admit I partied and nothing
what
but
position
that.
Nah, we
did you
quit
play?
college
Tight
because of
ends.
that ball
Tight
shit.
end. All
Actually,
right.
I was a receiver in safety in high school. I got the scholarship, and they put me at
That's why
tight
they
end.
should
Where?
give scholarships to football.
Cumberland
players.
University.
Stupid.
Where?
Cumberland University. It's in
Where?
Middle Tennessee.
Why do people need to post
Private
this shit, man?
college.
Where?
Why do people
Oh,
just
good
stop
grief,
posting
I
this
just
shit?
don't care. I
Yeah,
just
like
think it's
Division
funny
4?
that y'all care so much.
So
I
sad
went.
that you
I
like.
went to my local university. I deliver burgers there quite regularly.
Yeah, but Jim, where do you get your oil change? Is it the Quickie Lube or some knockoff bullshit? I mean, we want to know.
You guys, it's not very nice to knock on people's jobs. At least they're employed. Look at Morgile.
Well, I own a mobile detail
Right,
business, so
I
I
wanna
work
know
for
more about-
myself and can employ other people. I
That's
I
good.
prefer that over the con. I mean, there are cons, of course, but it's funny that you can make $70,000 to $100,000 make owning a mobile detail business with one vehicle and then put multiple vehicles out and double that. You seem to not fully understand any things that's going on.
I understand. It's fine.
Well, why even talk about what I do anyway?
I don't want to talk about
No,
what people
you
do.
did. You're right.
I
You're
want to
cool. You're one of
know.
the cool
I want to
people.
know
You're
what
rare.
kind of
You're an anomaly.
toothpaste people use. That's all.
Or do they at all?
They definitely use fluoride toothpaste in here, guaranteed.
I do.
And I
Whoa.
fluoride.
I kind of
picked
also
the
use
highest-
fluoride
the
toothpaste.
highest level fluoride toothpaste I could possibly.
Oh, you just
find.
made fun of all the flat earthers who make you use fluoride.
You mean to say you don't get yours
See, I have
off?
no bias, bro. I mean,
Don't you get yours off the
you can't
info
swallow
wars?
fluoride, dude.
Off the
Come
info
on.
wars shop.
Sorry, guys.
No,
you get
no,
burnt too. Sorry,
it's
guys.
I'll take a flat
30-minute
earther with a
ride.
quickness, bro.
The
Wouldn't be
last
the first time.
The last time I got toothpaste, I just scooped it right out of my ashtray. Just used the charcoal from that.
Oh, I use charcoal.
Yeah.
Arwin gets
okay,
his
good.
from
Yeah.
info wars.
Well, although truth be told, it is fluoride free. I don't use that, but there's different kinds.
Yeah,
But
you can
anyway, I
make-
mean,
you
teach
can
their
make
own.
toothpaste out of charcoal.
And of course, you don't really want to drink fluoride, so you don't want to drink out of the tap water. So if there's a flat earther just chugging tap water, I'm going to say, hey, stop being a moron and chugging tap water with fluoride and all kinds of chemicals. If you're going to drink out of tap water, distill it or purify
But
it somehow.
don't you want to take
because
care
it's
of your
terrible. And my tooth got chipped. My tooth got chipped when I was 11
Oh.
years old, and then I got it replaced.
We would
as
have
just
never
caps.
known.
Well, I'm just saying, you act like I'm like some meth head missing teeth. Like, no, my front tooth got chipped
You're
in
not?
half with my uncle was messing around with a metal pole like he was gonna hit me, and I was trying to show I wasn't scared. It slipped
He's
out of his
probably
hand and hit
trying to
me in
hit you.
the mouth and chipped my tooth, and then I got it put back on. And then maybe 3 years ago, I like hit it with a glass and chipped it right back off. I hit it right on where it was pieced, and I
Oh,
just
that
haven't
sucks.
gone to fix it. And it's
Cool
honestly, it's only like a couple
story,
$100. It's much more about like I don't care.
No,
Y'all
no,
care a
no,
lot
no,
more
Get
than
over
I do.
there.
I just can't imagine why anyone would hit you in the pole.
I know he didn't mean to, man. It
It's
slipped out of
shocking.
his hands, but it's a
Oh,
pretty,
yeah,
it's a pretty
that's
crazy
how-
story. That like eternally fucked up my grill, bro. Like,
Yeah, it did.
Get veneers.
well, I
They
could,
work.
I could cap this one again. I just haven't. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like,
I knew a lady. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Sorry,
Go
on,
ahead,
Lewis.
Rummy.
Nah, Lewis, I've got nothing to say, nothing that's relevant, so go for it.
I knew a lady who had a false tooth, and it was built into her retainer. So she had an adult retainer
Oh
that
my
she could
God,
take out,
cool.
and part of it was a false tooth. So like while she had the retainer in, it looked like she had a nice smile, and everything was good. It's very nice.
I almost felt like, I swear, I almost felt like fake.
Amazing.
You know, I was like, I don't want to like make my teeth fake, even though
probably a
it's just like a
partial.
little bitty cap, and it looks like 10 billion times better. You know.
Well, dude, you don't
But
want to show
I
up
just don't-
to
it
detailing
seems-
cars and look like a meth head.
That's pretty true, actually. That's the main reason that I've thought about actually capping it and not just being stubborn, like, because I don't care, because I have to maintain an appearance. But I have a good relationship with all my customers, man. You know, so I'm good to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll probably get a capped eventually.
I can't wait for
yeah.
Cosmo to put a picture of himself up so that we can all look at him.
He
See how
detailed the
perfect he is.
meth heads cars.
Can I
Detailed
point out that,
dealerships cars.
that even though this conversation is laced with jabs, that you never have this conversation over in 24/7 ever.
Never.
Can't have any conversation.
Yeah, that's not true. I've had hella more casual. I've had some here, but it's always like after just like an hour and a half of fucking spiraling.
There ain't no way. But there ain't no way we could go over there and be like, "You're a gamma bitch," and last more than.
Well, but to be
more
fair,
than
I didn't just
3
come in. I didn't just
Yeah.
come in and say that, bro.
No, it
Like,
doesn't
it's
matter
after,
if you said it.
it doesn't matter
50
to
minutes into
you.
a conversation. No, it doesn't
We're
matter.
fucking-
I got
Any
insulted
time-
20 times before I said that,
You
dude.
can actually do that.
No,
now.
no, no,
It's
no.
on
The
the
first
arena,
day.
it's more lenient.
You
Not on
cannot
the
do that in the arena.
There's
You
no
cannot
way.
do that.
Yeah.
Come
You
on.
can't
There's
say
no
that.
way.
Listen,
in the arena.
fucking shit.
Yeah,
If
Witsit.
it is your
You're
argument,
You're really about science,
can't do
Witsit. You
that
should
in the
hang out
arena.
here or go to
I
the
didn't say booty, you
equilibrium.
Witsit, and you called me a gamma bitch. I didn't say
I-
fuck balls yet, not one insult.
Well, I just
Yeah,
felt like you
question
were
what-
amping up what I was trying my best to get enough airtime to specify I wasn't trying to obfuscate
No.
and shit. Is Elijah still here? I get worked up in here. I don't dispute that, but it's always after like 10 people constantly interrupting me.
Elijah. People,
Yeah, it's
I
a
scream
mess.
and shout at abusive people all the time, man. So I'm no angel, far from it. But yeah, I mean, it happens when, especially when the hot seat and everyone's asking you questions, and you get someone else coming in and adding their little 2 pence. It gets frustrating.
Bro,
So
I feel like
don't
the
blame you.
mid-debate gun is just gonna go off at anybody. Like it doesn't even. I didn't even like intellectualize who said
Fine,
it.
but-
It's like when Jim's being frustrating and everyone's. It's like someone jumps in right when I think I'm gonna get the answer. His monologue and
Yeah,
fucking.
we all know we don't like to mess with it, but be honest. You've never been like you like this debate and everything, but no one here has ever like blocked you from presenting evidence, right? Or your side, right?
Well, I've been
Like
muted
you're allowed
a
to present
ton
any
of
evidence you want.
times.
There's no fucking. Oh, if you're not on our team, you got to get just think about the contrast, Witsit. Think about it.
I'm muted even when I don't interrupt. Like after I let someone say something and I'm about to respond, and then I get interrupted again. If I'm like, bro, what the fuck? They'll interrupt me, even though that dude interrupted after I was patient.
No,
What you do get in here though
it's
is
not
like,
even
so-
close.
Everyone clans the flat earther, right? Everyone clans the flat earther, and then no one gets called out for it. All that people seem to call out is the reaction from the flat earther. For example, if Witsit goes mad from all the clanning that other people have done, no one mentions all the people that are jumping in and saying shit to him. They just go, "Oh, look at the way you're reacting," but no one wants to talk about what got you there, not what provoked you to start acting out. That's what does.
Well, that's the one thing I'll say Jim Panda at least says sometimes. But
that's fine.
Yeah. Anyway.
But let's be honest. In here, you might get a chance to kind of explain why you let off, attack someone. Over in 24/7, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. You're gone. You're gone.
I mean,
and
most
now
of the
talk
time,
about you for 10 minutes, how weak your argument was, and all the rest of it. Over here,
Yeah, I hear you.
Just concede that the amount of
Well, you
times
have
you've
to let
called
me-
someone a bitch in here would be over for you in 24/7.
Well,
if you
actually,
redid it.
listen, man. Like, if in the argument, like in
Jim
the
Panda,
arena,
too.
if someone, oh my god, in the arena, if someone calls someone a bitch and that was their argument, then yes, they'd be like, well, you can't do that, or they'd even end up muting you. But if you continuously, that's why the arena set up. That would have never happened. I had to say my argument 5 times, and then I got pissed and started calling people a bitch. But like in the arena, right then the ref, who's going to be a non-biased moderator, says, whoa, he said that, and I've seen it done for both sides. I've done it for both sides.
The last time I was there, it was me and 3 other on my side. We were all muted, and 3 of us were kicked within about 20 minutes time.
Was it a 1v1?
No, it's probably the live stream.
In the live stream?
Probably. Either way, it's heavily moderated. Like there's, when people talk over each other inside the Jim Panda server, that's kind of like funding muting. But in the Flat Earth server, you do get heavily moderated as well, much more heavily moderated than you do in here. So they're both, even though you can say what you like in here, it's still what ruins it.
In
And taints it is the fact that
2015, we just had
hold
links out there,
on.
No, you
What
get moderated
taints it
in
is
here by
rude.
someone yelling over you. That's
Yeah,
what
exactly.
It's cultish. They're like, if you're weak, you
It's
could go to the
tainted.
top area. If you're strong, you could go to the bottom area. Don't mix. Think about how fucking cultish that is.
Dude, you can't tout moderation when y'all's form of moderation is to literally have 5 people scream over the person making the
I mean,
point.
I wish that was our moderation.
That
Dear
is
God,
what y'all
that
do.
would be glorious.
It's being recorded.
The live stream is more of an educational questions and answers thing. Now, like arena is more of a debate shit.
Yeah, and we did that on purpose because some people genuinely just want to hear the evidence without the extra shit. They've never heard it before, dude. When I first heard it, I thought it was dumb as hell.
Eggshells in there. I'm polite as fuck. You guys constantly ask me questions, and then when you don't like my answers, you ban me from half.
I've never banned anyone.
Come on, man.
I've banned like 3 people for all just running on there, just screaming the N-word. That's the only time I've been banned.
You as an individual, Witsit, is not the point. It's the
Well,
collective
I have a
group
decent
and
amount
the
of juice
general,
there,
and
so
the general culture that's over there. You go over there. I've been over there 5 times at a minimum.
Dude, this is way more toxic of a place objectively.
When I go over there, I get asked questions, and they don't like my answers, so they boot me. It's that simple. It's not possible. I would bet you money that if I went over there, it would be a matter of time before they asked me questions, and based on my, I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't say anything. They would just ask me questions, and based on my answers, they would kick me.
He's talking. Okay, so that was Lewis. That's your name.
What Dr. Wyra said. He said, "I'm the dumbest flat earther. I'm the smartest flat earther in here." But I go over there, you guys call me a glober. Think about
Wait,
this.
who's
Okay, let me
talking
say
right
something.
there?
Hold
This
on.
is
Give me
Don.
just a
Jeez.
second.
Okay, Don,
Hold
stop
on. Okay.
bombarding, dude. Jesus, what's up, dude?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a word in, right?
I'm talking to
Okay,
everybody,
so
man.
in 2015, we had the link in the description. Anybody could join. Then everybody started porn bombing. Couldn't just let the flat earthers have their little chat. You had to get your channel shut down, right? And now you're complaining that we moderate?
We literally have
channel
to.
shut down.
There's two different kinds of moderation. Hey, come on, man. You gotta
Hank,
be
I don't
honest,
like
bro.
the posing. They kind of pose like.
Actually, I will
No,
say,
there's no
dude,
actually to that.
yeah, this place
He's
is more
just being
toxic, man.
dishonest.
There's way more obfuscation, name calling, and ad homs allowed here, guaranteed. There's documented evidence of this.
Allowed.
And when I'm fair, I don't let that
aggravating
happen.
the fuck out of me, but I
throw
still
it in with the
Allowed
argument
with
once you
it.
piss
With
me
it.
off. Sure,
You
everybody
called
allowed
the owner of the server a gamma bitch at least
Yes.
twice, and you're still
Okay.
fucking here.
For what? Yeah, but I swear I wouldn't kick him if I owned a server.
You're a gamma bitch, and you've.
But
Don't
yeah,
even
he probably
fucking
knows
touch
that
it.
my point was valid at the time. Maybe I don't know.
Don't even try and joke yourself. You've got so much leeway here.
Because
Leeway that
y'all
wouldn't
know it's
exist.
entertaining and I can answer all y'all's questions and I don't back down.
put
That's
up
the
a shield
truth.
trying not to get.
Y'all
You said,
like
I
me
know you're
being
gonna
here. Y'all just
interrupt
would
me 'cause
never
you're
admit it.
gamma. You did it to preempt the interruption. We know what you did.
No,
I responded to the argument then once it was like ignore knives get away from 3 times. I might throw in my gamma bitch. Yeah, I admit that.
No,
Yeah, I think it's
Witsit,
funny.
you said, I know you're going to interrupt me because you're a gamma
I don't.
bitch.
Yeah, the gamma bitch has no bias, dude. The gamma radar just goes off. I admit
Yeah,
it.
but
I
the point
absorb
is-
it.
the
I
point
think
is-
it's funny. You can
The
disagree,
point is,
man.
you're still here, mate. You're
I
still
know
here.
that. I know,
That's
that's
the
cool.
point.
But
That's
I
the
would.
point.
I mean,
If
dude,
you're talking about allowance and leeway, it's on this side. Toxic is a description, but for fuck's
yeah,
sake.
well, like gamma, it's just like a term I think is funny. It's like a beta
It's
base.
still tiny because you do get fucking
No,
curved,
Gamma's
fucking all the
definitely
other
different.
fucking little. You get these mindless goons all coming in with their little comments and fucking. They don't get no fucking moderation. They get told to shut up. So occasionally, Pet Gem will tell them, "Well, that's enough, it's enough." But when they've antagonised to a point where you're fucking getting hostile, and you start shouting back. It's too late by then. The moderation in this server does need dampening down on these fucking little hecklers because it's. Just,
I mean, once you were Coach Reasons when you jumped in, it was already over at that. Like it didn't. It wasn't even that it was about you. It didn't matter at all. It was like, and because actually, I like you. You know, like you're like.
I've done the same thing myself, bro.
But dude, I was just so caught up in the moment. But like, I swear, little Tinkerbell could have come in here with the sweetest voice ever, and she starts amping up the obfuscation. At that point, I was so frustrated. You know, I was just gonna be like, "Shut up and let me talk." And I get a little bit over the top. I absorb that.
I've attacked
Tinkerbell would
everybody in
fuck
this
you
room,
up if
trust
you
me.
did anything. So remember
I've
that.
attacked Sheeple. I've attacked. I've attacked
Who's
Sheeple.
Tinkerbell?
I don't know.
I've attacked everybody, man. There's not one
This
person.
person
I haven't
sounds
attacked in this room.
interesting.
She's magical.
Yeah, her
Uh-huh.
dust defies
she would just-
gravity.
She'd just be like,
Don't worry, it's not special. Helium does that.
It's just a joke.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I
Me
always
and Jem-
ask
man,
if
I think me and Jem have had more arguments as well. Like, amount of times me and Jem have screamed at each other at the top of our lungs, calling each other fucking all the names of the sun. You know, it's been fucking. It's like fucking. Jem is difficult to debate as well because he won't fucking he monologues, and then he goes, "Oh, this is what you said," and you.
Hey, Negator.
You're
Sorry,
sitting
bro.
there fucking screwing. That's fine. Go for it.
Negator, have you heard my rap or my rhyme?
Oh God, not again.
I'm not trying to spit it. I'm just asking if you've heard it.
Your rhyme?
Yeah, it's my rhyme.
Please.
Yes, I did.
Not again.
You didn't write that.
Who wrote it, bro?
I swear to God, that's in a video. It's somebody
Okay,
else.
feel free to
somebody
provide
else's.
it.
every conversation we
I
have seems to
wrote
rhyme.
it.
So
All right. Where have I seen this before? Because before
This
I
dude
ever
just said
heard
I didn't
Witsit-
write it. Are you
before-
basically saying that it's good?
Hang on. Before I ever
Is it
heard
too good for me to write it?
No, it's not. It's that I've heard it in another video before I
Prove
heard
it.
you say it. I'm asking the people in here. Just calm the fuck down, dude.
Well, you're lying about me.
Where did
dude.
I? No, I'm not lying, dude. I've
You
heard it
literally
in
are.
a video. Months, dude. Literally months before I ever heard you say it. Okay.
Okay, you're lying.
I'm not lying.
Provide the evidence of your
No.
lie.
No, prove that I'm lying.
Okay, I
You
wrote the
can't.
fucking rhyme. I can say it off the top of my head and I can add shit to it.
Lie requires
Dumbass.
the intention to deceive. Though
He
You
is
could
lying,
just-
saying that I
No.
stole the lyrics and he making that up
He
because
could
no
be
lying that
mistaken.
exists.
I wrote a reply to you, Witsit. Did you get it?
It's true.
I sent it to you.
Right. There's two options here, man. Either I'm not lying. Actually, no. There's three options. One is that I'm lying. The other two are that I'm wrong for one reason or the other. And one of the reasons.
No
Yeah,
one.
that's true.
Sheeple, we like to
Not very many people.
Yeah, I gave
do
you props
care.
on it.
But
So I'm just asking
thing
Negator
is-
because I know Negator hates. Like he won't be on it. Like Negator, have you heard it?
Yeah, but like, just
I
share
don't wanna
share the video because
I didn't say if
saw
you
it in
wanted
the
to hear it.
video.
I'm not saying I'm gonna say it. I'm just saying. Yeah, show the video. Post the video.
No, you show the video. Ostensibly, no, I saw it in a video, which means that if you wrote this, you made a video of it.
No,
Oh,
What
so
if
you didn't
you're
make a video of it?
No.
Okay, well, I saw it in a video, so there you go.
Someone took my rhyme that I had in a
Sorry,
conversation
man.
here, put it to some visuals, and with me and Sheeple's
No.
conversation.
Nope.
Okay, well
This
then
was
you're
mon-
just
I heard-
making.
I heard this
Can
months
someone
ago.
else jump in and say this dude's lying about me? If you'd like to provide evidence for it, that's what you should do, or she should stop saying it, or he's telling me to provide evidence for him lying about me.
Can we talk about
I'm-
how they collect the GPS data network?
I'm
mean-
saying that I remember hearing those exact lyrics in a video.
How about this? I'll just say the rhyme right now, and I'll add shit to it, and you tell me which parts were in the video then, because I'm gonna add something to it that hasn't been in it yet. So this is funny as fuck. All right,
Well,
so
okay, sure.
No.
yeah, okay. So with the pendulum postulation,
really?
right?
We got to go through this shit again.
Listen, with the pendulum postulation,
It makes them
there's no naturally occurring observation and a false
about the rest
correlation
of
of an
us?
assumed causation of axial
Stop
rotation.
whining.
Where's that in a video, bitch? I'm tired of people lying about me, bro. It's pathetic, bro.
I know
So
where
just
that's
stop talking.
from.
From the last conversation we had, and the one before that, and the one before that.
No, I want Lewis to shut the fuck up and admit that he just
You
lied
forgot about
about
the
me
one
or
before
provide
that,
evidence.
Why? That's from
No,
a
even
guy
wanna call
with
him
a
out.
that still doesn't prove that I was lying.
What a loser.
Hang on,
Well,
you
I-
say you know where it's from.
It's a personal note too. I mean, who
Right.
even cares?
I made it up, dude. I
But-
made it up, dude.
Okay,
You don't
I
even know what
wanna-
your claim is. Conceptual dilations, physical privations. I made all that up.
Oh, mute this motherfucker!
It's a crap rhyme. It's not really
Space-time
a cheap-
reification, a concept you gave it concreteness, you misplaced it.
No,
Where was that
man.
in the video?
No. I've heard all of that in a video.
Look, okay, so you're just a weirdo.
Maybe I am, but that's
Yes,
totally
clearly.
that's totally irrespective of whether
Are
or
you
not.
Well, to
saying
double
you
down
heard
on
it?
your made-up lie that I stole a rhyme I wrote in my head and didn't even type it out or write it down makes you a real loser.
I'm not saying you stole it. I'm saying I heard it in a video.
No, you didn't.
Well, then show the
Provide
video.
the evidence for your claim.
You're not in a
Whatever, man.
position
This
to
is-
know whether or not
Are we
that's
going to
true.
argue about what
Yeah, let's
counts
just
as a
move on.
freestyle? Seriously?
What? No, I made the fucking lyrics in my
Fine,
head.
Witsit, but you're kind of getting off science points to be on a personal
No, the
state.
whole
Now, I know you
entire
wanna
rhyme
call the
is
guy a
science
liar.
points.
I know
Lewis
that's
is
important
accusing him of
to say
lying.
that someone's
Lewis is
not telling the
accusing
truth.
him. Well, not Lewis is not accusing him of lying, but he's accusing him of saying that I've heard this before. Basically, it's been done before. But Lewis had provided the video, so until he provides the video, I think he should just remain from making that claim.
Can't make claims about scientific claims about the natural world void of replication, practical demonstration, or experimentation, which is naturally occurring observation and independent variable manipulation.
You almost forgot to say scientific.
Yeah, I know. That's for you, bud. Alright. Yeah, I would just naturally skip
let
it.
him have it, guys.
Oh yeah, it's revision, dude. Jim's attributed with a revision. Nice.
Dr. Nemesis
Who would've
posted
thought?
my actual
Well, that's
written
a pretty
reply
good
to
rhyme.
your rap. Witsit, the one I.
How about this,
DM'd you.
Witsit? Since the first day of my birth, I've been told I'm spinning on a ball Earth.
Oh.
Well,
Try to-
probably a little bit after your first.
Try to
name.
get that somewhere in there.
That's good. I like that.
It's got to rhyme with the Asian.
I
Yes,
think
just
first aid
stick to the facts. The way the world presents itself, it's flat. I've been around the world. I've done a few laps. You disagree
On
with
the
my
day
eyes.
of my
You've given
birth,
me
which
maths.
suffice.
I measured the horizon. Globe collapse. Take the red pill, or you're bound to relapse.
Took the way you saw the
pretty good.
world
That's
and
good.
distorted it. Now you think you want to rock that twirl somewhere orbiting.
I think we should have a proper rap battle because there's a few rappers in this chemo as well, isn't
Jem, I didn't know we were going to be subjected to Vogue on poetry. Seriously.
Dude, Jim
I
was
wanna
pretty cool
hear
one
shit.
time. It was like, all right, whatever, let's
But
see it.
why
You tell he
isn't
wasn't
this-
excited, he was
isn't this
cool,
funny-
and
isn't this
immediately
funny?
everyone freaked out.
Why do they
I thought
allow
we
it if it
banned
contains
singing. Isn't
evidence
this
or
not a type of
substance?
singing?
Like,
Ever wonder what space is? They say it's vacant, pressure adjacent, second law of violations, conceptual
Hey, Jim,
dilations.
is this not a type of singing?
Well, I know. Yeah.
Come on, man. It is.
Would you want me to say like
it's a type
like
of
a
singing.
sentence at a time, really slow?
It sort of is.
Are points forbidden if they rhyme?
Mackie, do you ever had any people complaints? Do you ever had any people complaints?
Good lord.
Mackie, all you do is
We do
bitch
have
about
a rule
everybody else.
against. We do have a rule against singing in the voice chat.
Hang on, Jeb. Sorry. Quick
Well, no, I
observation.
mean, I'm not even. If I can even not rap
Well,
it, is
it's
there
more-
like?
it's more
Can I
rude
say an
to
argument if it
interrupt the singer,
rhymes?
so we like to
It's
interrupt.
all right. It's all right.
Right? You
We
can't
can
interrupt
make
the
the odd
singer as much.
exception.
I mean, but Mackie does complain about
man.
everything. He literally adds nothing to the
Gotta stick to
conversation.
your
Just
own rules,
moans.
man.
But Jem, how is it that
Yes,
the
wrong.
most complaining person in here is the one complaining about someone else complaining?
Would you agree that a spherical
know.
necessitation
Look,
is north to south circumnavigation?
Look,
Yeah.
I
Exceptional
regularly admit
complaints.
to my hypocrisy. I am a terrible. I'm just
All right.
not a very well-rounded person. You know what can I say?
Would you agree that a spherical necessitation
Say
is
you're an
north to
honest
south
man.
Yeah,
circumnavigation?
and they did it last year, but have
That's a
no
great
fear.
concession.
Even though
Can
there's
we
no
have that in
footage,
writing,
they got
please,
the
Jeff?
inside
Guys,
chilling
guys,
with
that's
That was
Jesus.
enough.
an
That's
absolute
enough.
amazing concession right there.
Hey,
today.
it's
We need that in
never
writing,
enough.
Jeff.
It's
We need
never
that in
enough.
writing. It's never enough.
South
that's
north continuation or
Yeah,
circumnavigation?
with it, we get the
Speculative
point.
postulation.
We'll
We
respond to
get
it.
the point.
No, I wouldn't agree because just because the Earth's a sphere doesn't mean people have to
Oh,
circumnavigate.
yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I mean that you can do it.
Oh, that you can. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, sure, yeah, it would be a necessitation.
And who would
yeah,
want to go there?
definitely.
Who would want to do that?
You know,
Even though they
let's go
do
Who would
it,
want to prove the nature
but
of where
just
we
so the
live?
cameras of the inside of
I
the
wouldn't
plane.
wanna
Who would
do
want to
that.
show outside?
Mackie,
Yeah,
I
who
love
would
your
want to show
questions
the
sometimes.
nature of where we
You do
live?
ask some good
I
questions
wouldn't.
sometimes.
Why
But
would
you?
you?
Do complain
Because you're
a lot as
scared
well.
of it.
Well, yeah, exactly. Hey,
Because
why?
you're
Because it's
scared
like,
of
yo,
it.
it's a war.
No,
You're
it's
scared of
fucking
it. You're
Witsit,
scared
I'm
of
on
what
your
it may
side
be.
about that.
miserable
There's nothing
experience.
wrong with extra evidence. There's definitely should be high desire and mutually exclusive type evidence. That's always been a red flag for me, and I tell these guys that any time, and that's why they still call me a flatard with it.
No,
Yeah,
it's
it's crazy. Just be honest. You can be a glober and disagree with the premise that they are hiding specifically that, and you can justify
well,
their justifications, right, to save the environment, to save the earth, whatever. But at least absorb it honestly, right?
it would be a miserable experience circumnavigating the globe.
Well, that's a personal response, man. I mean,
yeah,
subjective.
yeah. Most
It's subjective.
responses are personal. Yeah, that's good job
so
there.
can you respond to the actual premise though?
Yeah, the premise is that why wouldn't you want to circumnavigate the globe? Because it would be a miserable experience.
I didn't ask that.
You did.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I find that a bit convenient. I find that convenient that we don't go north to south and south to north. I find it so convenient.
It is convenient. That's the nice word for it. Yeah.
I know,
At least
man.
admit that it's pretty odd, maybe, or coincidental. Maybe is the word
Yeah.
y'all would like. Would y'all
That
say
is
admit
it.
that's a coincidence?
No.
Okay,
What,
well, then
Obviously
you're
not.
lying.
Yeah. Because he eats the
I think
blue
it's
pills.
common sense around the
Yes,
world.
blue pill
Flying
cereal.
around the world every day.
My
like,
God,
in one
passports came
trip.
out of an explosion too, huh?
You have blue pill
I've
cereal. That's why.
circumnavigated the world. I enjoyed it. It was
Yeah, but
East to west.
I mean, you didn't just do it all in one go.
No, I didn't know.
Right, exactly.
had
Well, we don't even
2-year
care about the
break
all
in the
go
middle.
part. Take all the breaks you
I
want
went
to. Then when you get
halfway,
down to
had a
Antarctica,
break
keep
for 2
going.
years.
Oh well, that's been
And then did the
done.
other half.
No, it hasn't.
It has been.
No, it hasn't.
What a
It's,
bunch of fucking retards on a
let's
plane.
see.
I've
I
seen
can
that
find
video.
the
It's
one
crap.
where it's been
Can
done.
I've seen the
you
video. It's
provide the
shit.
documentation that proved they went over the ball Earth at the bottom?
Well, I've got the
the
people
video
saying
shit.
they did it.
Okay,
and
well,
the
come
crew
on.
of
Do you?
people who
Can you
were
be
on
honest?
board.
Is that sufficient evidence?
No, it's
Well,
not.
yeah.
It is for us.
It's
Okay,
not.
well,
I've
it is
watched
for
the video.
y'all.
It's
So
shit.
anybody that
Yeah.
makes a claim is sufficient evidence.
Yes.
What
Well,
about the
you
person
know,
that went crazy and said that Superman visits him at night and tells him to go kill people?
Yeah, but I mean that's an extraordinary.
That's a claim, dude.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
that
so
wouldn't
is
be
yours. You say that we live on a ball that defies
Well,
physics.
what's more extraordinary, saying that you circumnavigated the globe in an airplane, or saying that you can literally survive being shot with bullets and you're Superman? Like what's more extraordinary there?
I don't know. That's a subjective thing. I mean, you claim that you live on a fairy tale ball that defies physics with the convexity of water.
No. That's your characterization of what
Yeah.
I claim.
You're asking my opinion of which
it's
one I
not
think
what
is more
claim, though.
ridiculous.
It's not.
That
what
is
I
what your
claim,
motto
though.
claims. Yes. It
No,
is.
it's not. It's not. I don't claim it's a fairy tale.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, it's kind of an important thing to leave out.
Okay, now do you want to actually respond, or are you just going to keep on?
And we don't claim it defies physics.
Well, I have a question.
Oh, well, okay. You claim things that do defy physics, though.
No, we don't.
Yeah, the convexity of water does that.
No.
Yeah.
Just because you think they do doesn't mean that's what we believe.
No, just because you think theoretically that it could bend because of gravity doesn't actually mean that you're making a claim contrary to all observation.
No, that's just you.
No, that's all you got.
No, that's just you, man.
I addressed the curvature in my rep reply to you regarding the
I've got a question, Witsit. Is there any update on the Flat Earth TV series that Bob was on about?
I'm not going to speak on that.
Oh, come on. Let's have the gossip.
I'm very skeptical of anything like that. I'll say that. Just in general, not personally attached to what you're. But no. Listen. Just in general, because of how that we all know that went down last time.
I'll let him answer.
We all know how that went down last time, and things were provably chopped up and taken out of context and shit. And so, I would be very careful. I mean, I would obviously take the required steps to make sure that couldn't happen. That I couldn't be misrepresented if I had final cut say or whatever it was.
You have to own all the footage, right?
So potentially,
no, I just have to approve the final cut before it's released. That you can just add that in a contract.
Potentially, you would do something like that yourself if it was
legitimately motivated. Yes.
I think they would be wise not to. Is my opinion.
Well, that's cool.
I don't think they'll come out of it looking.
Well, they just won't even be allowed to get it out properly.
Well, we'll see. It's be interesting.
We shall.
So, Witsit, if you were allowed to make this video you're talking about or this movie, how do you think most people would see you by the time it was done?
Do you think at this point you should actually have to answer the question or ask the question?
You don't think most people think you're crazy?
Yeah, dude, I'm already all over my social media saying that the Earth is flat. I don't actually make decisions based on other people's feelings.
I'm just curious what you think.
I'd be a shit show, wouldn't I? You just have to be a pretzel bending over for everyone and conforming to the current consensus of where you were.
So you recognize that people think you're insane, right?
Yeah, man.
And
I think what Scott's digging at is basically he couldn't deal with the humiliation of basically going against consensus. So for him, that's it's a very off-putting thing. So he wants to know how you deal with it.
Unfathomable to him. Yeah.
But
that's probably the very source of your cognitive dissonance.
It sounded like, but the way Witsit described it, sounded like there was intrinsic in it for him that he finds enjoyable in just going against the grain, and it almost sounds like you're saying that as well, bro. That
I do enjoy
that aspect.
Yeah, I do enjoy going against.
I don't enjoy that aspect.
I personally enjoy going against what's accepted because
you think I do. I know you do.
I enjoy what's going against what's accepted because that's where new ideas are. If by just going with the flow, going with what everyone says and never questioning nothing, seems to me. It seems to me very to be skeptical is to be healthy. I'm very skeptical of everything. I don't just accept things because this is a teacher, he's got a degree in fucking something and therefore he knows better than everybody, because anyone could be wrong. You know what I mean? So I'm open to the idea. I realize the power in giving someone power to especially when two people can look at something and have two different opinions on it, giving someone the power basically to to authorization over your view. It's stupid to me. You should be skeptical.
When I actually have the ability to blend in, I prefer that, whether someone believes it or not. Like, for example, like with Trump,
not convinced.
Like a lot, I think that of the two options within the illusion of politics, like Trump's more logical side, just policy wise or whatever, right?
I really
like
care
not Trump
about
himself because he's crazy. No, I'm trying to make an analogy. Wow, we know.
Let him finish.
We know. And in the instance, for me, it would be more convenient, more comfortable for me to stamp approving Trump or something. The truth is, I don't buy into any of the system or anything. So even the people that I agree with on many logical stances, I am the guy that says, well, he's actually a puppet, got bailed out by the Rothschilds, 4.8 trillion. They're all on the same team, whatever. Right. And that's uncomfortable more so than just going with the flow. But I do it just because that's the honest truth.
No. It has nothing to do with
he got bailed out for $4.8 billion by Rothschilds Inc. in 1987. That's objective.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
You just didn't.
Well, Scott, you're never going to admit it, even if you did prove it to, because
it's documented.
He has blue pills for breakfast. He has a bowl of blue pills. This Scott Mackey does. Like, it's just...
We can move on. I don't even like talking about politics. It's just an analogy, you know.
At the end of the day, like I just think that just because there's no evidence for a murder doesn't mean a murder never occurred. Do you know what I mean? Like, you guys only go by certain evidence and certain criteria, but I think that you have to be aware of the fact that just because people cover things up, there is people out there conspiring against the world, trying to control it, and just because there's no evidence for it doesn't mean it shouldn't be. Well, you say that, but that's because
you say that.
Well, there's proof there are, because openly in the U.S., for example, politics are given large amounts of money via special interest groups, and this is publicly known and not considered illegal. So please tell me how people don't.
It's not the
tell me how
entire
people.
fucking world.
Okay,
Stop
fair
it.
enough.
Hey, what are you talking about? Of course it is.
Name a government where they don't receive special interest donations. Oh, so it is the entire fucking world.
No. You use the US as your example and try to put that on other countries.
What country specifically would you like to say doesn't have special interest?
Well, if you shut up
the person running
and let
the world
someone
is the
say
one
something,
begging the king for the special interest. That's not the one running the world.
That's
the Shadow King's the one.
No. What I'm saying is there are people that have a lot of money and they have concerted efforts to control societal constructs for monetary reasons and power reasons, and that's easy to prove.
No, it's not. It's impossible to prove because it's not true.
Okay, so Big Pharma donates tons of money to Obama, then he passes legislation Big Pharma friendly, and you say that's just a coincidence?
Oh, God.
I think
I mean, does anybody disagree that Big Pharma is the largest donor to Washington? It's the biggest lobbyist group, Big Pharma, right?
Dude, imagine thinking that there's nobody trying to control the poor people. Jesus Christ, fairy tale.
Those 2 billion investors in fucking Senegal, Akon City are undisclosed, are anonymous. Think about it. Dude. People who have that power like that, they don't want you to know who they are.
I agree with you, bro. Yes, the people that are at the very top, we don't know their names.
Oh.
The biggest names we know is like Rockefeller and Rothschild, which you can prove that they control the actual curriculum of institutions.
So let me butt in.
What's Big Pharma got to do with
Yeah, let me butt in. Do you mind?
Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, just thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so let's say that I'm a rich oil tycoon, right? And I want to keep my money. I want to consolidate my power, right? To the point to where I'm telling my children to inbreed, right? Do you think I'm just going to, let people make decisions that's going to be able to take away from my power and wealth? Or am I going to get together with other like-minded people who want to consolidate power and wealth? And are we going to come up with ways to manipulate the system, make loopholes, maybe get some politicians.
Explain the Council of Foreign Relations.
I don't believe that because the sort of people that you're talking about, they're not the sort of people that get together with their competitors. They're the sort of people that try and fuck up their competitors.
Okay, explain this Council of Foreign Relations.
I don't believe that. And on your point about Big Pharma and lobbying, you have to remember there are lots of lobbying groups in Washington, and some of those are charities or other organizations. The NRA, for
Black Lives Matter, for example.
But why shouldn't they have some political representation? If they're
but the question was,
hang on. If they're an organization that represents a number of, a number of people within the electorate, then why shouldn't they get together to collectively have some political influence? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. That's part of the democratic process.
I don't even disagree with you. I think that free market should be left alone, actually. We don't really have capitalism. We have crony capitalism and stuff like that. It's a whole different discussion. But, I mean, I think that you kind of conflating things here. You're kind of like wrapping it up too simple, I mean, there are definitely people that are powerful that work together and make agreements together, and they have different powers in different sectors, and they combine with the agreements to control one another, even invest with one another, make profits off each other's different positions. Like the Council of Foreign Relations is objectively a collective of insanely powerful people that meet together and pass like legislation and agreements and put them into order in the world.
No, that's just not true.
So what's the Council of Foreign Relations then?
It's just not true. It's not even close to being true.
What is the
It
CFR
can't even
then?
see true from where it is.
What is the CFR then?
I haven't got a clue what
They're
it
a
is.
charity
How are y'all going to
foundation looking out
challenge
for the-
Council of Foreign Relations ignorant of the subject?
You
Just research it,
literally
man.
brought it up 10 seconds. So
Yeah, well, fair enough. I'm just saying, just like, be like, oh, I don't think so, or something. But like, don't say you know it's not true, but I don't know anything about it.
Well, I know
the
it's not
United
true.
States non-profit think tank specializing in U.S. foreign policy and international. Well, that's not what you said. You
Yeah, I did. I said that they come to
it's
get
a bunch of insanely powerful people who are getting together to, well, essentially control the world. Let's say.
Powerful people. Look at the board of CFR. I got to run to the store real fast. I'll be right back.
So it's another lobbying group then.
Well, I mean, there's
it's just another lobbying group, another think tank.
There is no doubt that the U.S. has the best government money can buy.
Well, I think the same thing happens in our policy to some extent as well. I think we have a greater, limits on spending and stuff like that, but that doesn't always help. Deals get done on the golf course, don't they? This is part of politics and power.
Yeah, did you watch Sheldon Whitehouse speak on the nomination of this judge?
Yeah, it's a pretty powerful little 10 minutes there, but
I got a question.
Just a quick observation. Did Witsit more or less say how you're going to argue against the council if you don't know what their stance is? If you don't know what they're saying?
But he does.
That's a little hypocritical.
The thing is, but he
Oh,
does.
yeah.
But he does. Like nobody knows, but he magically does.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we didn't need to know about them specifically to argue against him, because he's arguing about this group of insanely powerful people getting together to control the world. And if we don't believe that exists in itself, then any detail that he adds to it, we can still say that that's not so, even if we don't know about the detail.
I was just comparing that to his arguing against the globe Earth.
Hang on. But it's a super secret organization. But some rando trailer trash cracker
I don't think he said it was secret. I don't think he said it was secret.
Wow, you guys are vitriolic.
Well, he said we don't know their names.
Simple question.
How much more secret can it be?
Simple question. Lots of countries despise one another. Lots of countries would find any way possible to discredit other countries. What would be a better way to do that than say the world was flat than to say, it is flat. One country says it is flat, and the other one's trying to say it's not. Why is every country on the planet in agreement that it's round? That's the question of the first. Every country on the planet, including all the ones that hate each other, are
I'm
in
going to take exception with the word agreement.
Resources.
The word is agreement, unless you're from the 1900s. I mean,
they're all in agreement that
agreement.
Potatoes
is no longer a word.
Because there's only one bag and it's there's only one power, and it's
anymore.
the Shadow King, and the Shadow King tells them all what to do.
That's silly.
Well, that's obvious to anybody who's woke.
Yeah, I got a question. I heard all the comments about the trailer trash and stuff, but I just it's a two-part question, really. And I guess I would like to hear what Jim thinks. So, is it possible that he knows something that you don't? And if he does, so it's not possible that...
No, it's not, actually. No.
Well, it's possible, but a lot of what he says is wrong.
Well, explain how you know what he did his first day of school in 5th grade, because you weren't there. Do you think he knows maybe what he did in first day of school in 5th grade?
Well, I thought I answered this, Hank, because what he was proposing...
Well, I just heard a guy saying no, so Jim, excuse me, I do apologize. I'd like to talk to the guy who said no.
I think it's after vetting process.
Yeah. How is it possible that you know what he did every day throughout his life? Because that would mean that you're like some kind of like shadow government hovering over his every move. Please answer for yourself.
I assume there was a context in that question that he knows something about the world, and maybe it's basic shape or something about physics or any kind of the sciences or chemistry or anything that any normal person would call reality. And on that question, I was saying, no, there's no possible way he knows anything that we don't. But I'll say I know anything that I don't.
Pretentious.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Pretentious.
I have no
So how
problem
do you
with that.
expect to have a conversation and find the truth if you're entering into every conversation like I know shit, you don't know shit, and you're expecting to find the truth in that conversation?
Yes, because reality is a bitch.
Well, Hank,
reality doesn't give much leeway to the truth. The truth
Like
is
I
just
said,
the truth.
I said he was wrong on that point because what he was proposing, I considered to be wrong and not evidenced without him adding the detail. So if he says there's a group of insanely powerful people getting together to control the world, I don't believe that's true. If he then says those people are called the Council of Foreign Relations, or that's an example of some of those people, I still don't think that's true. It doesn't make it truer because he's added that bit of detail. So that's how, without knowing much about the Council of Foreign Relations, I'm still able to say I don't think that's true.
Well, see, I operate every day like maybe this guy knows something I don't. And in that way, I'm capable of learning from everyone, even people I disagree with. But if I were to enter every situation like, no, there's no way that this guy knows something I don't, it would be impossible for me to learn. And people that can't learn, well, I call those people stupid, right? Stupid people can't learn new tricks, therefore they can't get jobs and be taught things. It doesn't matter if they're stupid because they are incapable of learning because of low IQ, or if they're incapable of learning because they already know everything. What do you think about that?
You're just wrong in your assumptions.
That's all well and good until you add on, and therefore the Earth is flat. And every time somebody,
what does that have to do with what I just said?
Yeah, because people always love to bring it. Oh well, we can all learn from each other and all the rest of it, and therefore the Earth is flat. Oh, you don't want to believe the Earth is flat? You're closed-minded. You see, you're proving my point. You don't want to learn from people. Go fuck yourself.
No, but that's just silly. That assumes that anything we ever learned is not based on anything really, and it's all equal. Every assertion is equal to every other assertion, and there's no coherence or correspondence with the reality. And sometimes you just know things to us. What's that? Well, because the Earth is a globe. End of story.
What does that have to do with what I just said? If both of y'all just focused on the Earth being a globe like it's your fucking mantra.
Well, because
what does that have to do with what I just said?
Okay. Let's say that we'll go back to the politic thing where he said there's a super secret cadre or cohort of powerful people running everything. That's just factually incorrect. There's no amount there's no amount of anything anybody needs to know to try to make that true or try to listen to how that could be true when it's just not true.
That's one of the most ignorant statements.
Hold on, give me a second, bro. Give me a second. Do you know what every single black budget op is going on in every single country all across the world? Don't answer it and say you do, because you don't. So how could you know for certain that that's not going on in any government around the world? I mean, gosh, man, do you think you're like God himself? Are you all-knowing, sir?
This dude's basically arguing that his emotional predisposition of how uncomfortable that would make it, or how he thinks that's preposterous, means that he doesn't actually have to look into the evidence because he knows that it's not true already.
Or maybe I've looked into the evidence and found it sorely wanting, and anybody who still believes it after reading it's got to be a fucking moron.
You just said you didn't have to look into it, though.
I never said that.
How did you
You also skipped past Hank's point.
Israel?
Why would I look at the black budget?
How did you look into Israel's black budget, sir?
Hank, hold on. Hold on. You pretend you want to have a conversation. Let's pretend to have a conversation. Let's say there was a black budget of Israel. How would that demonstrate that there's super secret powerful group controlling the world?
I'll tell you. Here's an example.
Fuck you. Shut up. I'm talking to Hank.
Okay, you're scared. Okay.
Yeah, I'm terrified of an idiot. Hank, you're up. Hank, you're up.
Dude, I don't know how you're so certain.
No, that's not. I had a question in there, right? You heard the question. Can you repeat the question back? Come on, Hank. Let's have a conversation.
This dude's a clown.
Ask again. I'm sorry, I'm at work.
Okay. Let's say that Israel had some kind of black budget. I'm not saying they do or they don't. Let's say they did. How would that demonstrate that there is a super secret organization controlling the world?
That wasn't my claim. My claim was, how do you know what Israel's black budget consists of? And they're not trying to manipulate their allies in the United States in order to gain something, right? How do you know what is unknowable? My question.
I never made that claim. I claimed something very simple.
You're claiming something patently false.
There's no super secret organization controlling the world. That's my claim.
You are adding and embellishing the claim so you can straw man it.
So you can.
Yeah,
so
you're
you can
fucking straw manning a
listen to
claim.
me?
You're straw manning.
I don't care what you think.
You just said there's
I'm
no
talking to
super
Hank.
secret group that controls the world.
talking
And we
to
didn't say
Hank.
that.
Well, there isn't.
We didn't say that.
You
We said
this group where
objectively,
you don't
you
even
can
know
look
their names.
openly admitted. No, I said logically, you would think the most powerful people, sure, they'd remain anonymous, but we do know some of them, and that they have concerted efforts and vast amounts of wealth, vast amounts of power, disproportionate to everybody else combined, including media, the hospitals, big pharma, curriculum, all of the considered consensus, university funding. If you think none of that's important, you're lying to yourself, bro.
I know how important it is. And
So
I know
if there's only two publishing companies, if there's only two publishing companies that have put out all the curriculum in the U.S. and they're owned by just those two people,
Hank's question.
I have no idea because Witsit's
I'm the one that originally brought this up, and I had to step away for a sec.
which is the whole
But I was listening to y'all bash me the whole time.
Yeah,
I was listening to y'all bash me the whole time. That was pretty funny.
We're all equal here, right? Don't play let Hank have the floor. I hate that shit.
Well, Jim Pettit was making a decently logical stance, at least. Guys, I'm just saying that, like, whether the severity of it can be debated, I agree. But what cannot be is that, like, people with a lot of power, they congregate together, they make decisions together. This is provable and openly known. I gave one example, the Council of Foreign Relations. You can look at the United Nations. You can how? Who's all on the board of CFR?
Well, let me just ask you a question, Scott.
What's the net worth of everyone on the board?
Why are you so dismissive
about the
to any
Bilderberg
alternative
group, man?
idea
That's
that
a
the
good
world could be
example.
controlled by people? Can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, I
Okay,
can.
yeah.
I just wanted to add something, Brummy. Fuck yeah.
Why are you so dismissal of like this sort of idea that the world's being controlled by higher ups or anything like that, Scott? Why'd you reject it so?
Is it an honest question? Do you really want to know?
Yeah, what's the Bilderberg group?
Why are you so anti anything that isn't proven to be true?
Oh, this is proven to be true.
These groups don't.
Because I've been studying politics pretty much since I was 18. I'm 56 now. What does that make? 40,
no one cares.
38 years. He asked me the fucking question. So
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
God damn.
Just make a point, dude.
So you've got a lot of experience, yeah? That's one point.
Damn, the guy's fucking killing the irony.
All right. So you're saying you got a lot of experience is what you're saying.
So I've been doing probably 3-4 hours a day of politics since I was probably 18 years old. It's a passion and a obsession. Some people say unhealthy obsession of mine. And I'm familiar with every fucking conspiracy theory ever put down. I know the history of this shit.
Dude, how are you God again? Are you
Yeah,
God?
he is. Yeah,
Are
he's
you
omnipotent.
He asked me a question.
You're talking to the guy that asked you a question. What is the Bilderberg group?
I just find it a bit like, very possible that there is people out there that want to keep us distracted with our lives and want to, there is secret islands out there. There's things that they want to hide from the general public. And it seems like the best way to do it is through television. They control the narrative on news. News is manipulative. People are dumb. people are fucking not dumb, but rather distracted or the dumb. You know?
Wait, this guy knows everything, though, bro. So who's the Bilderberg Group? You researched everything. He researched everything from 18 to 56. So what's the Bilderberg Group? Because I haven't even lived that long, and I know.
It's another fantasy conspiracy theorist.
You're literally double my age, and you can't answer the question.
Oh man,
you know
you have to talk over him for fuck's sake.
Well, he don't know the answer to the questions. We don't know as much as he claimed to be. He says he's heard every conspiracy under the sun, but doesn't know this name of this place. So
let him explain. Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's true that
neither of you give him a chance to respond.
Fair enough. Let him explain. Go ahead. Bilderberg Group. You said it's a conspiracy theory. Well,
it's another conspiracy theory group that you guys have put together that doesn't do anything anywhere. They have no real power. They have no real anything.
We put together. What are you talking? We didn't put it together.
Theory.
Well, no. We didn't put it. No, the Bilderberg Group's objectively a meeting of the most powerful people in the world.
It's not a Bilderberg Group, by the way. It's a Bilderberg meeting. And it's an annual meeting. End of story.
Right. Of the most powerful people in the world, right?
No. Well,
okay. Well, you're wrong.
Hang on. It's a meeting between North American political and business leaders and European political and business leaders.
So some of the most powerful people in the world.
Hang on.
Wait a minute.
Hang on. Please, can I finish? Please. So it's about North America and Europe, which is not all of the world for a start. And these are people who, they get together. It's really to promote the free market and if you've got evidence that it's something different,
okay,
because obviously you believe it is,
right?
Then you can go ahead and present that.
What I'm saying is, bro, those people are some of the most powerful people in the world, right? And they meet, and they're so powerful politically, even that they have to make a point to say there is no talks of anything official or any legislation allowed to go on here. They have to make that proclamation because there's such a compilation of power. That's factual. They say that, but then people walk in with stacks of paper from their belt to their chin. Well, what are they documenting in there that's literally can only be nothing official?
But ultimately, think about it this way: like for our Chancellor of the Exchequer, who's in charge of our finances, he attends the Bilderberg meeting. Okay, but if at Bilderberg they decide, we want to reduce red tape legislation surrounding business, well, they can make those decisions and point out ways that can be achieved.
That's illegal.
But hang on.
It's not illegal.
Yes, it is.
Can I finish? But ultimately, our Chancellor has to come back here and he's got to convince enough members of Parliament that whatever Bilderberg thought was a good idea, and then he's got to get Parliament to vote on it, and then they've got to pass that vote, and then he's got to get it through our House of Lords, which is our second house. So it's whatever is discussed there is still subject to our process of democracy.
Okay, yeah.
It doesn't subvert that in any way.
But bro, here's what I'm saying. With a democracy, you've got certain representatives. Those political real fast, dude. Those political people, they go to that meeting. They go there, and so do businessmen that are very rich. So they all go there, and it's known that there is political power present. So what do you think billionaires are talking about for an entire weekend with political influencers that have representation power from all these countries? What do you think they're talking about?
I think probably what I just gave an example of. They're probably saying, please reduce the red tape so I can do business better and make more profit.
Yeah.
Okay. So they are making, they're in private, they're making plans of public legislation.
Of course they are.
Of course they are.
Yeah, because those people.
It's illegal. That's why they say they don't do that.
But that's
their official stance.
Those business leaders represent the livelihoods of thousands, maybe millions of people.
I'm not anti-capitalism.
So why shouldn't they have some representation at the top?
I'm not anti-capitalism, bro. Like the only thing that I'll say is like when something's so monopolistic that the people have no chance to try to compete, maybe at that point, if there's a level of dependency that could maybe be quantified or whatever, it should be utilized, right? Like Walmart, for example, no one will ever compete with them, right? Stuff like that, I'm cool with that, like utilizing, but I'm for the free market outside of reaching that monopolistic point. I think we should all come together, and then we'd have the best of both worlds. We'd have free market capitalism, but not crony capitalism, and therefore, it would be a better place. But never the point. The point is that basically fascism is pretended as if it doesn't exist anywhere, and we're all already in fascist countries. That's the government cooperating with very big monopolies. That already happens.
Such a comic book understanding of the world. It's so sad.
Okay.
It's just, man.
What's Mossad? Do you know what Mossad is?
Yep.
Yeah, the Israeli Secret Service or CIA or whatever the fuck you
Basically
call
a
it.
CIA, yeah. Do you agree that, or do you know that Mossad and CIA are both responsible for pretty blatant subversions and psychological operations they've since declassified?
Yes.
So they subvert entire nations and populations with propaganda.
They try, and
well,
sometimes
no.
they're successful.
Well, they showed the data and logistics. Like one of the main ones, Operation Mockingbird, was to increase belief in the media, so much so that the people would never actually look into it. They would just believe what they were said on the media.
Yep.
Operation Mockingbird.
That's what they try to do.
And
they try really hard.
No, it worked. It worked.
Yeah, apparently on you.
I don't
can't
watch
believe
the
how
news.
this has got to be some sort of intellectual sort of way of getting information.
This dude's diss was that it's apparent I don't watch the news. Do you think that's a diss?
Scott must know that some of these things are true.
Yeah,
but why are you so in denial? It
only
seems
know the
like
stuff
you're
you make
intentionally
up.
in denial.
The CIA admits that they infiltrated media.
Yep.
So they have interest in putting
Mockingbird.
agents in the journalist positions that are on the news stations, and that they have a concerted effort to control the narrative of the public to be consistent with their future plans.
To what end?
To whatever end their agenda is currently.
And what is their agenda currently?
That is not
According to a
specified in
quote from
Operation Mockingbird,
1982
is it?
Sorry,
So
according to a
you have
quote
no
from the
idea what they're
director.
trying to
Hold
do.
on,
They're trying
bro.
to do
Hold
something.
on. Hold on. Let me finish. According to a quote from the director in 1982, once everything the American people believe is untrue, then our something program will be complete. So, according to that quote, it's to feed you a bunch of lies.
Well, I'll give you an example. They told everybody that there were weapons of mass destruction on the news.
Yeah, let's
right,
actually
and then we
have
all
the actual quote, shall we?
There were weapons of mass
There's no
destruction
way you
reported.
reported that.
Guys, I'll give you all an
There's just no
example,
way.
bro. Okay, so there were weapons of mass destruction reported on the news. That intel came from Israel, and we
No, it
then, as a
didn't.
public, yes, it
It was
did.
created. It was created in Dick Cheney's office.
The intel came from Israel. You don't
It
even know
did
anything.
not.
Okay, so anyway, so they told
Oh, yeah,
everyone
so
on the
anyway, you
news
can't back up your
stations.
claim, but you're just
They
gonna
told
keep
everyone on the
going.
news. Yeah, I will back it up in just a second. They told
No,
everyone
you
on the news
won't.
stations that there were weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East, and that justified to us, the public, to go to war.
You don't know
But
what
what
you're
we
fucking
found out and
talking
know
about.
objectively
You haven't a
now, there
clue.
were no weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, some of us knew that at the
That means
time.
they lied with the propaganda story, which the CIA admits they control the news. They justify geopolitical action in support of the population based on a factually or patently false lie.
Did you happen to read the CIA memos and documentation that challenged that whole weapons of mass destruction thing? And that the Cheney vice presidency, the Office of Special Services that he had running out of his vice president's office ignored the CIA's?
The CIA has many
Wait, hold on.
stances. It doesn't have.
Answer the
I
question.
just responded.
Did
You had to cut
notice
me off.
that?
You're a clown.
You didn't answer the question.
I
Did you
didn't
know
get to
that?
answer. I said 2 words, you idiot. What are you talking?
Okay,
I didn't answer
fine.
the question.
Answer the question.
Okay.
Did you know that?
Yes,
Start
I
off and
did
tell me
know.
if you know that.
Oh my God, you're so scared of hearing me talk because you can't debate me. Okay, so the CIA has numerous different stances via compartmentalization. They have, in every scenario you can think of, both sides or more were presented to the higher ups. That's what the intel does. One position is supposed to find out the cost-benefit analysis of going to Israel or going to a geopolitical maneuver in the Middle East. One has to then come up with the negatives or the cons. And all the intel is compartmentalized, brought to the higher ups, and they make a decision. So yeah, but one thing we do know is the news decided to run the idea that there were weapons of mass destruction, and the CIA has infiltrated the news, declassified.
Oh, so Judith Miller, CIA.
Yeah, hang on.
That's
Just,
is
hang
that
on,
your
whoa,
position?
wait. I've been biding my time, like, yeah, but I'm not letting this bullshit stand.
Cool story.
Have you ever heard of someone called Valerie Plame?
Have you ever actually responded to a premise I said ever? You just said it was bullshit. Now you're changing the subject. That seems weird.
No, actually, if you haven't heard of Valerie Plame, you might want to go back and check.
You might want to actually respond to my premise.
What's your point about Valerie? Please make the point.
Let's have him respond to Ellis Gets It.
Yeah. Operation Mockingbird was the premise. Can you respond to that, or do you need to obfuscate? Because you said it was bullshit.
Valerie
You'll obfuscate.
Of course.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Valerie Plame's, I always get her name wrong, husband was Joseph Wilson. Joseph Wilson was asked by the CIA to go to Niger to find out if there was any truth in the rumor that Saddam Hussein was getting yellow cake uranium to enrich it. And he came back and reported back to the CIA that there was no truth in that. This was a pet theory of Dick Cheney, and Dick Cheney used essentially political threats, and Valerie Plame was outed as a CIA operative. Not only that, but Bruce Jennings, her cover agency, was also outed, which put hundreds of people's lives in danger, if not killed hundreds of people, because what's his name? Karl Rove decided with other higher White House officials to basically punish Joseph Wilson for daring to contradict the White House party line. Now, Valerie Plame at that time was a covert CIA operative.
You already said that.
Did you know that yellow cake is nowhere near as dangerous as
Yeah, but
is anyone going to actually respond to my premise now?
That was gets enriched. Now, this would tend to totally contradict your premise that it was the CIA behind the whole thing to...
I didn't say that. So you don't even understand the premise. What a shocker. So what I said was that through Operation Mockingbird...
the goalposts. I know.
How am I moving the goalpost by reasserting my initial claim?
But when we're talking about the actual...
You're shifting the goalpost.
When we're talking about the actual reason for going into Iraq, which you use as an example...
What was my premise?
God knows. You don't even
That propaganda was said on the news and that it's declassified. The CIA has infiltrated the news.
No, it wasn't the CIA, though.
Operation Mockingbird says otherwise.
Operation Mockingbird.
Parts of the CIA gathered intel and came back with the real information. The CIA decided to run with the propaganda story to justify geopolitical action, and then the news is the one that delivered the message to us. It's declassified. The CIA is in the media.
That's
you won't even respond to Operation Mockingbird.
One of the things that was done. One of the things.
How would they not be in the media?
One of the things that was done was that Dick Cheney spoke to reporters of the New York Times.
This dude just obfuscates.
The New York Times.
The topic is Operation Mockingbird.
Then Dick Cheney used the reports in the New York Times to then
have nothing to do with Operation Mockingbird.
Nope. Yes, because that doesn't fucking exist, you moron.
It doesn't exist. Okay, I'll link the document.
Not the way you see it.
The document is guaranteed to prove it.
Who pays news people to go get news?
Flurf will deny it.
CIA operatives who were sworn in, you're saying CIA operatives up national secrets in violation of their confidentiality clause and live. Get
what? I never made that claim.
What are you talking
You just
about?
made up a total story. Like yeah, exactly. Wow.
I think it's a wider point that we can make, though, and I would say this, that obviously there are powerful people who move in high places to try and influence things in their favor, and I'm not denying that. But the idea that they're all getting together with one set agenda and set of goals, I just don't think is true, because these, the reason they get together is
Jim,
is
how
to.
many countries don't have a
Hang
World
on. I'm still.
Wait, yeah, I actually kind of agree with Jim.
Come on, man.
The reason they get
together, man.
the reason they get together is to iron out their difference. A business leader from America has different goals and different different values to a business leader from Saudi Arabia, or
But they're
one from China, or one
Jim.
from Europe.
Well, Jim, to clarify, bro, I agree with you in the sense that, like, I'm not saying there's like 10 people and they get together and they control the whole world.
Dude, think
It's
about
like
it by
it's like there's a
happenstance,
network
Witsit.
of people, right? Like there's like the Saudi Arabian control in the empire, then we got like the European, which consolidate a lot with America. We have American interests, we have Russian interests, we have Chinese interests, and these people all have like group of elites, and at times they do communicate with one another so that they can benefit both of them, but they're like technically independent groups. But those consolidations of groups.
You got to think about it like this. How Jem says, of course, there's certain people trying to make it in their favor, right? So whoever out of them happened to be the strongest ones, they would be crowned running it. Now, out of that, any group of them that's getting together, working together for some reason, that's the group, quote unquote, running it. You don't get to say they're running everything and have unlimited
I just said
power.
they didn't. I just didn't say that. So you just don't seem to listen. But for example, they all bring different things to the table, like the Saudi Arabian.
I'm saying
no one guy can run anything.
Because ultimately, certainly in the Western democracies, anything that happens behind these closed doors, you've got to actually affect through some democracy in some way.
Well, Saudi Arabia, not so much.
That's a whole right. But I've said Western democracies.
Right, but like, let me give you a think about this.
Manipulated things so much in their favor that they're literally like above the law.
Finish,
you don't think that?
Don,
Yeah,
let
go
me
ahead,
finish.
go ahead,
Sorry,
go
Jeff,
ahead.
sorry.
So you've still got to make this thing happen in a democracy. And in a democracy, there's pressures from other places as well. There's charities that are hugely powerful and are able to influence politicians.
And corrupt.
There's public protests that will influence political
and funded
change.
By political interest groups.
Well, if you want to say that that's true of all political protests, you can kid yourself that that's true, but clearly that's not true.
No, just a lot of them.
You want to say that about Black Lives Matter?
What about
slaves? Doesn't mean they're not running.
When I say
what about the
protests,
Central Intelligence?
I'm not talking about Black Lives Matter.
Jim, I actually really want to meet you halfway here. Jim, I want to meet. Right, Jim, I want to meet you halfway. I really do. Like, so you can probably agree with this premise, bro. Like, my example is, say the Saudi Arabians, they bring something to the table. Oil, right? So like those powerful people, they have a whole bunch of oil. Then the powerful people that have a whole bunch of diamonds or whatever in Europe, whoever, they make deals with each other because they all bring different tables. To think that special interests don't work around the world with very powerful entities would be beyond naive. We know they do.
But we also know that their interests clash. That's my point. They don't always share the same interest.
I acknowledge you, bro. I acknowledge that. Like the Jesuit order doesn't always agree with the Masonic order. The Saudi Arabians don't always agree with the Western elite, but they do cooperate with one another, and they do have a lot of power consolidated between small amounts of people behind the scenes.
There are cooperations on particular issues. Of course, there are where their interests don't clash, I guess, or where there's something to be gained, but. The idea that there's a single group of people somewhere that are controlling it all over the world, I just don't buy that because everyone's got different goals and interests.
Jem, isn't there a group that's the strongest? Right? There's a group that's the strongest, right?
Hold on.
No, there's not, Don.
What?
There's just not. There's not.
Can I interrupt just a
How
second?
many
How many
countries
don't have a central bank?
Like
3, 2 or 3.
It was 7 in 2001, but then Libya, Sudan.
It's like 3.
Yeah, they started right after that. Coincidentally, right after that, they got central banks that were privatized.
So now we got what? North Korea, Syria, and Iran.
Scott just denounced the Vatican, and my mouth is hitting the floor right here. How does the Vatican
You said there was
not
one
run?
group of people that were consolidating power.
No, it's just the fact that like they didn't want a private centralized bank, but then when America went and like dismantled their fucking society, right? They then introduced a capitalized or private central bank.
But a bank isn't a
They're
group,
all
is
owned
it?
by the Rothschilds, but they don't have any power.
No, the Rothschilds don't have any power.
They have unlimited power.
Yeah,
How
great
is a
comeback.
bank? How is every country having a bank? How does that mean they're all being centrally
A privately owned centralized bank owned by the Rothschilds.
What, in every country?
Except for just a couple, yeah.
Oh, what? That's nonsense. What?
Just look it
what
up.
evidence do you have to support that?
Does anyone else here please like to vouch?
Controls the
What,
dollar.
that every bank in every central bank in the world is owned by the
But a few.
I
Yeah.
vouch. I vouch. I've noticed that.
Except for none of them are, other than that.
Right.
Somebody
What about
vouched
the
at least.
CIA?
The Bank of England is.
And the Department of Defense? What about those people, Jim? Do they exist?
What's
really? Does the
Central
Department of
Intelligence,
Defense exist? Yes, it exists.
CIA,
Yes.
FBI.
Now we're just going to go through every
Mossad.
American government
Private
department.
banks back up every
No, I'll go through
country but a
every
few. And they're owned by the
every
same
intelligence
people.
agency.
It's just not true,
The
is it?
Catholic
Yes, it is.
Intelligence Agency.
Absolutely
The
true.
Russian Intelligence Agency. The Chinese Intelligence Agency.
Good.
Even here in Canada.
Just keep
private
listing
banking
government
have us.
departments, Demok. That's a really good contribution to.
Dude, y'all are denying
Canadian
things like
Intelligence
Operation
We definitely needed a
Mockingbird.
list of American government.
Dude, y'all are denying things like Operation Mockingbird and the fact that there are centralized bank in almost every country owned by the Rothschilds.
Yes, absolutely. That's nonsense.
Bird's a
Ah,
fact.
so
Do you have
pathetic.
any evidence to support the fact that
Yeah,
the
give me a sec,
Rothschilds
man.
own every central bank in every country?
I said but a few.
Petrodollar.
All right,
Any
but
of them.
any
No,
any of
none
them
of
at
them.
all?
Yeah,
But
yeah. Who's
They
on the
own
board
none
of
of
the
them.
Federal Reserve?
Being on the board does not mean you own it.
It means you have partial ownership.
No, it
Who
doesn't.
ran
What
the
an
CIA
idiot.
for a long time? The Bushes.
This dude's saying the dude's on the board and doesn't own any of the bank. They openly admit
whole
in their
bunch of-
origin documentation that they split ownership. You know nothing about what you speak
Board are
of.
separate from the owners.
Go look who runs the CIA.
No, they specified that they all have ownership.
And you were still in America. You need to establish almost every country in the world.
Yeah, I'll have
So-
to go get it. Just a sec, man.
Go ahead.
I mean, I know other people in here know this, but they're not going to help me out, of course,
Every
because people just want to
country
be
has
biased
a
and
government,
hate
don't
me and
they?
shit.
I'm on your
Every
side.
country
once
has
gets
an
it.
intelligent
Thanks,
agency.
man. At least somebody's
Sure.
is.
I agree
What's
with
the-
you.
Okay, yes.
I
What's
just
the
can't
point?
get a word in edgewise.
Well, go and you support it then, Glass. See what you can give us.
How many countries run the world is what I'd ask you guys.
None.
So how many countries do you need to control?
None. No country runs the world.
So what do you? So exactly. So what do you have to control?
What?
What are you
What
on
do you
about?
need? What do you need to control motherfuckers with?
If you've got a point to make, just make.
Information, and tell them, and might, right?
And what are they gaining from this control?
Monetary. So if you control the money, the
Just saying
information,
words
and the
now,
might.
Trillions of dollars, I would say that's a decent thing to gain.
They have trillions of dollars?
Dude, think about how much
Military.
money they've accrued in interest in just the capitalized or the central bank here in America, dude. I mean, they get tons of interest.
Who's the they?
In America, it's the Federal Reserve. There are private centralized banks
They control the stock
all
markets
over
too.
the world. Private companies that control the economic monetary allocation of
And the
countries.
stock market controls the change and exchange rate between countries.
They set
Okay.
interest rates.
Okay.
So
Well, the
is the hierarchy
CIA and
enslaving
FBI
you.
run it all.
No, I'm just making a point. Like, the Federal Reserve makes billions and billions on interest rates alone.
Well, here's another thing. Why
And they
would a
produce the
company, when you
currency.
guys say, hold on a second, hold on. When you guys say news and news companies and news agencies, back in the day when there's 1 and 2 television stations and 3 and then 5 and then 10, what in the fuck? Who would be a news agency for what money? Who is paying you? other than the Central Intelligence Agency or the FBI? Who's paying like 50 people to go out and find stuff out?
Media
Random people?
on things like newspapers
Who
and
started
television
it?
companies.
2 channels,
Who do you
Jim.
think
2
pays
channels. Who? 2 channels, Jim. What are you talking about now?
Well, yeah, oh dear, you're one of those Americans forgotten there's a
Channel
rest
2
of the
and 5
world.
is what started my TV, buddy.
Listen,
Reality. What are you
Mong,
talking
there are
about?
millions of media companies all over the world that aren't anything
Who
to do with
they owned by?
America or NBC or
Millions of
anyone that
companies.
owns any of that stuff.
So who pays?
So forget
Who
about
pays
you. There's
millions of
only
companies
6
for
media
nothing?
companies and they run it all.
Why
It's
would you
nonsense.
pay 1 million companies? What are you paying 1 million companies for, Jim? What would you pay them for?
What are you talking about?
Where would you get money? Where would you get a million?
People who buy their
companies for
newspapers
info?
and watch their TV shows pay them. People who
So you gotta pay
advertise in
ladies,
those
guys.
publications pay them.
You
Do I
got to pay
really
them to
need
get
to
their hair
explain this to
done, their
you?
wardrobe, makeup, 50 people to sit there, thousands of dollars
I'm just gonna.
to tell the news
You're
to
a-
someone? What news?
Are you a Mong?
That's right.
He's not even trying. He's just
This would
wants
be.
to come here for attention.
Did you guys pay your news tax last year?
Yes, when I bought products, when I bought some pair of tennis shoes, I paid my news tax. You understand that, right?
So why is it fair that 95% of people didn't and you had to carry the burden?
No, 95% of people did. Everybody, you paid news tax. You're paying news tax right now. Every time you go online and you see an advertisement.
Oh, the advertisements.
That's who
circle
pays
to
them,
that
right?
special
That's
interest
it.
thing Witsit was telling me about. Right back
Oh, and
full
by the
circle
way,
to the
thank you,
special
because that's how I make my money.
When you see a television commercial on TV or cable or satellite or your iPhone or your Samsung or whatever, all those commercials, satellite.
What's the
That's
question?
how you're paying the news tax.
Yes, I know. That's what I said.
No, I was telling the flurf. Sorry.
Okay.
Did you say satellite?
All right.
Do you watch TV on cable, satellite, internet?
No.
How do you watch
Internet,
TV? Well, there you go. You're paying some of the news tax right then and there.
Yep.
Bingo.
So what does that have to do with satellites?
Same thing. If you're a satellite user, you're paying some of the news tax by having a satellite subscription.
Wait a minute, what
Satellite
satellite
TV.
do I use?
It don't matter.
Director Dish TV. That's the thing. Sky TV. Do you have a satellite TV?
Shaw, Bell,
No.
Rogers.
Okay. And you're not paying it.
No.
Name here. Netflix.
Go over the news channels and tell
Does
me which ones are
Netflix
different
satellite?
from the other ones.
It's a paid subscription internet movie service.
Why do
Yeah,
all
what does
the
that do
news
with
channels
satellite?
have the same news? If
They
it's
don't.
news. Yeah, they do.
What? Okay, what
What does
should
that do
they
with
have?
satellite?
Why
Have you
should
ever
news channels have
seen
different
Conan
news?
O'Brien play 500 different channels and they all have the same exact news, every one of them?
It's called a news agency.
Yes, because there's
500
only
different ones are doing the same,
story to lots
the
of news
same
channels.
script.
And in
They start with
America,
the same script.
in America, you have dozens of news channels that are syndicated.
Today
to the
we're
same
going to say
company.
hello to the
So
Easter
they
Bunny.
have the same
Today we're
news.
going to say hello to the Easter Bunny. Today we're going to say hello to the Easter Bunny. Today we're going to say hello to the Easter
Well,
Bunny
then
on
we'd
every
have the
fucking
same
one of them. What are you
story
talking about?
because
Are
somebody
you-
wrote a news story down.
You know, it's not the same story. It's the exact same script, word for word.
So what?
Yes, that's
Well, that's
Sinclair
just
News.
confirmation that these people all just have a script given to them.
Well, yes.
So who wrote the script?
Yes, that's
Who wrote the script?
Well, a journalist wrote the script.
And if the CIA is interested in the script, you think that you can
that's how
skip
news
over
is
that?
produced.
But the
They-
CIA already said they have interest in that very thing, the script.
So what?
So the
Because they
CIA
said
is
it,
writing the
they must
script,
be
and all the
controlling
news
it all.
news stations are
You haven't got any
regurgitating it.
evidence that the CIA
Yeah, I've
have
already
written-
dropped 2 documents in here about it.
What? That the CIA have written the script.
That they have
And the sad
subverted
thing is
the
you think those are
media. Yeah.
persuasive. You find those convincing. That's the sad thing.
What?
The thing is,
I'm going to get the
news
document anyway.
agencies-
I've already
news
there's another one.
agencies have existed for a long time. A favorite flat Earth piece of evidence is that story about Ebenezer Brooch, the guy who was going to take the education minister to court for teaching the damnable philosophy of the globe. You probably heard that story. Well, if you look around, you can find that exact same story, word for word, in at least a dozen newspapers around that time that it was published. This is how news is sold around the world. You know, you have news agencies that produce these stories, and they sell them to any publication that can buy them. And those publications will buy them for instance, a local newspaper will be mostly local news, but will probably include some international news. Well, where are they going to get that international news from? A local newspaper can't have reporters all around the world. They have to get it from somewhere else. So they buy it from news agents.
Of course they can have reporters around the world.
Nope, they can't afford it.
It's a conspiracy theory to say they can't.
So we have the news agencies like, for instance, Reuters, been around a long time. The newspaper that my dad used to work at, they had direct links, teleprinters back then it was, with Reuters, that these printers would just be printing out news all day long, and you could just go and tear it off and find out what the latest thing that Reuters was putting out was.
Yeah. And AP and UPI, yep.
Right, and if they need something for the paper, they'll use it. You know, I got the my dad brought them for me, and I've got a scrapbook of them somewhere. But it was the Apollo Soyuz. Do you remember that one? The handshake in space in 1977, I think it was. Well, I've got all of the Reuters news feeds from that. So all the little bits that they send, all the little NASA announcements and everything, all on teleprinter paper, hundreds and hundreds of them. Yes. So that's how news is sold. And in the US, you have these companies, these networks where all, they're local news shows, but the national news, they're all getting from one place. We do that here as well. So obviously all those places are just going to read out the same story.
Yep. They're all CIA. Didn't you know that?
Right.
They're all just front companies for the CIA.
Making it all
Imagine
easier
being
for
so
the CIA
stupid.
to figure out where
There's
it all
like
comes
literal
from,
documentation
and then
proof
go
in
to the
here,
root.
and you still say
Give me
stupid
a
shit
second.
like that.
Yeah, I'm looking at
he's
these
got some
documents.
But
Your documentation sucks.
Oh, that's very specific of you, knowing damn well you haven't read it.
But I think these arguments always take on a very US-centric point of view. These things
Imagine
about
thinking
media.
you can know something's wrong without reading it.
I think the funny thing is that you think you come across something that I haven't seen already.
Okay, so then
I find that funny.
Okay, so are you saying that doesn't say the CIA has infiltrated parts of the media? I think it's funny that you just say stupid shit and you never respond specifically to what I'm saying.
I try to respond specifically, but you always start going on to some other nonsense.
Once
before we
again,
can
God, how is it possible that somebody could know something that you don't know? God,
Consider
please
it's
tell
probably
me,
well
how would that be
100
possible?
pages.
The declassified document proof is sitting right there.
Yeah, 100 pages or more.
There's even more than that, so I'm sorry, but what do you want from me?
No, I'm going to have a lot of reading ahead of me.
Yeah, I guarantee you don't do it because you're scared of what it says.
I'm a globe earther. I'm not scared.
That's why you're scared.
I want to read it.
So
You're scared of truth.
Did you read it?
I downloaded them all.
I read
Witsit,
Operation Mockingbird like 3 years ago.
Yeah, what did you read?
Operation Mockingbird.
Yeah, so you read 3 words. All right, cool.
No, I read the document.
What documents?
3-4 years ago. I just leaked it, dude.
Documents?
The Operation Mockingbird legislation. It's literally called
What are you
Operation
claiming
Mockingbird.
from it, though? We know you read it.
It
but
says
what are you claiming about it?
It describes how the CIA has invested interest in manipulating the public narrative by infiltrating parts of the media.
To what end?
To control the public narrative.
Why would they want to do that?
Well, that's a huge question, isn't it? That would constantly be relative to what was going on at the time and what they wanted to do.
Why does God keep asking questions if he already knows everything?
God
or is
don't
it more
exist.
likely that he's a Dunning-Kruger
A positive
moron
affirmation
who
of
is
no
more
God is as
confident
ignorant as it
in his own
comes.
skills and abilities.
You're funny, Hank.
Just
I
because
like
you
You still
give the
can't respond to
information doesn't
the
mean that
facts,
they're
though.
going to be willing to make the connection. So you can give them the information, but they may not
So,
make the connections.
Well, they can
especially
concede that they don't
Witsit?
disagree, that they disagree with what they may do with it, but they can't disagree with the fact they do it. They tell us they do it.
But what does make the connection mean? Because I think it means make shit up that makes a connection.
No, I'm not. My
means
claim
make a
is like
narrative.
exactly what the document claims, which is that the CIA infiltrates parts of the media to control public narrative based on
Right.
their current agenda. That's what
But
they
how
say.
would that have any influence on any outside?
Yeah, we already knew that.
Okay, so just this. Okay, so whatever then. You just don't. We just want to hand wave dismiss America entirely. You admit that I'm right about the U.S.
Well, I'm not. I'm not even going to argue.
It just
but
doesn't mean
the idea is that that this is we're controlling. The world is being controlled, and I just don't see how this.
No, it's
gets
just funny.
you to
Someone
that.
said they've been researching U.S. politics from 1856, yet they don't even know about Operation Mockingbird, and they've actually voiced contention about it being ignorant, like 10 times.
No,
I went and tracked down the evidence for you on a freaking iPad while I was chilling, and now instead of like examining the evidence or saying I'll get back to you, it's just like we know it's wrong. I don't have to look at it.
I didn't say we know it's wrong, did I?
Well then, okay.
What did I
there's
say?
different people talking. You said
didn't give me
you
the
said you'd have a lot of reading to do.
No, that was the other guy.
Okay, see, I can't keep up with everybody.
No hater.
There were
Last
congressional
monster said he's got a lot of
investigations
reading to
into
do.
the
Me.
operations of the CIA at this time as well. I'm reading.
You-
So there has been some public accountability, but
It's just factual, man. There's like more. I sent 3 different ones, man. But the Operation Mockingbird is the big one. I read that one a long time ago. You can look at these other ones where they briefly acknowledge agents, agents being on media, like in media. Like I gave 3 links.
Agents on which media?
Just different media in America, bro. It doesn't specify. And then
Who are the
also, when
agents?
they were in Congress, and one time the CIA representative was asked, okay, the line of questioning evolved to the question, okay, well, do you have agents in news stations in position of anchors? And he said, I think we've now reached the point this conversation will have to continue in private. Which is also, there's a video of that.
And from that, you determined something.
No, I just told you Operation Mockingbird tells you that. Another document I linked talks about the agents in the media, and when asked specifically about it, he couldn't answer on the record. He said we'll have to discuss that in private, even though right before that he did acknowledge that they do have a connection to media. He wouldn't specify that they have anchors that are actually agents. He said he doesn't want to answer on public
even
record.
if they've got an anchor, that doesn't help, does it?
Question for you, though. If this stuff was also sinister, why would they write it down? And why would they allow you to see it?
Well, the only way that you can have an effective operation is to gain intel from different angles and document it, and then come up with the best logistical plan based on that.
Right, you didn't answer my question. Why would they?
I just did answer your question.
Why would they let you see it?
Oh, they declassified it decades after the fact, Freedom of Information Act, knowing
Why
that
would they-
people like you won't even research it, or you'll lie and argue for it anyway.
If they were so powerful, why would they do that?
Because now they can say, they can have plausible deniability saying we declassified it, and they know zealots like you are still going to defend their crimes.
I haven't defended anything, have I?
Yes, you have.
I took to the streets and protested against what the CIA has done.
Okay, then why are you lying about what they admit they do
I
then?
don't think they should do the shit that they do, but
Yeah.
saying that the shit that they do influences, the whole world is sort of in one direction.
Well, I'm talking specifically about
that's
America. Do you agree that the media in America controls American narrative very efficiently?
Well, not so much, really.
Okay, well, I guess you don't live here, but actually, they've kind of broken it up
I
into
don't have
2
to live
things.
there.
It's like Fox News or it's all their media, and most people do truly in America, whatever side they're on, they go to their news stations to completely inform themselves.
Witsit, hold on a second here, Witsit, because earlier you made the statement about the Rothschilds, owner controlled the majority of the central banks around the world.
I provided a link for that
Okay,
too.
yeah, that link, by the way, is just a site that just bombards you with ads, and it's a total bullshit conspiracy
you can
theorists.
research
It's just a
eBank.
meme site that sells advertising like crazy and just fucking spam bombs your phone when you click on the site.
I gave
okay?
2 links, then use the other
And
one.
then I looked at and so they linked it I looked at 2 of the things they said on there: Bank of England and Bank of Argentina. And then you go look up the research about the history of the Bank of Argentina and the Bank of England, and there has nothing to do with the goddamn Rothschilds.
Okay, I'll be right back because you're just a liar. So
He must have a trash phone.
Just do
because
such a
I-
clown.
I clicked
Jake,
them
thank
and
you
I
so
had no
much, man.
problem
You
with
saved me the
that.
hassle. Thank you, man.
So it's like
I got
you're
no
gonna
ads.
just believe anything, huh? You're gonna just
I'm
believe
about to
anything.
prove
'Cause
you
I found a
wrong
list.
like a dumbass that
I
you
found several
are.
sources to that list, by the way, the list of all these central banks owned by the Rothschilds, and it's literally like a Facebook page, and then that goddamn terrible site that has just porn bombs your phone basically when you click
Do
on
you
it.
think that the
Okay?
Rothschilds put out a magazine saying, "Hey, here we own every bank, you dumbass"? There's a
So
list
how
you
do
can
you
independently
know then?
verify.
So
I'm
how
about
do
to
you
prove
know
your
about
claim
it?
wrong.
How
I'm
are
about to prove
you-
your claim wrong in a second.
How
I'm
is
going to
it?
prove
How
your claim wrong.
how is
I'm
it
going
that
to
you
prove
know
your
that
claim wrong.
a guy that doesn't even work in banking,
You're already
a guy
spiraling because you know you just
that
lied.
washes cars for a living, he knows the secret of all the banking cartels.
This is how you know he's spiraling. He's bringing up the fact I wash cars again because he just
I'm
lied.
just
And I'm
saying
about to
you don't
expose
work
him.
in that
How about you just
industry.
shut the fuck up? It's only
You
going to be a
don't
couple
even
minutes and
work
I'm going
in
to
that
expose you.
industry.
Expose faster than May West.
Once gets it, all he had to do is install an ad blocker and he'd have no problem with the ads. They'd all disappear, just like they do on mine.
Yeah, I have an iPad. I didn't deal with that, so I don't know what you are dealing with.
I don't have any ads because I've got an ad blocker too. Yeah.
But what's it? You see how when you have
There's 2 links also.
when you have a conspiratorial mindset, you'll just believe anything without doing the evidence.
No, this is like 5 years old for me. I've already researched it.
Show me with specificity the extensive research showing the connection of the Rothschilds.
Yeah, you're like
every central
5
bank
years
around the world.
behind, dude.
When you have a
I did this
political
5 years ago.
mindset, you use stultification and genetic fallacies to, get people not to want to click on the links and look for themselves.
I just want the evidence.
Witsit is always asking for show me the evidence with specificity. He says that for every claim.
Yeah, I'm about to.
But what's the proof that you'll make the connection? It appears that there's a problem with making connections. The evidence is here, but it appears
what
you'd
does
be
make the
unwilling to
connection
the
mean?
connection.
You mean make a connection that is there visibly, but pretend that it is. Start pretending
only
that
one way.
there's a connection that isn't there, that cannot be
Well, the
evidenced.
Bank of England is English royalty, European English royalty, which of course is the same thing as the fucking Rothschilds. But I'm about to say, see if there's a connection. What was the other country? What was the other bank you said?
It's not English royalty.
Oh yeah, English royalty has nothing to do with the Bank of England. What a joke!
No, they don't.
Okay, so they have no say over the Bank of England.
No.
So
None whatsoever.
Okay. So the Queen of
Absolutely
England
none
cannot do.
whatsoever.
So the Queen of England can do nothing to the Bank of England.
The royal family have
hold
no.
on, hold on.
Does the Queen of England have power over the Bank of?
No.
Okay, that's wrong.
No, not at all. Not in any way whatsoever.
She just doesn't enforce it. She does have that power.
No.
Give me a second. Let me bridge the gap. Okay, so does the Queen of England have any authority over the City of London, the financial district?
Does she have any authority? She doesn't have any authority over anything, really.
The City of
She's
London
our-
financial district.
She's our head of state.
Yeah, no legislative powers whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah, can she be arrested?
Oh God, now you're changing it.
No, I'm saying she has power. She has. She is the ultimate authority in England. She is the ultimate authority in England.
Well,
objectively,
not really.
She can't
Not
even be
really.
arrested.
Ceremonially, she is, but not in actuality.
Okay, so what exactly is it the Queen of England could try to do but would be incapable of doing?
She couldn't get away with murder.
Really?
No.
So who would arrest her?
I don't know.
No one can.
You're gonna let me change the topic on you, aren't you?
We are changing topic.
Yeah, we're going way past the Rothschilds, right? The other one was the Bank of Argentina. That was just like the first central bank on the list of your 100 countries on your porn bomb website.
Okay, to clarify, I know for a fact the Rothschilds own a ton of central banks in the world, and that was my claim. I just sent you the
they
first
don't
thing I
own
googled.
any.
They don't own any.
No.
How do you know
Oh
that
my
for a
God!
fact?
Just a second.
Witsit, how do you know that for a fact?
I'll be right back. Y'all are so pathetic.
What? Because we don't.
The
buy into
Rothschilds
same
aren't
bullshit
even
you
in the
do?
top 25 richest families list.
I know.
Because the Rothschilds, who were once quite a powerful banking family, their descendants have split so many different ways.
Yep.
I guess you forgot about that inbreeding part that I brought up earlier. So how
There's
many
no single. The biggest Rothschild entity is the Rothschild Investment something or other, right? And they're worth nothing compared to big companies.
So you know
like
every
Amazon and
under the
Apple.
table dealing that the Rothschilds have with every single company, and there's nothing really to speak of, huh?
Do you?
Rupert. What about Rupert Murdoch? How much of your news media does he bloody control? A bloody
Just to
Australian
Just
controls
to give you guys an
nearly
example,
25%.
just to give you guys an example of the Queen of England's power, the Queen of England and her power, she exercised it in 1999 to refuse discussions or a bill regarding Parliament power to authorize military strikes in Iraq. So she has enough power to stop Parliament from passing a bill.
So
Wait a
what
minute.
did she do
So
actually?
the argument, hold on, the argument was that she doesn't pass bills, right? So she doesn't have any power. But which is more powerful, the ability to pass a bill or the power to shut it down?
She stopped a bill in 1999. She stopped a bill, a discussion of a bill for Parliament to authorize military strikes in Iraq. She stopped the proceedings.
Wait a second. Who was striking Iraq in '99?
There's
Well,
a
first
bill
you gotta
being
get your-
discussed. There was a bill being discussed in Parliament regarding the military authorization for strikes against Iraq. She refused the discussions of the bill to happen in Parliament. She exercised her power in 1999.
But there was nothing happening really in Iraq in '99.
The argument is, does she have the power, not the war, is the question.
Yeah, so what's the problem? If there wasn't nothing going
Yeah,
on in 1999, then why would
we
she
need
even
a
stop?
citation on that.
Yeah, it's not.
Why would that
it's
even
not
come up in
exactly
British
true?
Parliament?
This is what happened. It was the military action against Iraq parliamentary approval bill. Was a private member's bill introduced in the United Kingdom House of Commons by Tim Dalyell MP under the 10-minute rule. The 10-minute rule, also known as Standing Order Number 23, is a procedure in the Parliament of the United Kingdom for the introduction of a private member's bill in addition to the 20 per session normally permissible. So it is one of the ways in which a bill may receive its first reading. Anyway, it received its first formal reading on the 26th of January 1999. The bill sought to transfer the power to authorize military strikes against Iraq from the monarch to Parliament. The long title of the bill was A Bill to Require the Prior Approval by a Simple Majority of the House of Commons of Military Action by United Kingdom Forces against Iraq. It was presented by Tim Dalyell and supported by some other MPs that it lists here. The bill became Bill 35 in the 1998-1999 parliamentary session. I'm nearly there with this. And was initially scheduled for second reading on the 16th of April as a bill modifying the monarch's prerogative powers. Queen's consent was required before it could be debated in Parliament. The Queen, acting upon advice of her government, refused to grant her consent for the bill to be debated.
Don't forget about royal assent.
So
the primary thing
delayed.
that she.
It was delayed several times. Yeah, but you're
royal
forgetting
assent.
Okay, just keep
Panda.
saying royal assent. That will stop me from talking, and then we can just hear you repeatedly saying royal assent.
What is royal assent?
Well, it's where the Queen signs off on, but she has to do it.
It's do or don't.
So
it's do or don't.
Just keep in. You're going to get muted if you don't let me finish. So you can say what you want to say, and then I'll say what I want to say. If you try and say what you say while I'm talking, I will mute you. Okay? So the Queen is always operating on the advice of the government. The Queen when she does the Queen's speech at the opening of Parliament, the government give her the speech, and she says, "This is what my government is going to achieve." But the government tell her that. You know, we have a long history of this, and when monarchs have misbehaved, we've executed them. You know, this is part of our history. So this is our system of doing things. But ultimately, the Queen, I'm not saying she has no influence or no power, but ultimately she has to do what Parliament says. And if she tries not to, then that's going to be the end of the monarchy. So, and it has been before this country.
Why is it, Jim Panda, the Queen is the only one allowed to declare war?
That's wrong.
Hang on. I think Winston Churchill might have something to say about that.
Well, it's part of our parliamentary system, right?
So she has power, and she's the only one.
Well, she has to act on the
She's
advice
the
of the
only
government.
one.
She has to act on the advice of the government.
Hold on.
I repeat.
She's the only one allowed to dissolve Parliament and the only one to call.
Yeah, but she can
an act
only
of
do
war.
that on advice of the government. I would keep repeating it. You can pretend that it's just her doing it on her own when she feels like it, but it's not. She's doing it when the government tell her to.
I'm not saying that she's not
Everything
pressured,
she does is when the government tell her to do it. As a
but the
result of what they say.
reality is she doesn't need Parliament to make these decisions. That's the point of this discussion.
She absolutely does. You're completely wrong. She has no way of introducing any legislation with Parliament. How could
Royal assent wouldn't be put in place if she wasn't given the authorization for do's and don'ts.
But royal assent is what
The act.
Royal
the
assent
act-
is royal assent is what happens after Parliament have discussed something, right?
She still
It's
has the authority to say yay or nay. Whether she does or not, it's not the argument. Whether
Well-
Parliament forces her to do it, it's not the argument. The argument is she has the
Well, it
position of
is.
power
That
to do so.
absolutely is the argument, because
No.
what you're arguing is that the Queen ultimately is wielding all this power as part of some international cohort of powerful people, and clearly that's not true.
The Queen of England is the only one that can dissolve Parliament and fire everybody in it and actually have a new set
That's
of
not
Parliament.
true.
Actually, the Governor General can do that too, mate.
The Queen of England can dissolve Parliament that
So
very
can the Governor
day.
General.
That
can
very
only
day,
act-
she can
only
actually
act on advice
replace.
of the government. She can only act on advice of the government. She can. That's ultimately how it works.
There's just no
So-
there's just no limit to the reality these guys will make up.
I know.
Whenever the world doesn't
They just
fit their
don't care.
reality, they just create it. Yeah, they just make up a new world out of whole cloth.
But
So the Queen can dissolve
Dude,
Parliament.
I've been smashing y'all, dude. I've literally posted evidence of everything I've said, and y'all can't respond to any of it this whole time.
Well, we're having a different
Witsit,
conversation at the moment.
Witsit,
So
I just
we can't have
got-
two conversations at the same time.
Well, just don't make holistic statements about like the absurdity these guys go to, because
Yeah,
literally
exactly.
I've posted evidence for everything I said.
So royal assent is true. The fact
Nobody
that she can
said
be
it's
the
not. Nobody said it's not at any point. Nobody said it's not.
she can
Why are you
declare
saying
war.
that?
She can declare war, but she hasn't. The only one before
No,
that
she
was King.
can't. No, she can't. You are
the-
wrong. How could the Queen declare war? How would that work?
So
She
King
just says,
George,
I'm at
King
war
George
with...
V.
She can do anything she wants.
King George V was the monarchy leader at the time that called war against Nazi Germany in 1939.
So what?
The point is that she's been given the powers. She doesn't exercise the power. The part of the
That's The point is, if she did exercise that power, she wouldn't have the power. That's the whole point. The system wouldn't work if that
That's
happened.
why she doesn't exercise the power.
Exactly.
Most likely, but that's not the argument. The
Well,
argument
it is the argument. It is the argument.
The argument
yes,
isn't. The argument is not whether or not
Let me remind
exercises
you
or
again
not.
what the argument is.
You're
are arguing.
interrupting me, and let me get it out, please.
I am, yes, because you don't know what the argument is, and I need to tell you. The argument is that the Queen has ultimate power, and she's wielding this ultimate power as part of some international consortium of powerful people. That is not true. The Queen cannot do anything without Parliament. Nothing whatsoever. Go ahead.
Jem. Sorry, Jem. Just something quick. Right. It was Chamberlain who declared war.
I know.
Yeah,
it's nothing to do with the king.
Hang on. Was I finished saying what I was saying before someone really interrupted?
Sorry,
no, not
I
you,
did
Jem.
as well.
Yeah, but we were having the discussion. It was somebody else. I directly addressed you.
That was Ramstorp,
Now,
I think.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? In 1939, that Prime Minister said, Nazi Germany, get the fuck out of Poland, right? France also came along for the ride, even though they were about to be destroyed. He declared war for the British peoples against Nazi Germany. The Queen had nothing to do with it. Or the King.
May I, gentlemen? Back to the Magna Carta days, the King pretty much and monarchy lost their powers. It's decided by Parliament. You really should look into English history because the way Flat Earth, you were speaking assertively, one of us is actually bullshitting and we both know who it is.
Hey, how much land of the earth does the Queen own?
Radical change of topic.
6.6 billion. To think that no power comes with that is so laughable. How much gold does she have?
What?
Acres.
Acres of land.
Yeah, isn't that wild? 1/6 of the Earth's land, supposedly.
Yeah, and
of course we know why.
Australia doesn't own 1/6 of the Earth's land.
She's over 1/6.
She owns
of
the Queen's Falls in Tanzania.
How
Has
can
that
you
bitch ever
possibly
been to
believe that?
Tanzania?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, she's been to Tanzania plenty of times.
She has been to every country under the monarchy's rule.
You know, I don't doubt that you read that somewhere. My question is, why'd you believe it?
She owns a lot of land. There's no doubt about it. I mean, one of the McDonald's that I go to is on this retail park, and that is owned by Crown Estates, and Crown Estates owns all sorts of shit around Britain.
But 1/6 of the world?
Yeah, I don't believe that for a moment.
Why would you believe that when you read it?
Like I think that I'm saying like the royal over whatever, but I know 6.6 billion acres. Are you contending that also? I have to go look up everything I claim, and then I go get it, and no one's responded to any of the evidence. I've posted like 50 things of evidence.
Let me see. Let me see what she does own a lot of stuff. She's one of the richest people in the world. There's no doubt about that.
6 continents. The Queen owns Europe. That's 1/6.
The Queen owns
Europe.
Europe.
Doesn't own Europe.
I'm saying it's a little rough estimate. You know.
It's Europe.
Oh, they're saying that's how much it would be. The 60 billion acres would be Europe.
Do you know how much of Australia covers in Europe, right?
Okay, hang on. 1.9 million acres of agricultural land and forest.
What the fuck's Australia?
Oh, and hold on, there's more though, and more than half of the UK's foreshore. And
literally just type in how much land does the Queen own, and it pops up and tells you 6.6 billion acres.
Well, where's that come from? Where's that come from? I don't know.
I'll try this for you, Jeff.
BusinessInsider.com.
Oh, well, that sounds quite legitimate.
Well, that is a legitimate magazine, but I wonder what it really says.
Try Google.
It seems too much, doesn't it?
It's nice to see you try and get some
Google
middle
is
ground.
some
It's nice to listen to because for once you're all actually listening to each other.
So Witsit, you still haven't provided any evidence that the Rothschilds own the majority of or even a single central bank anywhere.
Actually, yes, I have. You're lying. I've posted tons of evidence after the banks.
No, you haven't posted anything.
Yes, I have.
He posted shitloads of stuff. Read it. What do you think I've been doing while I'm
But
muted?
see, this guy is also
He posted nothing related to that at all.
He
I posted the entire historical breakdown of different banks that the Rothschilds own.
No, you didn't.
I've
There's
been
nothing there.
this
No, you
list of banks
didn't.
because I have nothing
Yeah,
better
you
to do.
did.
I literally did
And
it.
I'm 22 banks in this list, and of those 22 banks, one appears to be not a bank at all. It's just a branch of the government of the country. One serves 8 countries. It's difficult to determine what the ownership in, and one is 50% government ownership, 50% public ownership, and all of the rest of those 22, 100% state owned.
Hey man,
There's 164 banks on this list, and in the first 22, none of them appear to be privately owned.
Hey, bro, I already acknowledged that I'm not going to fully say that the list is accurate, and then I started providing specific documents about the banks the Rothschilds own because someone said they don't own any of them.
First of all, you provided some historical context of money that the Rothschilds
to
had
present
brought
day.
to different
It
areas
goes to
in
present
the early
day.
19th century. In the early
It goes
19th
to
century,
present day.
was to when the family was yielding their power and authority.
No, dude, it goes to present day. For example, in France, it's 2001 till currently. So you need to read it before you try to contend
I posted the link about the 6.6 billion acre claim.
Yeah,
Did you actually
I'm on
read
that.
it?
No, I didn't. I just remember that a long time ago. I saw
It
that.
includes all of Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Canada, and Australia, as if she owns the entire.
Does she have domain over that?
That's not what you said. You said
I said she's over 6.6 billion acres. Whatever. Maybe I said own. Okay, sorry, I misspoke.
Goalpost shifter.
But
That's obviously what I
article-
meant. Like the Queen's over like 1/6 of the Earth.
But
Like
hold
that's
on,
what I,
this article says it's the world's 15 biggest landowners, and it's right at the top. It's collectively they claim 7.8 billion acres. So the Queen can't own 6.6 if there's 15 of them have got 7.8, right? She would have to have a lot less than that, right?
Also, considering
if she's one of 15 and collectively the 15 have got 7.8 billion, she's not going to have 6.6 billion on her own.
Also, the amount of land that was given back.
actually, she literally does. So it's a list of 15, goes down to 1, and she's number 1. So why are you saying that?
Jem, is Witsit deaf?
Because
So,
that
Hank,
just
what do you think? Was I right on this one?
doesn't seem like a very realistic.
That list that Ravensong just posted, that's the one I'm running down.
Right.
She still owns more than everyone else.
Well, she doesn't, because she doesn't own all of Great Britain. She doesn't
Still
own
owns more than
Canada
everyone
and
else.
Australia.
She has ownership over it. She's over it.
She
has
doesn't
domain
know.
over it.
She doesn't have
She has
ownership
domain
in
and
any
rulership
way.
over it, dude.
But
Actually-
but that's like saying Donald Trump owns America.
So you're saying this article's wrong, right?
Yes.
Okay, but first y'all act like I
We're
took it out of
saying your
context or something, but yeah, I
We're saying
didn't.
Your interpretation of it is wrong.
No, it says it right
doesn't
there.
mean-
6.6 billion acres of land worldwide, including Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Canada, Australia, and a few other spots here and there. Also, the all-important Falkland Islands. England's third and most likely soon to be second. Longest-serving monarch, Elizabeth II, retains royal title over the British Commonwealth, and as such, manages to keep her face on money throughout the globe, which doesn't exist. With her 6.6 billion acres, Elizabeth II is far and away the world's largest landowner, with the closest runner-up, King Abdullah, holding control over a mere 547 million, or about 12% of the lands owned by Her Majesty the Queen.
Witsit,
But
I've been
it
reading
just
long
isn't
before you
that.
were born. I don't need you to read stuff to me. It doesn't mean what you say it meant.
I wanted everyone to hear
Right.
what it actually says.
Well,
Yeah,
because
no, so they can all hear how wrong you were. Good
because
fix.
it's just not ownership in any of the ways that we understand ownership to be. You know, she doesn't collect rent on this land that she apparently owns, does she?
Well, she's over it. Can she take over it if she wants to? Does she have domain over it? So she doesn't have domain over this land. Then.
No.
So this article is wrong, is what you're saying.
Well, hang on.
Would you mind if I
have
ask some
domain over it is different, I think, to owning it.
Oh my
know,
gosh,
people
y'all are
here-
so desperate, dude.
Well, hold on. No, it's not desperate. People here own land. You know, they buy and sell land.
Yeah, they say that we do that here too, and we have property tax. If you don't pay it, they come take it. And the
Right, but
Queen's even
property-
way worse
but
than
that's
that.
a whole different issue.
No, it's
isn't
not.
it?
It's the Queen. Do you have to pay property tax where you're at? What happens if you don't pay it? So who owns the land? The Queen of England has domain over
We're
1/6
just
of the Earth's
saying
land.
loads and loads of questions in the vain hope I might get to answer.
Well, sorry, I just
Can I
want
ask
to
Jen
know.
Panda a
There's two
question?
different things,
She
right?
doesn't
Either you're saying
she doesn't own the land in any of the ways that we would normally consider someone owning land. It just
okay, but
isn't
you do
true.
acknowledge that I didn't like say this article said something it didn't. You're just
Well,
saying the article's
no, it
wrong.
does-
Because
it
someone
does
said
say
I
this.
cherry picked the article.
It does say this, but it's
Thank you.
obviously incorrect.
Yeah,
Well, okay,
Gem
that's a different
Panda,
argument.
Gem, just remember that actual ownership of the land of Australia was turned over to the Aboriginal people several years ago.
Well, it's funny they left off America as if America isn't actually somehow got some royal tie back to it.
Why?
Even though every president ties back to royal
it to
blood.
the Aboriginal people.
They actually left people off this list. The Queen is over more land than this.
That's not
So
true.
Witsit,
All right,
you
whatever.
really
I don't care what you think.
Are you really suggesting the fact that you have to pay property taxes and that they could put a lien on your property and force a
No,
sale?
they can take it.
They cannot take your land. They can put a lien on it. They could put a lien on it. They can force a sale if you don't pay your property taxes after a certain
That's
number.
right.
Okay.
So what you can do,
And then
what you
they
can do in
pocket the
Canada,
money. That means they take it.
You can defer. You can defer your property tax upon the sale of your house.
They get to sell it to sell something that requires ownership.
In Canada, because we're under monarch rule here.
To sell something requires ownership.
You can own property. You can own property, but if you have to defer your property tax. If you don't pay your property tax, they can force the sale of your house. But that's why they have a loophole.
Can you force to sell something that you don't own?
Do you know that if I drop my car off at the mechanic and he repairs the car and I don't pay him for it, he can put a lien on the car and force a sale of the car to pay his mechanic
And then take
lien?
what you owe him and then give you the rest.
And that's what the county does too.
No, it's not.
Actually,
I'll link an article. There was a 78-year-old. Let me say something. There was a 78-year-old man in Michigan. He's older, and he wrote the wrong amount. He didn't write enough, and it was not very much money at all. They actually, because he was older, they sold his house and kept the money, dude.
Hang on, you're citing a mistake?
No, it wasn't a mistake. He tried to fight it in court and couldn't get it back.
Yeah, so what happens here in Canada, because we're under monarch rule, is there's a loophole to defer. That's how you get away with not paying property tax until the sale of your house.
But I'm saying they sell the house.
If you don't
Could you
defer,
imagine if they said, "My God, man, you're right"?
Well, wait, this guy's talking. It's all good. Yeah, I mean, it'll never happen.
Yeah, because he'll never be right.
Hank just longs for them just to be right.
Yeah.
Just to say.
No, it's not about being right.
I guess I'll link the story and y'all act like it.
'Cause,
Do you have to own
I've
something to
admitted
sell it?
several times when I'm wrong, right? I
Actually-
admit when I'm wrong.
Do you have to own something to sell it?
No, because guess
Oh.
what? Here's the fact that you haven't brought up. There was a guy who actually sold part of the moon.
Oh my God, I've heard it all today. Honestly, my head.
No,
See, this is so desperate.
No, listen.
it's true.
Before you
Is
call
this
it
synonymous
bullshit.
to actually selling land and then pocketing the money?
Hang on.
No,
Can I
no.
finish? Can I
Please
finish?
don't. It's bad.
Well, okay. So if you think it's bullshit, go and fucking debunk it then.
Okay, if someone paid someone money for a moon that they don't actually own, that is literally non sequitur and not analogous to the government taking land, selling it, and then
But
pocketing
you
the money
just
from it.
said, do you have to own something to sell it? And this guy did not own the moon, yet he still sold part of it.
To actually sell something that someone can physically obtain. Okay, dude.
Oh,
Jeez,
okay.
you're
Move
scared
the
of the question.
goalpost.
No, that's my premise.
Listen! Oi, shut the fuck up for once.
Someone's spiraling.
Oh my God.
No,
You
I'm
guys
not
are
spiraling.
just-
I've had enough of this.
So you
I
guys have
tried
been
to
pedantic,
I
though.
tried to make my statement, and you keep over talking. I tried to explain it, and you just call it bullshit. So I'm going to call everything you say bullshit.
That's not what I did.
You guys have been pedantic, though, haven't you? Just
I said
fucking put it
specifically
down,
it's not analogous. I didn't say it was bullshit. Although
But
it is.
you said you have to own something to sell it. A guy who didn't own
actually
the
sell
hang
it.
on.
He says,
Hang
"Do
on.
you have to own something to sell it?" That's what he
Yeah,
said.
hang
He
on.
asked the
Hang-
question. He didn't make a
Yeah.
statement. He asked
Brummy,
the question. Now
hang
you're trying
on.
to say he asked the question.
Oh, he said you have to own something to sell it, don't you?
No.
That's a
No,
question.
he asked. Yeah, it was a question.
I said, do you have to own something to sell it?
And I said no, because
someone sold the moon. I said, well, he didn't actually sell that, though, because someone didn't actually go physically obtain the land on the moon, did they? It's not analogous to when they actually physically go
the story, do
land.
you?
No, that's how specific. That's my premise from the beginning, and everyone here knows it. You're so desperate and dishonest.
Keep going if you know it.
Okay, you're saying he does own part of the moon?
I didn't say he did.
Of course. So it's not the same or analogous to someone actually physically obtaining land and then the government pocketing the money. Now is it?
Your premise was you have to own something to sell it. That was it.
I asked you, and you said no. So we have different interpretations of selling. I mean, authentically sell it.
How did he sell part of the moon if you didn't own it? Then you explain to me.
Exactly.
Well, no. You guys think it's bullshit. You have to prove that you
Explain
don't, don't you?
your story. Just explain it. How did he sell part of the moon if he didn't own it?
That's your rebuttal.
But this is the thing. You guys rejected it the moment I said it. Hang on.
Man.
Hang on, Brummy. Oh, hey, you guys. I'm Brummy. Shut up.
How did he sell part of the moon if he didn't own it? How did he sell part of the moon if he didn't own it? That was the question.
Look, if you ask nicely, I'll get you the article.
I'm saying, how did he sell part of the moon if he didn't own it?
But ask for an article. How do you know that this is true, and how does it work? Explain yourself.
Yeah, how did he sell it if he didn't own it?
Give me 2 minutes.
All right, you're gonna read an article off line then. Oh,
this is bad.
I think it's true that he sold, but is it true that anyone actually owned it? Would be my question, and
So
I don't think you can really say that they do.
Right. So you can't truly sell something if you don't own it, right? I mean, duh.
Nobody truly owns anything.
You don't have to be a contrarian about everything. I've been trying to be middle ground with y'all for like an hour.
Well, this point came up earlier, actually, where we were sort of talking about. I think Jake was bullshitting on that he'd bought all this land on the moon. But I think that there's like an international space treaty which says that nobody can lay claim to anything in space. Now, I know that covers nations because they're the only people who are sort of operating in space when that was drawn up. But I think it would still apply to people as well. I don't.
Or still today, it's just governments that go up there, supposedly.
You can't lay
or government contractors.
Well, that would. Well,
SpaceX kind of changed it up where you have to add the government contractor part.
I mean, some of their stuff isn't government contracts, is it?
Every time they go to space, dude, they got clearance and approval with the government.
They do lots of, like their Starlink stuff is their own thing. They have other stuff piggybacking on there by other private operators that are sticking stuff into space. But admittedly, that isn't people to the ISS. I admit.
Any satellite has to be approved by the government, though.
Well, I don't think that's true.
Oh, I can just go outside and send up a satellite right now.
Airspace is specifically sectioned off.
Of course.
So they have to have qualifications for airspace. If you didn't know it, maybe you should look.
Can I finish what I was saying? And then we can find out if I knew it. Rather than just assuming that I don't know it, because I'm not able to say if I know it because you're talking over me.
No, you're talking over me and interrupting me. I just said airspace.
Yeah, because you. Right, we don't have to listen to you. So, of course, a launch has to be approved by somebody because you don't want everyone sending up rockets, do you? Because they could, bang into aircraft and stuff. But that's the same with, an aeroplane flight, isn't it? They ultimately have to be approved. You can't just get in a plane and fly somewhere.
Yeah, we're talking about people that especially can go to the moon, right? Because this dude's selling the moon. And really, the premise is the dude couldn't sell the moon because he never owned it. And that goes right back to the first question, which is, can you sell something if you don't own it? They are exercising their ownership of the land by selling
I don't think they really, like I say, I don't think they own it. I think that ownership is forbidden by international treaty anyway. So
yeah, but your example was
not land though.
The property taxes that you pay, it's because you're being given a service that's not free, right?
Which is
they put
being
a
allowed
lien
to
on your
claim to own
property. It's
land.
no different than the example of the mechanic doing work on your car. if they put a lien on your property and you don't sell it within a certain period of time, they can force the sale of your house. And by the way, you know what else? There's also a thing called adverse possession, where if you don't do anything with your property for a period of time, and someone else comes in and lives on your property, they get squatters' rights. They can take ownership of your property, because if you don't care enough to maintain the land, then it should go to someone that will.
But that's not what we're talking
about.
about,
The
is
government
it?
does that to encourage the use of land.
We didn't say anything
the proper
about
use of land.
What if the land is completely maintained and perfect, and you don't pay property taxes? What are you talking? You're supposedly paying for the right to pretend
guess
that
what
you
the
own the
government
land.
does? Guess what the government does?
You're
the
paying for
government,
the right to pretend you own the land.
No, of course you
Literally
own
you
the
are.
land, because when the land goes up in value, you get to sell it, and then you get to pocket the money that land appreciated.
But not if you don't pay the property tax to claim you own it.
Yeah, because the property tax is part of the servicing of the property, right?
We didn't ask for servicing of property. What are you talking about?
Hold on. Let's
That was
imagine
my
if there's a
property.
world.
Don't I get to decide how it's serviced?
Oh, really? Okay, so if you go into some jungle somewhere, right, and you say this is my land, your ability to hold that land is only your ability to defend it. So as soon as a guerrilla group comes in, the local guerrilla group, they can just take that land right from you, because if you don't have the ability to defend it, that land is no longer yours.
I do have the ability to defend it, though.
Oh, really? So you can defend your land from a Chinese invasion by yourself?
What a Chinese invasion?
Sure.
What a clown! Yeah, because a militia would form, and it's been proven.
Yeah, you think a militia could stop?
Listen, yes, it's been proven. Even our
think
U.S. military.
a militia
Can I
could
speak?
stop?
Can I speak? Our U.S. military has actually ran logistics. Operation Garden Plot. I'll also provide the documentation for this. Operation Garden Plot. They ran logistics on the ability to take over the U.S. people hypothetically by force, and it wasn't looking too good for their outlook. They didn't suggest it because of the inherent advantage of guerrilla warfare with a militia. And
how good is guerrilla warfare if China decides to just blast the whole continent?
Bro, can I fucking make my point, dude? If the U.S. says that they don't think they can do that domestically, and they are over 50% of the world's military spending, you think that China can come in past them and then beat us?
They don't have to. They can just nuke your land.
Yeah, they could just send warheads from outer space that you don't believe in, and they can just glass the entire continent.
No, they
and because
can't.
you don't have a government, they're not worried about mutually assured destruction, because a bunch of guys, a bunch of militia walking down the street cannot defend against a nuclear attack.
The U.S. exercises their ownership of the land by selling it and keeping the profits.
Meteorites and aliens, can you defend your land against that? That's how stupid your argument sounds.
If you can't maintain ownership without paying someone,
my land, I get to live on my land. I get to build whatever I want on my land. And on top of that, when it goes up in value, I get to sell it and I get to pocket the value.
Can I say something, dude? Think about this.
Brummy, his argument is that when you pay tax to a government, you are paying for some of the services that government provides.
But it's not negotiable.
Hang on. And in this circumstance, just one of the services that the government provides that's useful to you as a landowner is it provides a great big military that stops foreign people coming in.
We pay for that without property taxes, though.
Coming and taking your land away. So that's just one of the things.
No, we pay for that without property taxes.
Sorry, our immigration is totally out of control, so our government's failing because they're more concerned about.
No, that doesn't even matter. That doesn't even matter. We don't have to have property taxes to fund the world's strongest military objective.
By the way, it's not just. It also funds the local police, right, which keeps immigrants from coming and living in my bedroom, because I can call the cops and say, "Hey, Jose Sanchez is now in my bedroom, and I want to sleep with my wife in there instead." And so the police will come and remove Jose Sanchez.
Firefighters and roads and cops. Like, I agree with that stuff, man. And I pay for something every time I buy it. I pay a tax on it, right? Like every time I buy it. So
that's just part of where the property taxes go. The property taxes go towards police to hold your property. It goes to the recorder's office, which maintains property lines and says who owns what.
Right. Come on.
Okay, property taxes are such a small percentage of the taxation in America, it's laughable. But if you have to pay someone in order to maintain ownership of the land, that means they own it. Because if you don't pay them, you no longer maintain ownership.
That's not what ownership means.
It's just
If
a
you want
way.
your own private definition, feel free.
It's just one of many ways, as you've said.
In court, they have to own it to sell it.
That's not what ownership means.
So, in your example, of the militia, well, then you got to pay for guns and bullets and all the other stuff, bulletproof vests and spike barricades and all the other stuff you need for your to set up your machine gun nest and all the other materials. Those are all taxes you'd have to pay to defend your property. Oh yeah, you got to pay for a 24-hour guard to watch the property while you sleep, right? Because you can't guard the property for 24 hours a day. So you're gonna have to pay someone when you go to sleep to sit there in the machine gun nest and be ready to shoot anyone that tries to take your property away.
Why are you so dramatic? A machine gun nest and Chinese invasions? Like, no, if someone invades my house, I shoot them with my 9mm because if I try to call the cops, I'll die before they get here. I defend my land, okay? So I'm not sure
Have
what
you
you
ever
do
heard
where
of a
you're
country
at.
called Sudan in Africa?
Have you ever heard of what I'm talking about, which is America?
You know what happens in those countries when the government falls apart?
Talk about diversion.
Militia mafias, basically local war gangs get put together and they come and they take everything and they rape and kill everything in their path.
That's not what would happen here, though, because we have veterans and police force that are retired. We have people that know how to understand the Second Amendment, utilize it efficiently, and ensure order within a community need be. People running savagely with a fucked up authoritarian government that may be overthrown, which is already chaos already, it was the normal, is not analogous to America and right-bearing people.
It is because those
Look at
people think
Operation
they're
Garden
asserting
Flats.
order, Witsit.
I'll give you the document.
Those people doing all that raping, plundering, and killing think they're asserting order. That's
Right,
what
but
happens.
I feel you. You're right. I feel you.
That's
But
what
do you think
happens when government breaks down and
But
you're
do you-
reliant upon mob rule.
I like some government, bro. I'm a limited government kind of guy, right? Like there should be some order. I like the police force. I almost think that like the idea of the police force though could be privatized in the sense of if their security force didn't do a good job, then we could, with our money that we pull together, get different people. That way they'd have to actually make sure they do a good job to gain the confidence of the people to be hired. That would be a good thing. Whenever it's automatically assumed within the state's ownership, it goes to shit. There's nothing to hold it accountable. No competition.
I think someone just fucked up your amendment, guys, because he forgets the bit about the militia and the right to bear arms.
That's
I mean, you vote in police chiefs and sheriffs and people like that, though, don't you? They're democratically elected.
Yeah, sheriffs are awesome, bro. Like, thank God, because that's those are the only people that can really stand their ground independently, and they are voted in. Yes. So we have a little resemblance of some shit like that, but you know, the premise is just pretty easy to understand.
But what's it? Even if we have to build the militia, I gotta stock up on ammo. Ammo is not cheap, right? I mean, 223 is what, like $1 around, 75 cents around now.
Why would you want 223?
I gotta stock whatever your flavor of ammo is, right? You gotta stock up on that. You gotta build your machine gun nest. You gotta hire your 24-hour security to stand watch when you sleep to defend your family.
762.
It'd be just a lot easier. It's just a lot easier to just pay your 1% property tax.
Right.
Oh, my friend. That's the thing.
Just a lot cheaper and easier to pay your 1% taxes than have to
That's a false
your whole
dichotomy.
property and then hope that a much more powerful group doesn't just come and mow you over anyway.
You're relinquishing that control and competition to even propose that dichotomy. You have to relinquish the control to propose that dichotomy.
Hey,
I don't agree with
do you ever let
just give an
anyone
example.
else talk?
Yes, I just did, and then responded to him.
No.
Everyone
Hang
spoke
on.
over him the whole time you tried to respond. And the fact is, you guys all just find all you guys ever do is just look for something to complain about.
Yeah, but it
rather
was
than
the
something to
fact
agree
I
with.
started my sentence first.
Do you guys ever find anything to agree with? All I hear is people just finding something to complain about. Is there anything that he says that?
Brother, you're a hypocrite.
I mean, I don't disagree with on what he said.
Jen, I agree. I agree. You've actually found some middle ground. But everyone else
I
is
think we
screaming.
need smaller government. I don't believe in big government. Really.
I agree, bro. Yeah, big time.
Big government.
But that's the second. I'll show you in a
True.
second. I'll get it. But I'll say, would that not kind of pique your interest if there's actually like a military like logistics exercise called
I believe
Garden
in
where
people involved government.
They looked at like
equity
a
government.
formulated militia, like a well-regulated militia,
Nah,
grassroots.
they're too stupid to know what's good for them. We're gonna
They
make
acknowledge
decisions
that's
for them,
something that
government.
they would never want to have to deal with. So I'll get it. I'll get it for you. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, have you actually looked into countries where militia have taken over and tried to form governments and seen what happens?
No, it's not about trying to form a government. It's just trying to like make sure that a certain ground of freedom isn't stepped across by the government. We have to hold them accountable, asserting our ability to do so.
But I thought that the militia for the US was only if it was a tyrannical government.
Yeah, and that's what we already have, to be honest. So, but if
We-
there
we
is certain
have
other
what?
lines that the people could agree on, and yes, that's why it's there. And I'll go get the Operation Garden Plot. These are military logistics of the domestic population of America. I think they probably have a good logistics system since they surveil the shit out of us. You know what I'm saying?
In what way has our government crossed the line into tyranny?
Well, they surveil all of our communications.
That's
No,
not
they
tyranny.
No, I don't
Well,
believe that. I know you don't
that's-
believe that, Scotty. There's nothing you
They
don't fucking
collect
believe in.
metadata.
Fuck's sake.
Well, that's
No,
in a
they-
breach
they
of the
collect
Fourth
metadata.
Amendment.
Give me a
It might
fucking
be,
break,
but
man.
how is that
So that's the
tyranny?
rules of what is going to be not allowed or be tyrannical. It's the
Okay,
Fourth
what would
Amendment.
you
That's the whole.
okay, let's stop. What do you define as tyranny? How do you define tyranny?
In America, anything against
the
the
general.
Constitution. No, that's how
That's
I'm
right.
defining
Anything
it.
against the Constitution.
Yes.
Okay.
Hang on.
Overbearing control asserted over the people by the state.
Okay, how do you determine what's overbearing?
Well, we in America, we have a list of things.
Okay, what are they?
First one is that we can say whatever we want to. We can criticize the government or the establishment unimpeded, no matter what. Freedom of speech and expression.
Yeah, we can do that. So they haven't crossed that boundary. What's next?
Well, they're flirting with it, but you're right. It's just monopolistic companies at this point, so they haven't technically.
Yeah,
The
but-
Second Amendment. We are
You
being
have
censored,
the
but
right
you're
to be
right.
criticized.
They've lived in the
Wait.
gray area. Yes.
How
Okay.
are
So
you,
Second
how are
Amendment.
you being censored?
My YouTube channel is censored because it's considered disinformation.
But YouTube's a private company. They can't.
You're
censor
right,
you,
but
Only the
it's a
government can censor.
monopolistic. I just now said that, dude. I literally just said you're right. They're
No,
technically
actually, they're
okay
a platform.
because they
Incorrect. They're a platform.
they have a
and
public platform.
platforms
Yeah.
do not. Yeah, they do not have the same.
Owned by a
standings
private
as a published-
entity.
sorry,
Yes.
Do you mind?
You have to listen.
Do you mind? Yeah. So because they're not a publisher, right? They don't have full control over what gets said on their website. But because they're a platform, there's different laws, and there's actually a lawsuit going on right now because of it.
Yes.
Cool.
So what it
do you guys
is,
know
what
how-
it is
hang on.
if you. Okay.
Hang on. Do you guys know how much of Discord is owned by China?
I don't care. What a diversion.
Oh, okay.
But it,
cool.
but it is
What
true
a
to say that
diversion, bro.
it is true to say that American legislators are bringing pressure to bear on big tech.
Yes.
On these issues,
Led by the executive order signed by Trump. But yeah, that's what led it. But there's a thing, there's a law, dude.
Let him finish.
They had what's his name, Zuckerberg. He's been in front of them, hasn't he? And had to answer
He
questions.
sucks.
Last week there was a debate about QAnon. There was another one actually, I think, a few hours ago, actually, on QAnon. So they are, and well, actually, on conspiracy theories more generally and disinformation. So they are trying to bring pressure to bear on companies over this.
Yes.
Thing.
Finally, and Trump just signed that, dude. He just signed that.
I do think we're on thin ice with these things. I think
Yeah, bro. Hell yeah. So
It's
we
a
found some
slippery
middle ground.
slope, and we're at the top of it. I think, and we should.
But what Hank said's true, right? Like, technically, if you have a public platform, you either are just a public platform or you're a publisher. If you're a publisher, you get the right to control what is said on the platform. But if you don't adhere to publishing laws, you're not supposed to be able to do that or show any specific bias for any reason. There was a bill passed in the U.S., and really, supposedly, its main intention was to protect or like any of these companies, right, from the publishing thing by saying they could remove like child porn and stuff like that. But that gray area has been utilized for years and years by big tech, and that's how they gotten so big. And Twitter and Facebook and everyone literally just takes things down as they so believe. And then Trump finally passed that order, but still that bill has to be removed or updated and be more specific before it has any true power, right? Like the legislation has to be updated. The executive order is just kind of a statement from the executive branch.
You almost done?
I am done.
Okay. So how will we know when they become unconstitutional?
Well, if they try to infringe upon the First Amendment, freedom of speech, or the Second Amendment,
Is there a
which is
process?
the right to bear arms and formulate a well-regulated militia. The Fourth Amendment says they can illegally search or seize anything, right? The Fifth Amendment says that you don't have to answer questions.
Let me interrupt. The First Amendment has already been infringed on. People saying that you're not allowed to go to church because of the coronavirus, and people trying to pass laws against it, against meetings of groups larger than 10. The government has no authority in the United States over how people get together peacefully and congregate for spiritual or religious matters.
Yes,
What about
freedom
what
of religion.
about hang on. What about the safety of the public as a whole?
It's based
Does
on
that
they just get to interpret that, and whatever they say goes.
But wait. So okay, so yeah, so if you guys all meet in your church, and then everyone in that church gets sick, and then the whole population of that town gets hang on.
It's
Do you not let
irrelevant,
anyone
though.
finish?
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. You're bringing up churches and religion, right? That's a different fight to what we were doing.
No, First Amendment is freedom of religious expression also.
And I think...
But isn't there a process in place which determines when something becomes unconstitutional?
Yeah, when they infringe upon freedom of expression,
What is the
speech, or religious
process?
expression.
Is there a process in
Yeah.
place?
Well, technically...
Wait, is there a process that doesn't involve Witsit making the decision?
Wow, dude. Why are you freaking out, man? We're talking about what the Constitution says.
Yes, I
and You're
know.
still trying to be a contrarian. You have that much disgust for me personally. You can't figure it out.
No, what he's saying is that inevitably these infringements on the Constitution are going to occur. And what is the process that happens when they do? I think is what he said.
Oh, yeah. He said what I think,
process
but
that
that's not what we're
determines it?
discussing. The
No, it
process
is what we're
determines it.
discussing.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, if I can't freely express myself, including religious expression, because the government says I cannot and doesn't allow me to do that, that would be an infringement upon the parameters that I get to freely express myself. So then what the process would be, the people would actually have to voice their right and assert their right to call them out and make them back up. But we've yet to do that because we're divided with all kinds of bullshit.
My God, you're dense.
Right. So you'd be happy though if you were, the direct cause of someone's death because you caught the corona. You'd be happy to be charged with, either attempted murder or murder in the third or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
So
you
what
gotta
would
realize.
you
You
have
gotta realize
advocated?
that.
Well, I
You
can't
gotta
respond.
realize. You gotta realize.
No,
though,
yeah,
that
of course you can.
what you're asserting is that religious freedom or freedom to express yourself is greater than the need to preserve life. That
I
you
think
might
it is.
unintentionally affect.
Yeah,
I think that's true.
And even if that it is not even if okay, what I'm saying is under that logic. So 2 years ago, if I had hung out with my grandmother when I was sick and just thought I was going to ignore it, but I actually had the flu. She got the flu and then died from like pneumonia, right? Which is actually just a symptom, but whatever. You saying I should have been able to go to jail for murder? Or is just the COVID make up new rules because now the government gets to be tyrannical now because of this one? And there's been 53,000 less deaths than this time last year. And we don't have the flu data. All of a sudden the flu disappeared. Oh, and the CDC admits on their website 6% are the only ones that had sole causation or only died with COVID.
one.
The rest had the average of 2.5 pre-existing medical conditions.
And how many active cases do you still have?
Oh, active cases is based on a speculative diagnosis, based on indicative factors using polymerase chain reaction testing.
Well, that's not answering the question.
Well,
So
I'm saying I am actually
so
answering
even with
the
inflated
question.
numbers, how many do you think you've got?
Well, we have 6% of 240,000 or so. So, 9 to 10,000 maybe.
I guess we're
You
not going
think
to
you've
get
got
back to
9 to 10,000 cases
Oh
across
no,
your whole
actual
country?
deaths, actual deaths. There's no way to actually know the definitive number. You want me to speculative tell you? That's what you want because you're not. You act like I'm not addressing the question, but I'm
Yeah,
actually addressing it by
I
saying
do.
it's speculative. It's not a real number.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said
The fuck?
regarding removing inflation. What's a
How can we do
ballpark
that?
figure?
Removing inflation, ballpark figure.
I mean,
That's what you're asking.
You say that the numbers are inflated, but like, how inflated could they be, and how much?
I'll give you an example.
Half of them. There's still millions of people.
Well, 78% false positive results early on. Another example was like here in America, the Cleveland Browns, a football team, 77 people all tested positive. And then the next day they found out they were all false positives. And I've talked to numerous doctors. Polymerase chain reaction tests,
Liar.
PCR tests, are not new. They've been used for years.
You haven't talked to numerous doctors about anything.
Yes, I have.
I don't believe you.
I don't
believe
care.
anything you say.
I talked to Dr. Kaufman just a couple weeks ago.
Bullshit.
He was on the panel with me on the Glowbusters show. You're an idiot.
Right. So you think restriction?
Oh, now you want to change the subject.
No, I'm going back to what you said. I'm going back to what you said.
Yeah, because you just can't acknowledge that you just talked out of pocket for the billionth time.
Well, I didn't talk out of pocket at all. You've been taking the floor for the last couple of hours. But now let me explain what
Stu
I'm
is so
getting
sure
at.
I never talked to
Even
a
with
doctor.
even with inflated numbers, you're
Talked to
saying
20
that
doctors.
Even with inflated numbers, you're
swear to God.
saying that let's risk the public and the safety of other people, maybe knowingly or unknowingly, because of the freedom of speech and the all-American freedom thing in a time where you're facing something that your country's never faced before, and military can't attack it.
Oh, can I actually?
right?
No, I've already said we have faced this before. They're not reporting flu deaths. And there's 53,000 less deaths than this time last year. They just came out and admitted that only 6% were actually even COVID deaths if the test was true, which is less than 10,000. The number the news always likes to say is over 250,000.
What's that?
So they're lying about it, and then they're justifying authoritative measures infringing upon the First Amendment doing
yes or no?
You want me
You
to
couldn't
make your argument
script
for you?
more authoritative totalitarian
Yes or
shit.
no, Witsit?
Yes, that's tyranny. What's
No,
your
no, no.
question?
Is it worth unknowingly or knowingly risking the lives of others?
Yes.
Or is it more beneficial, possibly, to allow there to be restriction on gatherings, because gatherings seem to be where a lot of the clusters take place?
Okay, so would you justify them doing this 2 years ago for the flu? Because 80,000 people died from the flu in America in 2018. So compare that to 10,000.
Right.
So anyone would have been okay for the government to make sure we can't go outside and congregate because of the flu in 2018.
I would like
get
to
what you're
address
saying,
the flu.
but this is not something that's just America based. This is not lockdown the Americas. The entire world has gone through COVID.
No,
the entire world.
Every government in the world has locked down their countries totalitarianly. If that's
And
not,
here's
that's
the
not a word,
thing: America was one of the last to lock down, and guess what? You're number one on COVID cases.
we have
by far.
320 million people.
But you don't need to argue whether it's
China
whether it's,
has how many billion?
You don't need to.
1.3.
It's all about the information or data that they release.
1.3 billion, and they're back
this
to
is
work.
pathetic.
But you
Because
don't need to argue.
They had lockdown, didn't they?
South Dakota didn't lock down, and they're fine.
I don't think you need to argue whether whether the virus is real and whether lockdowns were the right thing.
There's not even scientific evidence, bro.
Hang on. I think the point is that the government shouldn't be telling people that they can't get together to have a religious service. What the government can do is they can recommend that people don't do that, and they can give them their reasons why they shouldn't. But legislating against people doing that is something very different. And
And to be fair, we've protested, right?
I don't think government should be doing that.
And they haven't. Like when push came to shove, right? Like after COVID, people started protesting, although in my opinion, guided. But they went out there and protested, and when the push came to shove, those people were allowed to protest, right? Even though incredibly recklessly. So the fact is pretty funny. They've kind of
swept that under the rug. Like, and most people are like associate that with rioting.
I just find
look
it
what
interesting
happened to
that you're not.
Seattle lockdown.
Hang on,
Sorry, Dylan.
Phoenix. You guys aren't addressing the flu thing. Do you know why flu numbers are down? Because people are washing their. Hang on, people are washing their damn hands and they're being more hygienic and they're not spreading it like it did. But Corona, which we've not seen fucking before.
You just
Hang
stepped
on.
in it.
Wait, I wasn't finished.
It doesn't matter, but go ahead.
No, my whole family had the flu vaccine and it hasn't even fucking touched us.
Yeah, it hasn't touched me. I haven't got a flu vaccine in 15 years.
Do you always have to talk?
Butting in, Jesus
We always have
Christ!
to talk.
Do you not stop and let someone finish what they're
just go
trying to
ahead,
bloody
man.
say?
You don't even know the flu numbers, and that was your claim. But go ahead.
I didn't say anything about
They
the
haven't been
numbers.
released yet, so you're just making shit up. But go ahead. You said the flu numbers were down, but you don't know what they are because they haven't been released yet. But go ahead.
For fuck's sake, Witsit.
Let him finish what he's saying, Witsit. You're acting like a fool.
Yeah. Guarantee he's not going to respond to it.
It's okay.
I never said.
You
I
said the
never
flu
said-
numbers were down.
No, I said why flu cases are down is because we're more hygienic. Whether I said numbers or cases, whatever, right? But that's the reason you're seeing less flu cases because people have become more hygienic. People are using sanitizer more. They're cleaning their houses more, right? Because they're all.
The houses.
He's not smart enough to make that very simple connection.
It's so funny. They haven't released the flu numbers, so you need to provide evidence that it's gone down.
I'm
mean they're cleaning their hands
inclined
more,
to
yeah,
agree.
not their
I don't think we're actually. I think that's a assumption to make, but I think it is at the moment. It's an assumption. I don't think we can actually say that that's definitely the reason. And
Well, we don't even have the data yet, bro.
I would just
I
like
think
to
it's
say
Scott's
thank
fault.
you, Jim, for understanding people's religious rights. Most importantly, because you yourself are not a religious person, that's what I judge.
Right, and I just
commend you for
I just
giving your
don't think
opinion on
these rights are hard won. You know, people died for these rights to exist, and just having government snatch them away in an instant without really any proper debate is a very dangerous situation.
But isn't your
frightens me a
government
lot.
representative of your people?
Wait, do y'all disagree with Dr. Kaufman's take on it?
Well,
I
I think that he's a
Any chance you
phony.
can be quiet for a second so some other people can talk?
I'll talk
I'm just
about
asking.
Kaufman in a minute. Go ahead.
I'm talking 15% of the time.
And how many people are in the room right now?
A lot more than me.
Like 80.
I actually I'm just gonna leave. I'll talk to you later. I actually spent like an hour and a half trying to reach middle ground with you. I was trying to reach middle ground with you guys, and you still just like,
Come on, be
Bye.
nice. We can be nice. We can
all
be
right,
nice.
man. Y'all have fun with that.
I think that Kaufman is a phony. In
All right,
one
fair
of his
enough. Cool.
in
was
one
gonna
of his
go, man.
earlier interviews.
I don't want to argue COVID, dude. I have all the facts. I have all the fucking medical journals.
Yeah, that's why you're wrong on everything you believe. You
The
just don't think you
CDC
believe it,
admits
right?
only 6% of the deaths were actually because of only COVID. The
You just have
CDC
to
admits
say you're wrong,
themselves.
you're wrong.
I do have the citation.
That's it.
Well,
Okay,
put 'em up.
That's it.
That's all
Wow,
you
that's gonna
guys
be
ever do, though. You
hilarious.
sit there moaning
That's
about
so
saying
funny.
this is wrong, that's wrong. You don't ever try and
Go to
say
another
that.
room,
That sounds like a good point. That's not a good point. You just dismiss the whole thing every time. I mean, Jem obviously hasn't. It's done fantastic. Today's been probably the best it's been ever. But guys, you got to try a bit harder to just kind of understand where people are coming from and stop being pedantic and looking for little things to pick on and twist and misinterpret. Like, it's quite clear that fucking.
Yeah.
All right. Shut up.
I just have to remember. The real problem is that every time anyone else talks, Witsit starts immediately undermining what they're saying by pointing out various things he thinks are contradictions before they got to the first sentence.
That does happen as well. But you know, when you're constantly being doubted by like a group of people, it's kind of hard as well. Where, you know, it only seems to be Jem that's kind of giving a bit of middle ground and saying agreeing with some of the points that have been made.
But maybe people fully disagree with them. So then maybe that's what it says. I disagree fully.
I can disagree with everything someone says. So like, literally everything that comes out of someone's mouth, you disagree with every single thing. Like,
I would like to address the flu numbers
on
thing.
the topic, yes.
Scott, your mic's crackling again. It's doing that buzzing.
Yeah, and we do have flu numbers for 2020 for Australia. Okay.
Okay, well, in
And
the U.S., we don't even know how to differentiate between the flu and the PCR test.
Let him speak, please.
We dropped from 1.5% to 0.2 during May.
Okay.
I actually put the PDF. I linked the PDF in the chat. You can go and look at it.
Okay, so how do you substantiate the diagnosis differential between the flu and COVID?
How do you?
I'm not the one that claims to do it.
But you're the one
I
who
haven't washed my
claims
hands
no
once.
figures.
I've not used one sanitizer.
What is your question?
His entire premise. Actually, here's an interesting fact. Over 162 million Americans got the flu vaccine, and then that year in 2018, we had the highest deaths thus far, 80,000.
How many would have died without the vaccine, though?
That's why they died. They got injected with literally with the flu.
So how many would have died without the vaccine?
The people that got the vaccine died with the flu.
Isn't that the year that they made the wrong prediction on what?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they admit it now because it was so ineffective. Yeah.
What was your point with Australia? They took the numbers from the previous years and they're lower this year. What does your question even mean? How do you differentiate within COVID and a normal virus? That has nothing to do with anything. The numbers are down because there's more hygiene.
Yesterday was
actually,
Global
there's
Hand
scientific
Washing Day.
evidence. Sorry,
can I just say that really quickly? Yesterday on the radio, they said it was Global Hand Washing Day. Carry on.
There's scientific evidence that actually, like for children have stronger immune systems, for example, because they typically are less hygienically alert or whatever the word, conscious, right? Like they'll just put their hands in dirt, and if they're eating popcorn, they drop in the dirt, they're just going to eat it. And it's actually evidence that the bacteria kind of builds the immune system. So.
What does that have to do with hygiene? With more hygiene?
What do you mean? What does that have to do?
Numbers?
You're talking about hygiene and washing your hands and
it's
stuff.
really
There's
not
actually
that
science
hold on.
to the contrary of that.
Take a breath.
You're strawmanning me always.
He took a
fucking joke.
He told you the numbers are down because there's more hygiene. You're just going on tangents.
That's just a fucking bullshit claim, and even Jim said it's a baseless assertion.
Wait. So you don't think people washing their hands more and wearing masks has anything to do with lower virus numbers?
I said it's a reasonable assumption.
This guy,
I don't think
doesn't matter. It's just a correlation you're claiming.
I don't think we can really know for sure if that's what's affected flu numbers this year.
And what about the scientific evidence that bacteria actually builds the immune system? And you have over 280 trillion viruses in your body. Everybody does.
You don't understand what any of that means.
Do we have over 280 trillion viruses in our body?
Okay, so you're comparing the
know
bacteria.
that?
We don't
Because
have
it's just
bacteria.
known.
Actually, it's actually
No,
bacteria.
a lot of it's bacteria.
And there's a difference between
Which is classified as a virus. Seems like you're a little behind here.
There's a difference between your body's bacteria and
science that you
viruses
love.
that hurt. There's bacteria that hurt you, but you don't know any of that now, do you?
Yeah, I do. That has nothing to do with my statement.
Bacteria aren't classified as viruses.
Okay, so when I linked the article, what are you going to say?
You just have to remember he thinks that the moon gets smaller when you get
See,
closer.
that's all she can say is stupid shit.
Will you post
I
that
have you on
CDC,
record saying
citation?
I said that when you get high, the moon looks smaller, yeah.
Will
I've
you
seen
post that
footage. I
citation?
clarify, like I've seen footage like that.
What drugs are you
That's
on?
the
Can I have
desperation. That's
Oh
the
my God.
desperation of a Poe. That's the desperation of a Poe.
Says the
shit up.
fucking person that just came in here trying to divert the whole conversation.
Yeah, take it away from that. Well,
I'm
Taiwan.
sorry that
has-
you're a joke and you're easily exposed, but
Oh,
chill
Taiwan.
out.
Excuse me. Shut up. Taiwan
Or
has had
what,
the best
dude?
response. Shut up. Taiwan has had the best response to the COVID-19, and they had rules in place for which there were no exceptions, and that's how we should have done it.
That's
Not everybody who talks fast is on drugs either. Like, I don't know why people always have to say that. People that are impulsive and think at a
I'm
different
not
sort of
on
frequency.
drugs.
I know, but that's what she's
Stupid.
accused you of. She says, "What drugs you on?" Like,
And
just because you talk
it's
fast.
because he behaves erratically.
No one cares,
Not
though, what you
everybody
say.
I never said anybody was on
Mongol.
drugs.
The word, just because
the
her
word
brain
drugs
works like
didn't
this, like
come out of my mouth.
I occasionally smoke
Listen,
a joint of
listen.
Kush, dude. I'm
What's
not
your-
on
Are you gonna post
drugs.
that? Are you going to
What's it
post
like
that
for meth?
citation that you mentioned? Are you going to post
Never
that
even
citation of the
seen
CDC?
meth, dude. What?
You said
Yeah,
you said you had a citation about the CDC.
Yeah, just a second. As soon as y'all know I go to do that, y'all start bashing me like
I
some
just want to see
gamuts.
it.
Well, then keep my name out of your mouth for just 2 minutes, please.
I don't even disbelieve you. I just want to see it.
Yeah, I got you, bro, for sure. Just a second. Please just
So
don't bash me the whole time. I'm not gonna lie. I'll get right back in here, so I'll be right back.
Scott, we've been having a good conversation, for the last few hours. It ain't been as bad as usual, and it ain't been as bad as usual, room. So,
yeah, we haven't been talking about the globe for about a couple hours now, and we should be able to find some middle ground every now and then, right?
Yeah.
You guys are just like denying and literally outright denying every single thing he's coming up with. He's coming up with some good responses. He's providing you with citations. It's just pure doubt and doubt and doubt constantly coming out of everyone's mouth. It's
some of you have conversations with me. Are we not all that unreasonable?
Sorry, what you say? Say again. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I feel disconnected. What did someone just say there? Because you sound like a fucking.
It's okay.
Sounds like a dog muzzle. Talking through a dog muzzle.
So does Witsit not believe in bacteria now or something?
I'm sure he has some kind
Wow,
of
no. I
ideas
said you have
about
over 280 trillion viruses in you and lots of bacteria.
Wait, I have a real question. So you don't think people staying indoors and not interacting with each other
That's going to decrease your immunity.
Has caused less
No, it
cases
decreases
of
your immunity.
viruses?
That decreases your immunity.
That's the red herring.
No, it's not.
Yes, it actually is.
If he says that going inside and doing the steps he says is making people not get sick, and my rebuttal is actually that's going to decrease your immune system, that is a direct response.
That's a non sequitur. That's
Brendan,
a non
you're actually a moron. This is pathetic. I'm going back to the thing. Please stop talking to me. Y'all are stupid. I'm just going to give you the evidence and leave.
Don't do meth when you come in
out
here.
of me. I don't do meth. I've never even seen it. You're an idiot. You're probably self-projecting. You have some drug you do.
Let's see about flu cases. Why do you keep bringing up immune systems?
You just need to troll it.
Oh, yeah, because being sick has nothing to do with the immune system. That's a red herring.
Dude, listen to the
Why
question.
do
It's
we
really
keep
not that
bringing
hard.
up the immune system? I thought you guys actually believed in science. I mean, do you hear this guy?
No, because you keep
Well,
dodging the
immune
entire
system.
question.
The immune system, that's a made-up conspiracy theory.
Do you
by
guys not
people
have
who
any
live
reading
in-
comprehend?
Wait, what? The
The
immune
immune system is a made up conspiracy theory. That's the kind of
Just
intelligence
eliciting
we got going here.
comprehension with
Big
Witsit.
brains, big brains.
Stop recording, Belinda. I was being facetious.
What?
Stop recording.
Okay. Got it. It wasn't clear though. I thought you were being serious too.
Wait, so what's causing the lower flu cases? If it's not people not interacting with each other and staying home, and higher hygiene with everything.
Yeah, I already addressed
The
that.
help of
You
T
didn't.
cells.
You completely
Yes, I
answered the question.
did. You're just
Answer
an
the
idiot.
question, dude. Come on, it's not.
The American flu totals
Australia.
aren't
Ask
being
about Australia.
released. I don't live in that document or that much
have
more
guns, that's fine.
totalitarian
Just say
state.
so,
I'm sorry,
you don't
I
have a
have
comment.
guns,
Well,
dude. I don't listen
I'll
to crazy
have a go.
totalitarian
I'll have a go.
governments. I'm
I think that given the current situation, it would be naive to think that as we live through this frenzy, that there weren't some cases of flu that were misdiagnosed as COVID, right?
Yeah,
so
I
I
agree with
think that would be where
Thank you.
some of
It's
them
definitely been
have come from.
inflamed. I think it's definitely inflamed because I've not washed my hands once like with antibacterial or anything like that. I've run around shopping. I've fucking not wore a mask. I've just lived my life like there was no, and I've been fine. I might be one of the lucky ones, but
you represent the entire population
no, I'm just
of the
saying.
country.
I just said I might be one of the lucky ones, but what I'm just saying is that the propaganda hasn't got to my head. I've lived my life as normal, and I've been fine. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying there isn't no flu out there. There's no coronavirus. But I definitely think like we should just let people like natural, like just live the life that we do, and just if it happens, if you die, you die.
Okay, do y'all agree my claim was that for
But
Even
we
if you
also
die,
know
you die. Nice.
we also know the flu numbers fluctuate from year. You know, we have bad flu years and good flu years. So
Yeah,
it
but
could
not
just be like
it
could just be a really exceptionally good flu year.
What a
It could-
coincidence! But
you know,
dude,
but
for
well,
6% of the
look,
deaths,
I'm not
COVID
arguing against you.
sorry.
Witsit.
I know. I just wanted to read it 'cause I was challenged to go
I'm
get it.
providing reasons why these numbers could be lower.
I
that
know,
aren't
I agree with
just
you, bro.
better hygiene. But I think it probably is because of better hygiene. I just think it's too early to say.
Well, we
obvious
might just disagree on that part. But, okay, but it says, I remember I said for 6% of the deaths, COVID-19 was the only cause, and y'all challenged that. So there's the there's CDC right there saying that.
Well, I don't think that's that meaning, because I think
that's what it says.
You know, I think that's usually the case. That would be the case with flu deaths as well, where we would say, you know, flu's killed, you know, in this country 28,000 people on a bad year. Then most of those people would have died because of, you know,
pneumonia,
heart failure, or, you know, some other
pneumonia is
thing.
like 78% of flu-related deaths.
Right, some other thing that isn't actually the thing itself.
Right, because that's a symptom that's fluid buildup in the lungs, pneumonia, right? And so I agree with that. But if you look here, these are things like heart disease, you know, frequent heart attacks, respiratory illnesses, and then they have a heart attack, but they test positive for the speculative test, and then they said that was a COVID death. Now they are coming out and at least absorbing it, although somewhat discreetly, to let you know that like only 6% were just COVID.
You people misrepresent the 6% number. There's multiple reports that say how you guys misrepresent.
Okay, so the fact that there are reports,
you just have confirmation bias and look for anything that agrees with you. Don't look at any.
Yeah,
I just now read the other article saying the other side of the story.
How is it misrepresented? I'm interested because I don't know. So just
I posted the thing, but I have to update because this came out like almost a month ago. I have to update.
Yeah, like August. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But just briefly, you just how is
they took a part of the. I don't remember now.
I read it. Okay, I'll tell you. It was it's the comorbidity section, and Fauci's come out and explained like people are running with this saying only 6%, but don't get confused. If someone has like heart disease, it is very likely COVID's going to make it more likely they have some altercation or issue. So that's the official story.
They also say that COVID can lead to people getting these diseases too. So people get
no, they are pre-existing conditions.
It also, I'm reading it right now. CDC also says it can lead to getting these conditions.
And I think the important thing was with a lot of these older people, they could have lived for many more years. They could have lived for many more years with these comorbidities, but you know they get COVID and then
that's an assumptive correlation.
But why is it as soon as COVID comes, all these? Why is it as soon as COVID comes and hits these elderly homes, they all die?
Brenda. She's really intelligent. Assumptive correlation is word salad.
Explain what an assumptive correlation.
Yeah,
what is an assumptive
it's not
correlation?
established. It's assumed, and it's a correlation you're taking between two things.
But it wasn't a correlation that he just made.
Yeah, it is a correlation. It's not
you guys love to pick
it is a
correlation. I'm gonna get out of here, but I gave you the article.
How many elderly homes? How many people in the elderly homes died as soon as COVID hit them? Yeah, you just ignore all that.
Actually, older people die at record number, like the same numbers as this year, every single year, and typically it's because of like the flu. But again, we're not getting the flu numbers. That's a fact.
Do you know what happened in New York?
How many before this year? How many elderly people died a week?
All the old people in those elderly homes.
Before this year, how many elderly people died a week?
Dude, I'll gladly look at the numbers with you, but I
already have looked it up. Haha.
I'm giving you a situation in New York when they put the sick people in the elderly homes, and all the people in the elderly homes just died, and you know they gave Cuomo a bunch of heat for that.
Yeah. Okay. So old people are dying at the same rate every year. Go look it up.
These elderly homes worldwide have been getting wiped out.
Yes, they always do by flu.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Not at the same
well,
rate.
you haven't researched. You just now admitted you haven't researched.
You don't know how to research.
I just provided evidence for everything I've said.
It seems like a pretty simple thing to recognize that the 6% is with no comorbidities. That means that does not mean that only 6% of the people that died from COVID-19, right? Because if you are not going to die unless you get COVID-19, you get COVID-19, and that causes some
but you don't know
previously manageable condition. Hold on, what's it that causes some previously manageable condition to become fatal? Then
I already said that, Scott.
And this hold on, and so the CDC says that's in addition to the 6%.
I said that.
So it's not true. Okay, so then what's the percentage of people that died from COVID-19?
Okay, so 6% are just because of that.
Okay, now you can assume that there's a correlate. Oh my God, you can assume there's a correlation if someone has pre-existing conditions and COVID and illness hits them, especially if they have a weaker immune system when they're older. That's the official narrative because I look into both sides of
Cool
things,
story,
and I
dude.
said that
So
already,
what's the
bro.
total number? What's the total numbers? I'm
Well,
asking.
I know for sure that
Percentage of
6% is just for sure because of that. The average coexisting medical conditions beyond that 6% is 2.5.
What does that mean?
That they have 2.5 pre-existing medical conditions on average
Okay.
apiece.
So what is the percentage of people that died from COVID-19 is the question.
Well, that's an assumptive number you're asking for. How do you not understand that?
It's a question that I'm asking because you're telling me.
But bro,
you
I'm not the
originally
one that
started
makes the
saying
claims,
CDC
bro.
has changed the argument to being only 6% of people died from it. Now, as we talk more about it, we realize that's not totally true. So then I
know that
ask,
wasn't
well,
my
what is the
claim. You're
percentage?
straw
And I
manning
guess the
me.
answer
This is being
hold
recorded,
on,
Scott.
Witsit,
So
let
you
me
just look
finish
like the
what I'm saying.
liar
Let me
you
finish what I'm
are,
saying.
dude. Stop
Let
straw
me
manning me.
finish what I'm saying. So now it seems like what we're saying is we don't know the percentage of people.
Looks
who
like
died
you're
from
straw
COVID-19.
manning me.
I mean, if I'm wrong, is that incorrect? What I just
Yes,
said?
you always are wrong.
Well,
And this is being
which part is
recorded.
incorrect?
Okay, so
Which
exactly what I said was the CDC came out and said that only 6% had solely the cause of COVID. That was my claim. I then provided it, say word for word, that very thing in context of the comorbidity section, and now you're straw manning what I said.
Okay, so if that's your claim,
I got
then
out ahead of
what's
it and even
interesting
said
about-
the official story before you came in and
What's
said it.
interesting about that, though, is what I'm asking. What is the actual number of deaths from COVID? Because that's what we care about, right?
Well, that we don't know, but I'm saying what honestly, we don't even know the 6% because that's assuming 100% accuracy of the test.
So you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm saying
So it
that's
could
the
be-
minimum.
it
Like
could
if
be
the test
bad.
is 100% accurate, then the 6% is the sole cause, right? In 6% of the cases. Yeah, they have a
So we're
78%
agreeing,
false
though, that it could
positive.
be. We're agreeing that it could be as bad as everybody says. It could be even worse than people
No,
say,
it
'cause we don't
can't
know what
be
the actual
worse.
percentage.
I
Why?
just said the worst.
Why? We don't know how many people are dying from it. I'm talking about overall
Well,
numbers.
what if there's
We
a
don't know how bad it is
78%
then.
false positive? Then what does that mean?
Well, I don't think we have a 78 false positive.
Well,
I'm
there are
asking-
some
I'm
studies that
saying,
show that
if I ask
percentage.
you what percentage of people die from COVID, and you say I don't know, and I don't know either, then we don't know how bad it is. It could be horrible. It could be even worse than they're saying.
So then it could be horrible every year that the flu breaks out. So where do we draw the line where the government gets to decide? Well, we don't really know yet, so we're going to preemptively take away your rights.
Well, we can look it up for the flu, and I assume we can look it up for COVID, but we don't happen to know, do we?
More people die from the flu. Oh, 80,000 people died in 2018 from the flu, dude. We didn't fucking shut down our world, dude. How many more people have died from suicide and alcohol and depression this year? A lot more. A whole lot more.
How are these
They're
related?
depressed because they're forced to stay at home or lost their job. Alcoholism and suicides have both gone up significantly.
And how many people died of COVID?
How do we
don't
know
how many
that?
people died of COVID,
Because
then
there's
how-
stats on it, dude.
Is the stats
You just
on
said you don't know
suicide?
they are, though.
Yeah,
suicide,
Gem,
dude. Come
you know
on.
the gyms that have been closed. The
Yeah,
gyms
there
have been
was a big
closed. The
study
suicide
done in
rates
the
have gone through the
70s.
roof because of it.
I know, but I
was on
looked
the news
into this
today.
when this claim
Sorry,
was
can I-
made
can
by
I
some
speak up?
people. Hang on, just let me get this out. I looked into this when the claim was made by some people here, and there are no figures on suicide for this period of time. There just aren't. They just don't collate them that quickly. So that's in this country. I don't know about in Europe.
But you are right. Well, here they take a while to give you. Here they take a while to give you the definitive claim number. It's usually like a little bit in the next year, but they do give you a speculative cap-up number. I'll go get it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I jump in, guys? Just a quick one. We've got a doctor here who caught COVID back at the start. He's actually fit and healthy, 35 years old. He now has epileptic fits and went and got a heart test. His heart's been damaged. So there's no stats on that yet, Witsit. You're actually talking through your ass, mate.
Oh, let me
We've got
talk
a
to him.
doctor
Where's he
who
at?
knows, and he reckons he doesn't give a shit, mate. He doesn't give you time. He's not jumping through your
Oh, so you're just making shit up. Gotcha.
Wait, stop straw manning people. Just listen to what they have to say.
He just said I'm making shit up, and I've provided evidence
No,
for
he
every
didn't.
claim.
He didn't say he's making shit up.
Yes, he just said what you're saying you're making up.
You are.
Okay, well now Scott said he didn't say that, and the whole room heard him say it 10 seconds ago. That's how
Well,
pathetic.
now he just said it. Now he just said it.
Dude,
He already did say it.
I'll be going back through the tape later anyway. Which what I said was the doctor's got heart disease and has epileptic fits.
So
Saying it hasn't been correlated yet. Therefore, you're making it up.
That's
It
what I
hasn't been
said you
correlated
said.
with the-
Okay, so anyway, actually, How do you establish the efficacy of the PCR test? Because in order to read the diagnosis of a PCR test, as told to me by over 5 doctors, you get the patient information, the background, you ask certain questions so that you can then help narrow down the interpretation or speculative diagnosis of the PCR test used for numerous illnesses.
What?
Looks like y'all need to research stuff, so I'm going to get out of here. Peace
Hang
out.
on. It looks like according to the CDC, there's 200,000 deaths associated.
Yeah. If you don't, that's what I said. So 6% of the 200,000 are solely because of COVID. That's around 10,000. I have looked all this up. I've supported it all with evidence. I have about 40 medical journals compiled.
Sole causes.
You don't care about scientific clinical studies and medical journals?
We don't care how many were just COVID, since we know that's not the total number of deaths attributed to COVID.
But do you care about medical
we know that other
journals?
deaths are caused by COVID.
Well, no, we know through medical journals and clinical,
not just the 6%.
Through medical journals and clinical studies, we know the false positive can be as high as 78%, 90%. We also know that you can test positive, then test negative, then test positive. We also know that I'll go get off this just a second. I'm going to give you the whole compilation of links.
The question is, how many people died as a result of COVID? That's
we don't know that.
Totally going on to different things.
We don't know the answer to that.
Well, I'm telling you, the CDC gives us a number. Stop interrupting so much, dude. The CDC gives us a number.
I already said that number 5 minutes ago, dude.
203,043 people. That's what they claim. Okay,
I already said that. I already said that.
6% of that, but all that. So that's 200,000 people assigned to be dead because of COVID.
Hey, if somebody has low blood sugar and they take insulin and they are tested positive for COVID after they don't get their insulin and they die, did they die because of COVID? Because that's classified in the 200,000. That's classified in 200,000.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. I talked to a doctor. They told me they sent out a dude. They sent it out to the doctors saying to update their diet. They sent out a notice to the doctors saying to update their diagnosis of causation of death. And if someone tested positive for COVID, to mark it down on the death certificate. So you haven't even researched this shit.
They marked out positive for COVID. That doesn't mean that mark it down as causal, though. They say, yes, note, this person had COVID. That doesn't mean that counts as a cause.
But they don't normally do that.
Listen to what I'm saying. Stop interrupting. What counts as a cause is the guidelines they present. And I just read those guidelines, and those guidelines do not allow for someone to say insulin is the reason they died because they couldn't reach it. Stop interrupting. Just hold up for a second. I just want to finish the thought.
Yeah, you're right.
So you're wrong. Yeah, so you're wrong about what you're saying.
Oh my God, no, I'm not.
The CDC actually claims 200,000 deaths caused by COVID.
Okay. They also say that there are pre-existing medical conditions, right, at play, and they were told as doctors to make sure they still put it in the death certificate, which is in the 200,000 number objectively.
Wrong. It's not in that number.
Okay, so they don't take the death certificate numbers. So I'll go get the health institute. I'll go get the health institute telling you you're wrong. Oh my God, I'll be in here forever just giving y'all proof, and then y'all whistle past the graveyard. Whistle past the graveyard. All you do is whistle past the graveyard.
Shout me down, but I'm telling you the truth. The number of people that have died positive with COVID is higher than 200,000.
I'm about to prove you wrong.
There's a difference.
Okay, the Chicago Institute of Health, right? She said, she gave an example, like if someone had a pre-existing medical condition, that's why we know they died. If we know that's why they died. Okay, I have about fucking 50 times. So anyway, she said on stage. Oh my God.
No, you told us to read it. Where the fuck is it? You just told us you'd get it.
Oh, you're freaking out, huh? Because you're a clown.
Yeah, I am, because you're a wanker.
Okay, I'm just going to go into my computer, get all the medical journals, and watch your dumbass not respond and whistle.
Yeah, and I'm going to check all the dates to
You're a
see where
dumbass.
you've made a miscorrelation between that 78% of false positives because it was using a different test.
Strawman.
No, it's not a straw man. I said I'm going to find it.
I said a clinical study was done and showed 78% false positives, and the numbers that we've been accumulating you have to interrupt me. The numbers that we've been accumulating,
and you've been doing it to me all the time. So stop being a hypocrite.
The numbers that we've accumulated have started way back, all the way in February and March. So the test they were using at the time is how we have the data from those months.
Where's this data?
I'm gonna go get it for you.
which you've said for the third fucking time and haven't
I
done
sent
it.
the link immediately,
Keep asking
dude. You're an
fucking
idiot.
Chance to go
Relax,
dig it.
relax, dude.
Asking new questions every 5
Yeah,
seconds.
God
Where's it
forbid
at?
y'all
Where's
be
it at?
honest,
Where's it at?
Scott. Right, that I
So we're
offer
not allowed
citations
to
for all my
Honest,
shit.
We're not allowed to talk.
honest, dude.
I offered citations for all my shit, and now he's saying I didn't, and now you're agreeing with the bullshit per
He
usual
wants to
because you're a
see the
bullshitter.
citation. He wants to see it. He wants to see it, and I'm telling you to relax.
What
I'm not
about the
telling you anything
one that I
other
was
than relax.
challenged on by the whole room that I went and got?
I don't know. I don't know which one that is. The one you got from the CDC was great. I just looked at it, and that's what we just talked about. But he wants to see a different one. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Well, yeah, but I mean, damn, I said I have to go into the computer because I have the compilation of them, and he's like, he's afraid to go get it. He's already said that. It's been 20 seconds.
Listen. I've just scrolled back 20 minutes in this chat, and there's not a single fucking link from you.
Well, you're a
Sorry,
moron.
it's okay. Just ask him to get it, and then
No,
then let him get
Scott,
it.
is
That's
that
all
true?
there is.
Is what he just said true?
I don't know. I didn't scroll back myself. Look,
I thought you said you just read my CDC link, though.
I did just read your CDC link. He's talking about the one that he wants. He's looking for the link that you said.
But he just
for
said
him.
that I
don't know
haven't
what
put a
it is,
link in
though.
here, dude. What a clown.
Oh, yeah. Well, you have at least
I'm about
one
to post
link, 'cause I
all
got
of
the one
them
from
in
CDC.
just a second.
You guys are fighting about nothing.
You're exhausting. I know. I've been trying to reach middle ground with you people, man, and everyone in here knows.
But I think, Witsit, if you
You're
want
an
to, you
intellectual
just got to sort of
clown and a
take
fool.
it.
See, that's what I get in
tone it
response.
down a bit because you interrupt so much and you're so aggressive that people get that way back to you, and then you can't handle it when they do that. You hate
That's
it,
not
and so
true.
it causes this increasing ratcheting up attack. It seems that way to me. I promise.
I've literally done everything in my power for about 2 hours to stay incredibly calm, bring up things non-Earth related, things that we can all kind of agree
What
on,
about-
and every single person. There you go. Every single person in this room ends up cutting me off, jumping, and then be a contrary and attacking me personally.
Cry
Like
harder.
this room is about to attack me personally again.
Nobody gives a fuck about you crying.
Boom. There's Brenda, the person completely confused about what reality means, telling me about being a fucking little bitch.
You are.
All you talk about is me personally. Why don't you bring up some substance?
You the fucking link in the chat.
Oh, look at her also talking about me personally because she can't bring up an intellectual
She
argument.
didn't talk about you personally. She just asked you to put the link in the chat.
Oh, I thought you said a leak. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you said like a leak in my head or something.
He's always been a bit.
No, just put the link in the chat. That's all she's asking.
I'm going to get him, man.
Now Brenda and Hibbity and fucking a few other people have been joining the conversation. It's just gone downhill. It was going much better. So you lot come in and flame it all, gaslight the whole fucking situation, and then moaning at fucking Witsit when really it's you lot that are causing it.
Witsit over talking people, Romy. I don't know how you can't hear that.
But for the last few hours, yeah, you do. I do agree that's something he does wrong. We can all agree on that. He does talk over people, but
that's why
the
people.
inventory that's going on is being caused by the hecklers.
But
No,
stop
Oh,
being
the heckling is a
hypocrite.
problem for sure.
Because he's
I wish the
incredibly
hecklers would not do that.
disrespectful and aggressive. That's why people respond the way they do.
Brenda, all you ever do
because
is
all
jump
talk-
in and
all
talk
talk
shit
is-
about me.
You all talk
Like
is
before Brenda
voices
got in
man.
here, before Brenda got in here, we were just having pretty calm. Even me and Jim Penna were meeting somewhere in the middle, kind of. And then as soon as she came in, she just jumped in talking shit about how stupid I was.
Exactly.
Well,
That's my point.
That's not cool.
You guys have got
Well,
better.
you do think the earth is flat, so there's that.
What have you lot added to these conversations? You've joined the room. Fuck all but negative comments. That's it. That's all
Yeah,
you
but
guys
Robbie-
have got.
Because
So
you
if
and
you-
fucking Witsit won't shut up. Simple.
Well,
Yeah,
Brommy, I just got here.
I
and I
can do
don't-
that too, you fuckwit.
Guys, can we stop fighting? Can we stop fighting? Midpit, can we just stop? Guys, there's no need for this. We're adults. Let's just be adults. Brummy, it's a good point. The heckling should stop. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's fair or true to say that everybody came in and just did negative comments. I just think everybody just needs to relax more and let people finish what they're saying and then take their turn.
That's what I would like to listen to as well.
Can I just draw one up that's not an engaging thing, but when
I
Dev
gotta
was
say, for
talking
one, I
about that
think it's
thing on
hilarious
the
that
moon,
you guys are complaining about Witsit over
When they were
talking
talking
because
about
every time I
jobs-
try to chime in,
Let Boomer finish what he was saying, bro.
Every time I try to chime in, you guys talk over me relentlessly, and then all of a sudden, Witsit's talking all over everybody. You guys were all
Well, Hank,
guilty of
Hank, the problem with you is that your mic is really low, so you get talked over a lot because it's hard to hear you. If your mic was as sharp
Well,
as
then
like,
it would be nice if everybody went on mute while I talked like I do for you guys.
well, they don't hear you to begin with is the problem. You start talking, they don't hear you.
Well,
For
you
example,
can't
you
hear
probably
me.
didn't hear the person that you like. You're over talking me right now. You probably didn't hear the person that you over talked when you started that speech you just gave. I don't know if you heard, but somebody was about four in the third sentence when you started talking. So it's hard. Sometimes hard for people to hear each other. That's true.
When it's dead air,
When
it's dead air, that's the only time I can talk. Like I said, we all talk over each other. Don't be butthurt about it. If you're still butthurt about it, order some Preparation H on Amazon. Have it sent to your house by tomorrow.
I agree with Hank.
That's a very.
I do agree.
Hold on, guys. Davros, hold on. It's a very mature response. It's a very well thought out answer to order a Preparation H. I appreciate that a lot. But the truth is that there's levels of overtalking that are reasonable, and there's levels of overtalking that are not reasonable. Sometimes people or groups or the room can be unreasonable. I think everybody's guilty of that sometimes, but we should not ignore it when it becomes unreasonable, because when it's unreasonable, everything devolves. And so we should bring it up and comment on it in order to bring it back to the reasonable level. That's what I think.
Can I finish that bit off?
But yeah, let Boomer finish. Boomer got talked over.
The moon stuff was actually, a guy saw the loophole because no country could sell stuff on the moon, but it didn't say people. Found a
Dude,
loophole.
so she said technically, if you clearly die from a, sorry, bro. Sorry, she says, if you die from a clear other cause, you will still be counted within the COVID deaths. I just
April 20th.
Okay, so are you saying they don't do that anymore?
No.
They went and updated all the numbers up to April?
Why would they?
So those numbers are wrong till April.
No. Listen, if that was what was suggested, that's what they would have done. But how do you know it didn't change between then and now?
Well, okay, so would you then acknowledge that up to April, then it was inflated?
Yeah, but basically no one knew what the fuck they were doing in April.
Okay, I'll go get a more recent one, but we have to agree then all the numbers that factor into the 200,000 that came before April were inflated.
But then what?
That's
how
a
do you
big
explain
number.
all the? Yeah, but how do you explain the 200,000 people that have all of a sudden disappeared from your population?
That is again within the number of COVID deaths, which they say clearly you don't have to actually die from that cause. If you test positive, they will lump that in with COVID death because they're trying. The official explanation is they were trying to keep a very close eye and not take any chances and make sure they really classified everything. Unfortunately, they ran with that number, looping it on the news, and people are freaking out because you see a ticker with like almost 250,000 people. It's misleading numbers.
I understand. You don't like it, right? But here's the thing, right? So say this is something, and you're going to call it a non sequitur because that's what you do. Say you break a bone, but you end up dying from septicemia because you got an infection from the break. Is not the break the cause that then caused the septicemia, which then caused you to die?
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
That's
I know where
that's
you're going
not
with
what
the
this
COVID
is.
as well. Yeah, but it is related to COVID because like COVID doesn't actually kill you, but it fucks your immune system up so bad that other things end up leading to kill you. So, in a sense, it's the gate. What's it called? The gateway. It's kind of the gateway. So
if you were in hospice and had already been given a few weeks to live, and then you were also found to have COVID, that would be counted as a COVID death. It means technically, even if you died, it means technically, even if you died of a clear alternative cause, but you had COVID at the same time, it's still listed as a COVID death.
But here's the other one. What if you had a pre-existing condition and then you got COVID and died?
Yeah, that's an argument that's worth having that me and Scott just addressed.
But you would put both things
the
on
thing.
that
Hold on,
certificate.
stop just for a second.
Y'all
We're
just
not
can't
allowed to
meet
have these
anywhere, it's fine.
conversations because Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates have all the mainstream media under their control. For example, have you ever heard Dr. Fauci or Bill Gates mention?
It's funny though.
Let Hank speak.
Yeah, is it okay if I speak, guys? Just mute yourself
Go
and
ahead.
hold your nuts. Yeah. Okay, so if you can point out one spot on the TV where Dr. Fauci has told you to boost your immune system in a way that actually does boost your immune system, or Bill Gates talked about anything to do with your immune system, then, we could take this a little more seriously and have like an open debate. But there is no debate because anytime somebody posts something, whether they're a doctor or a layman that goes against Fauci's narrative, it gets labeled fake news because Bill Gates got that funny money to pass around like nobody's business, and the fact checkers need to be fact checked.
So I'm reading in Scientific American about whether these deaths are underreported or overreported. And they're going into quite a lot of detail about exactly what the different situations might be, how hard it is to sometimes assign cause, where they might get it wrong and where they might get it right, and wrong in both ways. And what this is saying is that if anything, they're probably underreporting deaths that are caused by COVID-19 because, for example, there are a string of strokes in young people that they now think they just listed as strokes, but they now think was maybe COVID-19 related.
Wow. Wow. How do they just think that now?
Well, because because they don't want to do autopsies, I guess, for a while because they didn't know how infectious it was. So, and I guess autopsies are a really good way for people to get the disease. So they weren't doing them for a while, but then they decided, okay, they can do these things. And then they started looking at some of these stroke deaths, and they found these blood clots. And now they know at this point that COVID-19 causes blood clots. So they were COVID-19 positive, not COVID-19 caused deaths before. It got turned into COVID-19 caused deaths.
Well, can you cite these, please? How many of those were there? Like 5?
I don't know.
Yeah, like
I don't
maybe
even
3.
think so, I'll post the article though.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
What is the importance of all of this anyway?
Well, that's funny because first, when I said that I had the medical journals, they said I didn't. I posted those. Then I said the internet. I quoted her verbatim what the Chicago Health Institute said. They said I didn't say. She didn't say that I made it up. I provided that. Now it was in April, so it doesn't count. So I mean, just you guys don't want to ever reach a middle ground. So it's a futile pursuit on my end.
What hangs on all this anyhow? Who cares?
Well, they took away the whole argument started by saying they infringe on the First Amendment, like religious expression and stuff, based on this narrative.
No, they should have done even more. They should have done
You were arrested for going to church.
Yes, they should have done that.
Well, that's what you think, but the point is that infringes on the
Yeah.
First Amendment, and the justification for that is this narrative that we're proving to be inflated.
You don't have a First Amendment in the case of a pandemic.
That's not who said that, Brenda. Where's that in the Constitution?
Oh, I'm saying.
Brenda said it. Brenda determines American rights.
You guys, Collie can't hear him, but he's trying to say something too. Let Hank get in also.
Yeah, Brenda's just happy that the abortion clinics are still open and people can congregate in there as much as possible.
Yeah.
But if they congregate in churches, that might cause the spread of COVID.
Yes, I'm in favor of abortions. Abortions for everybody.
So it's okay to be all around each other when we're killing babies, but not any other time.
That's
like when we're praising God.
That was obviously a sarcastic.
Exactly. We could kill them all day long, but don't get COVID.
Yeah.
That was
mad.
Don't praise God or you'll get COVID, but kill babies.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Kill babies. Yes, I believe in that. Yes.
Please attend race riots as well.
Hey guys, it's Aaron from Australia. Can I please clarify something? I was just listening to YouTube, so I don't know how many minutes ago that was, but you were talking about death certificates and how COVID was involved in that. Was that long ago?
Wait, talking about what exactly did you say?
Death
Sorry, I was reading
certificates
something.
and whether death certificates and whether COVID would be written down as the cause.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys look
Michael, hold on. He's in the middle of a sentence. Can you hear him?
Yeah, I did have something important to add to exactly what.
Yeah, but let him finish his sentence, though, Michael. Let him finish the sentence, please. Go ahead, Hansel.
So I can tell you, I've been a nurse for 28 years. I can tell you exactly what we do in Australia. So for an extreme example, let's say someone got a flu or a virus, but let's say it wasn't COVID. We wouldn't put the name of the virus as the cause of the death. We would put respiratory failure, and then we might say secondary to multi-system failure. And then you have a number of different options that you go down the algorithm until you put, the real, one of the causes. So we don't actually say, respiratory death due to bacterial infection. You don't write that. You write what organs failed and caused the death, and then you go backwards from there, work back.
86,000 of them were influenza and pneumonia also. So 86,000 of the 200,000. Yeah.
But you don't say died of influenza, or don't say died of pneumonia.
Yeah,
what you put on the death certificate is respiratory failure, or multi-system failure, or organ failure, or hypoxia related to hypovolemia, and then you put it back, and then you might put secondary to pneumonia or secondary to whatever.
No.
So
last year, dude, this would have been classified as a influenza related. Bro, last year this would have been.
You're an arrogant fuck. You're an arrogant fuck, man.
Bro,
You
I'm
don't
listening
say- you
to.
don't
I'm
say-
not even
you
necessarily
don't
disagreeing with you.
He's telling you how it's done. He's an expert in the area. So let him
Oh my
give his
God.
expertise.
I'm telling you how we do it in Australia. Don't say no. I'm telling you how we do
Okay,
it in
sorry,
Australia.
bro.
That's how
Sorry.
we do it.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, so that's how we do it. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so last year those eight. Wow.
Hey, what's it?
Wow, don't start
let-
talking again.
Let Michael speak. It's his turn. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
He was just
finished and
addressing
went to
me.
go on, and then he started talking again.
Just a second.
No, it's not him. It's the first time he's talking right now, bro.
Oh, you mean Naga?
Online.
Sorry.
I put 3 maps up in the debate chat of America, and the 2 of the maps are service attendance. The other one is religiosity in America, and the third one is COVID. The amount of COVID infections in the US. And as you can see, the more religious the state is, it has got quite a good correlation with how religious the state considers itself to be, which means, you don't social distance for 6 fucking days and God will protect you in church on the 7th day. You social distance there as well.
Okay, so can I actually speak or no? No, it's
Is
Brendan's
New
turn.
York City a very religious place? Because that seems to be the epicenter.
That's why people need to be forcibly. That's why people who violate restrictions need to be forcibly quarantined.
You would never be voted in office.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
No,
I will
that's
say,
the only
like,
effective way to do it.
Guys, Witsit was addressed earlier. He's been waiting to respond to the addressment. Let him respond.
So last year, those 86,000 deaths would have been classified as flu-related deaths, and the 78%, which is the average, that is pneumonia is the cause, would have been specified on the death certificate that pneumonia was in fact the cause. The buildup flew up in the lungs, and you are right. You would specify the organs in the buildup, etc., but it would be classified, at least I know here in America, as a flu-related death, and pneumonia would be specified. Yet this year, that 86,000 has been thrown into the 200,000 reported as COVID. It says it on their own website. I just linked it.
I'm proud he's got great moderating. What we like to see.
Hypertensive diseases, 43,000.
I wish I could find an easy to get number. I want to see the number of people who have died, who tested positive with COVID-19, independent of anything else, just the raw number. Every single person that died that happened to have a positive test.
Scott,
but I can't find that number.
Scott,
That is the number, 200,000.
Scott, there is another
No, that's
number.
cost-wise.
There is a number which there is another number which is used, and that is the amount of deaths you expect to have. For instance, I know how many fires there's going to be in my town where I live. I just don't know where they're going to be. And then the amount of deaths you've actually had, and that gives you. Then you say, well, what cause did we have this year, which we didn't have last year or the year before? And
but it's an inherently messy.
Conditions
Yeah,
contributing to
messy.
deaths where COVID-19 was listed on the death certificate for all ages. The total number is 201,141. For all ages, it's 86,000 of the 201,000. Conditions contributing to deaths where COVID-19 was listed on the death certificate. That is every single death certificate with COVID-19 on it.
Okay, all right. So
Right, and that's 201,141.
When was that done?
That's up to date, updated October 14th.
Well, how is that possible when the CDC says there's 203,000 that were caused by COVID?
Well, right here on CDC's website, updated October 14th, it says 201,141 total deaths listed as 10/10/2020. The chart says updated October 14th. So I don't know. And then it says 86,000 of those, 201 had influenza.
Yeah.
Also. So they just assume, if you were to just take the 201,000 number on its face, it requires the assumption that definitely COVID caused it, not influenza, which does kill. It killed 80,000 people in 2018. So 86,000 people that died had it so far this year, but we're just going to assume it had nothing to do with their deaths like it normally does every other year.
If you take the amount of excess deaths, that is above and beyond what would be expected going from year to year, because you can treat population statistically, just like you can treat fires in a town statistically, then the amount of excess deaths over previous years that the US has had is over 280,000.
Okay, yeah, we have tons of people. Like a ton of people die from malpractice in America every year, like an insane number. But people die all the time. Old people die every single year.
Did you understand what I meant in excess?
But feel free to explain if I'm obviously not answering your question.
Above and beyond what would normally be expected.
That's not true, though.
It
is true. I just posted the graph.
If there was more than expected fires in the town where I live, then there is a good case to be made that there's an arsonist running around.
50,000 less people have died this year than this time last year.
Even though
50,000 less people died at this time this. Dude, 50,000 more people died at this same time last year. Had died. 50,000 more.
But we have decrease in deaths for other causes. But if you look at the chart I just posted, look at that chart. So that line that's the orange line, that line is from I think last year's deaths. So the blue is this year's deaths.
Deaths of what, bro?
Overall, total, anything, just dead people
overall
in America.
Wait, we have more dead people last year than we do this year.
Well, that's either accounted for by the 3 months before that the excess started, or it's accounted for the fact that, or that's just not the case. So I don't know what to tell you. This starts with the CDC, so it says otherwise.
Well, it says all deaths in entirety.
Those are all deaths.
Yeah. So if suicides and stuff like that go up, does that have what is it? Why did more people kill themselves this year?
All that's measuring is the excess, but you said there's 50,000 less, so clearly
yeah, I'll have to find it. Once I go find it, once again it'll get skated past. So can see because at first your claim, Scott, was this isn't 201,000 isn't the claim of everyone that had COVID, but it literally says it is.
No, where does it say that? I didn't see that.
Conditions contributing to deaths where COVID-19 was listed on the death certificate. So if it was listed on the death certificate at all, meaning they tested positive at the time of death, then they're on this list. Yes, I sent it. I linked it, bro.
I got the link. I saw it. It's on that front page.
It's a little bit down. Table 3.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm gonna catch up with y'all, man. I've been on it for a while. It's been honestly pretty impressively cordial for the most part, relative to other times. So, I'll take it.
Yeah. It's entirely a red herring, though.
It was lovely having you come over here. See you next time.
All right. Much love. Peace.
Much love. You guys were really cool. I'm so impressed.